Futures pointing to another higher open coming up this morning following that late day sell-off that we had yesterday that dragged all three U.S. markets back to the downside following that report from Apple suggesting they will cut both spending and hiring in certain growth areas going forward for the remainder of the year, preparing for a bit of an economic slowdown to come, apparently, for Apple. That brought down both Google and Amazon along with it. Some of the tech names pretty weak into the close yesterday. We were also watching some of the earnings reports this morning. IBM with actually a decent report. It was some FX concerns, some currency-related concerns going forward. That has IBM pretty active here in the pre-market. To the downside, however, Bitcoin continuing to push towards the top end of the range on the daily chart. We'll have a look at some of the crypto-related stocks active here once again in the pre-market. We got earnings from J&J as well, and also toy maker Hasbro out this morning in the pre-market. It's Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there's a board nicely positive so far this morning. 0.6 for the S&P, about 0.5% for the Dow right now. NASDAQ, same story, pushing 0.7 to the upside. We had a bit of a pullback there in crude oil, 1.6% to the downside right now for crude. Bitcoin and Ethereum, as I was mentioning, back to the upside to start things off so far this morning, along with some of the crypto-related stocks. Good morning, guys. Worth mentioning on that oil number, the U contract, now doing more volume. So if you haven't already, make sure you're on the right contract. We're actually, the U contract, a little bit lower than where we were yesterday.
Hey, that just reminded me to update
my
contract.
I just updated mine too, so that was a good one. Thanks, Brendan.
Brendan for the win, as always, right? So there you go. Already 1 for 1. Just a quick note. We had to refresh the position board because I had a Zila position really, really early. Sean is in Apple. It showed me short Zila, but I'm not in Zila. But however, and now I've said Zila too many times. Yeah, that one it's a stock to the moon. Oh, no, it's not to the moon. It's to 17 cents. But it was super strong yesterday, and it's continuing again today. So this is a penny stock that we're actually going to be watching, I think, here today. Obviously, you did get IBM earnings and J&J, but after hours tonight, people are going to be interested in what happens with Netflix. That Apple news weighed on the markets. I still think we're feeling a little bit of that with, I see resistance everywhere. Like so many of these charts we're going to pull up when we're reviewing to the open, it's like the same thing. Run, made a high, and now we're playing off the lower highs from the previous day before as resistance. So there's going to be a lot of setups there. I still like the Baba short. We'll be talking about that. It's going to be a spicy one, and it's not going to get any less volatile, especially now that we're getting into the big boys of earnings season. Netflix on tap tonight is going to be a wild one.
Yeah, we're short Apple, so that will hopefully adjust there. I guess we got to take a fill now. Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, we're going to be short Apple. Yeah, I don't like that report there yesterday. We hit it pretty good yesterday once that came out. We were long, and then it flipped the switch there, breaking through 150, started to go short. Hit a nice long actually at about 230 or so back up before eventually falling down into the day's close there. And then there's our tick right here going short Apple right now on that play. But you know what? I can just go short more. Right now to get the board updated for you, but let's just see what happens here for Apple here at VWAP, trying to break a little bit higher. We'll watch out for the NASDAQ today. Look, I don't think that the market is done heading to the south side. It was overbought, I think, the last couple of days. We had a little bit of a rally there. Yesterday it gave up the ghost in the afternoon. So let's wait to see what happens here today. Could be wrong. I want to see Apple back near that 150 mark. We've already talked about it, man. Earnings are going to tell us where this market's going to go. IBM comes out today, warns, obviously, and shows that currency was a little bit of an issue. So IBM today to the downside on what I thought was a decent report. I do want to pick up anything near the bottom here. So I do have some bids lower here on IBM to go long. But yeah, and the other name that I'm looking at is Microsoft today because, again, I didn't put it on the sticky note. I couldn't really find too many levels. I just want to see how it trades. Microsoft already came out about a month ago, or maybe it was a little bit less than that, and talked about the currency headwinds, right? And so obviously now that's being seen on IBM numbers. So I feel like Microsoft has already warned us about that, but I think more people might be reminded of some of that today in big tech. So we'll see. NASDAQ up 0.78. I don't know, yesterday scared me a little bit because we were rocking and then we gave it back. So let's see if we can hold some of these highs, and look where we are one more time here. We are on 12,000 on the knot right now. So I mean, we can't get away from that. Nice little move upside here this morning. Went to 1225, 12,025, and now we're just back at this level one more time. So setting up to be another choppy day here, but let's just, not that yesterday was choppy, but let's see what can happen as this market's about to open up. Oil down 2% south now of 100.
Yeah, it's maybe a wait and see. As we said, bigger names coming tonight for earnings with Netflix. We'll get into Tesla this week as well. A few out, though, this morning in the pre-market, guys, worth noting. None of these terribly active, but J&J reported to the upside right now, but not a lot of volume after earnings. Hasbro, the toy maker, as well, up in the pre-market here, not a lot of volume. And I mentioned crypto there, back higher so far this morning. Silvergate reported as well. Big move back to the upside here for SI after better than expected results. I also saw there was a note on Mara, I believe it was, just forecasting this quarter could be better than expected for Mara as well. So more positivity for some of the crypto names.
Yeah, 100%. And look, the move in crypto, like, let's not talk about Bitcoin today because it was Ether yesterday, absolutely booming. And yeah, if there's one thing that got missed by me yesterday, it was certainly the 68 break on NSI, and obviously going into their report, if the crypto bounced to the upside is the reason why you broke that. It's 68 on Silvergate, and that was one we put the alert. We're like, yeah, we'll watch this one for next week. It's been doing that nice little smiley face that Michael Noss from Trade Ideas always reminds us of here, and then it broke out. But like everything, it just rejected that break. In the pullback in the afternoon. Quite frankly, everything had the same looking chart. The difference here, obviously, is you get the earnings play, and then now you're retaking that breakout. Most of the charts that we'll look at least most of the ones I was watching here today on that pullback, and then a slight gap up, and you're trading sort of in this range, probably off of either previous week's highs or, like Friday highs for stocks that had made highs up there as well. And then essentially you're just shooting with resistance above. Here in Silvergate, you get the earnings, and we're actually breaking back out above. So, that 68 is sort of come and gone. I think there could be a dip into the open on this. It's very, very thinly traded. I'd love that 68 to be support again, but I think that's pretty much gone. So I'd be looking at the 70 to 71 area. Hopefully volume comes into this one. It doesn't tend to do a lot of trading volume on Silvergate, but the break that I wanted to have happen on earnings happened yesterday, and we're well above that now. So not a move that I want to particularly chase, but if I can get anything close to that price, let's see if I can grab that at the open.
So the other name that I would look at, I mean, we could talk about Coinbase. I always want to short Coinbase anyways. So, so Lucas, I took a position. It didn't pop up, so I don't know. But it would be HUD 8. So I do have a position. I am short Apple right now, 147.33. So just to give you guys an update on what I am in, and Neil's not in anything, so that's okay. HUD 8. So here's Ethereum, and again, some of those layer 2 coins and some of the the altcoins, I guess, as well, tend to move a little bit with. I mean, HUD 8 will tend to move a little bit more with those guys, while Coinbase and stuff like that kind of follows more the big guy. But you can see Ethereum did touch 1,600. Wow, what a great move that was, not even that long ago. It touched 16, I guess it was last night, 8 o'clock or so, I guess. It touched 1,600, is that what that's saying there? So a nice little move upside there for Ethereum, a great move from 1,000, basically bouncing off that pretty clean, all the way back to the upside here. So, when you're gonna look at the strength, and it still seems like it's strong, it's hanging out. I mean, it hasn't pulled back at all. So it just keeps on legging higher. Like, comes up here to 1,200, thinks about it, up to 13, thinks about it again, busts up. This is 15 here, busts up, holds 15, makes that move to 16. So I'm wondering if the next little steady move would be 16 to the upside, right? So let's wait to see if that does happen. And then you have HUD 8 right here trying to break out. I mean, I've said I like this above that $2 mark. It's not that I like the stock above there. It's just, if you're going to buy something, we've talked about this, buying this at 150, to absorb some of this move up to the upside if crypto gets legs back back northbound, right? I mean, I don't know how, I can't do the math where, and this just shows you how overvalued a lot of these stocks were in the beginning. It's like, I can't wrap my head around how you get back to 8, 9, 10 on some of these names. I mean, Ethereum's $1,600. If it doubles, what is Hut 8? Is Hut 8 supposed to double, or is Hut 8 supposed to triple, or like what's supposed to happen? Like, how do we get back to $7, $8, $9, $10? I really love to get the Hut 8, someone from Hut 8 on the show here to discuss, you know, what's going on with their market and how exactly they expect to gain some of this market share back to the upside. But as the market continues to go up here for crypto, Hut 8's a good name, I think, to go long there. I would look at a 9 break. Oh, man. At a $2 break there. And then here's Coinbase yesterday. We saw a good move. This is yesterday's chart. Let's see the 1 minute chart here. We saw a good move early, and then as the NASDAQ came back in, so did Coinbase. So there's a nice little bump up on all that love for Bitcoin. I don't think Bitcoin, I mean, right now, if you're going to look at it, it's at 22 and change. So it is hovering around. Let's go to a 1 hour chart just to get a little bit of a bigger look here. So, you know, this is what happened with Bitcoin and crypto yesterday. We rip up here, and that gets Coinbase up to that 63. But see, the thing is that we're still up here, right? I mean, if we're at 63 when Bitcoin's at 22.5 for Coinbase, right? Then right now we're at 60. So if crypto can get back to 23, 24, I think we take out 63. But for me, it's a short until that does happen. So if Bitcoin's screaming to the upside, then you can get away from the short. But I do like taking this against yesterday's high of 63.50. So I think Coinbase is a short here at any level, really. Just keep your eye on Bitcoin. The big guy, there we go. Now it's working. So now our position board is up and rocking. I think you go short Coinbase in here, 62.50 against that 63.50.
Can't believe Hut 8 is $1.80. I didn't even know that. Amazing move to the downside. Sean, you were talking about Microsoft there. Worth a note, Citigroup with a price target cut this morning. Not a huge one, but 330 from 364. Speaking of stronger than the market, I guess most of the crypto stocks were stronger than the market yesterday. So was AMC. This analyst suggesting that they could be on track for blockbuster results this quarter.
Before we go to AMC, just quickly on Microsoft. On Friday, if you guys remember, if you're watching the afternoon show, Microsoft was selling off at about like a 257 area, and there was this little patch where it tried to bounce after pulling back in, and it was relatively weak going into that Friday. I'm using that level right now to go to short on Microsoft. So I'm sort of sitting in that bucket where we found some resistance levels that are coming back into play, and we want to trade off them. AMC is a bit of a different story here. It was Cinemark. With an upgrade. So, you know, in a related name with an upgrade in the space, and you've seen blockbuster numbers coming through. People want to get back to the theaters. Obviously, the short interest has not been going anywhere except increasing on the stock, and it's been a good ride for it, at least the last couple of weeks. It was a little more range bound last week, putting in like a 75 bottom into that 16, and never truly giving you that breakout. And then yesterday, you did have that break past 16 even. I like that for new support. The daily chart's been showing you since that close above the 50 period, we've had one down day so far. You know, and overall, it's just been a relatively strong stock. But this 17, you know, we did legitimately wick up here previously. You go back into late May. Actually, it was the end of May. And there is a chance now to break out from that price. And you can see like this big cluster up here around 17 to 19 bucks. That's where I think the stock can be headed. 17 breaks on tap for me. Obviously, I prefer buying things at 16 than 17. So if there's a dip buy opportunity off 16, I am going to be sitting on the bid down there just to continue this breakout. It's been a pretty strong one. The Cinemark thing actually just, I think, gives you a little bit of an extra push, hopefully today, already up 2%. And let's not forget, Fred calls it Amy and Jimmy. GameStop is, I think we're being reminded in the chat as well, they have their split coming at the end of the week. So GameStop has a split coming into the week. That is worth watching. AMC is the one for me today for the trade, though.
Yeah, I mean, we have AMC. It's the number one name. We smashed it yesterday. It was one of the best stocks for me yesterday. We've been hitting long on the sticky note the last week. You guys have probably noticed that. Obviously, S3 today releasing new data. That short interest is on the rise again. Cannot ignore the move higher. Possible, I mean, long here, breakthrough 17. Possible move to 20 incoming, right? So we've been on this name the last few days. We're not going to stop it. I mean, if we believe in this play, we have to stick with it. Like I said, we smashed this yesterday, breaking through 16 and hit that up to 1640. It was a fantastic trade. We didn't hold it all day to get to that 17. We should have. Today, probably the same thing for me, man. Let's just hit it with a decent size, breaking through 17. We have back testing like down to 1650 maybe. If you're gonna look to say where's some decent support where we could possibly see a move back into. So watch out for that 1650, 16.1, something like that. So I mean, I like AMC. I think you got to buy it on the dips in case those buyers come back in. This is still a big name. It's still a big meme stock there, but it's transforming itself out of meme status basically, because it is going to put up, I believe anyway, some decent numbers. And again, we have to wait to earnings before you actually pile into anything. I think it's crazy right now trying to shoot fish in a barrel. We're just sitting here trading volume, we're trading moves, and I think that AMC up here just makes sense to keep with it. I mean, it was $12 a week ago. I mean, now you're busting up to 17. That's a fantastic, that's a 40-ish% move to the upside in a week and a half. And you're ticking out, I mean, forget about that wick, but you're right there. You're right at 17. And this is why I say the next stop is 20, because if you can get around this 18 to 19, then we see 20, and 20 is a huge psychological level. So I think that's, once we get to 20, maybe we'll hit the brakes and we'll go a little short on that one. But for now, we'll let the apes ride this rocket, I guess, to the upside there. It's amazing that rocket can go and the popcorn still stays on there, which is amazing. So they've got that locked and loaded. I'm still hearing great things. What is it? Top Gun did $1 billion. So Top Gun with $1 billion, which is a monster number there. I wonder how much Tom Cruise is getting out of that, because no doubt he signed a deal with some sort of a percentage of gross there. But great move to the upside. I haven't seen it. You have or not? You have not. I would love to see it, especially with the IMAX where they have. Have you seen it, Brendan? Yeah, and they have the on the side. Did you see the one where you can get the? I guess I don't forget what it's called, but Super IMAX or something, where you can see the screens on the side. That's
like 4D.
4D?
Yeah.
Did you see that version?
No.
Oh, okay. So me and Brandon is talking back and forth there, but anyways, yeah, great movie, Brandon. What did you think of it?
It was amazing. Yeah, no, it was exactly what it needed to be. I think is the best way to put it. I mean, our era, anyways, we grew up with the first one, so it was such an iconic movie that it was exactly what it needed to be to kind of put a bow on that whole story. Wanted to mention, speaking of planes, Boeing here. We had a couple of new orders for Boeing yesterday. Delta, all Nippon Airways as well, picking up 2 separate orders, and then this morning, 777 partners buying 66 more 737 MAX jets. So Boeing faded that gap to the upside. It was a decent gap yesterday, but came off all day long, up slightly here again for BA.
Yeah, that 150 level ended up coming into play, especially after the late day move in Apple. Whether the stock was related to it or not, it didn't matter. Like that secondary push pretty much dragged everything back in. No holds of support at 150 on Boeing, and then you can see the retracement. This is a chart exactly the pattern I'm sort of talking about. You made anything that made fresh highs, and then you're going back into last week's resistance. That's that 150 level on Boeing. We're right here, and there's not a ton of volume, so I'm kind of staying away from this one at the open. But if we're still at the open, sort of barcoding or retesting that high, and the market starts to come off, this is another one that has an established resistance level that is worth playing off of. Look, I like what they're doing in terms of getting actual positive progression when it comes to orders, to be sure. But part of trading is always going to be the technical analysis of it and playing those trends. And I'm a little bit cautious when I see what had been a looming solid breakout that we failed to sustain that. Yesterday. That's pretty clear. You were consolidating again for another break into above 150. So I don't like the long below that 150 mark. I just want to see it holding above 150 to get that next leg to the upside. So Boeing, I wish I could say that, we're trading at 150.5 and looking strong with the market up, but at this point, I need to see it above that price for any longs for me at the open. It rejected what I thought was going to be a continuation yesterday.
I just want to, I just got into IBM here. You can probably see it on the board. I think we can get a buy down here at 129, 129.50. So this is a little jumping the gun here. I just thought we'd play a little momentum in case somebody decides to pop in here and buy this name. So we are long IBM 130.40. Again, it's a pre-market trade. It's not going to be a huge amount of huge size, but a little less shares on this one than we do have on Apple. Again, the problem when you're playing earnings, and we are going to go over it, it's the number one name, I think, well, not number one, but it's on our watch list. The number one earnings name today is going to be IBM, down that 5%. We talked a little bit about it, but let's just see if it can come up here. I think we could try to break this 130.75 area here, which is this pre-market high. I mean, at least for the last little while. We were up here a little bit earlier. But I think we can break this, test 131, and then we'll see a little bit higher. But I am not resting on this position. Well, I mean, I'm going to. I'm not loading into this position. I'm waiting for a little bit of a move back down here. My next bid for IBM is 195 low, or 125 low, 129.50 down here. So that's where that low is, 129.50. So that's where we're sitting to get a little more shares. We just thought we'd get in here to see if the momentum wants to take this to the upside. But I mean, we're short Apple, long IBM, so it's not really, you know, if the market just kind of hangs out here, I think we'll be okay on these prices. But let's get this party started a little early here, Brendan, a couple early positions.
Yeah, typical for an earnings report as well. A number of analyst moves on IBM today, both directions, mostly price targets. Here we go, upgrades, downgrades for today. Some energy on here once again, ExxonMobil. I'm kind of surprised Oxy's not, because Buffett bought another 1.9 million shares yesterday. There's CNMark you guys are talking about, Morgan Stanley, Bumble back from the dead, or trying to. Sunrun to the downside. Some of the clean energy names have been pretty active the past week or so.
I feel like I don't want to upset my stomach, so I won't look at what the Bumble chart looks like.
Is Bumble on there?
Hey, it's actually on there for an upgrade. It can't. I'm guessing it doesn't look that good. But I wanted to. We talked about AMC. I mean, CNMark. They're the ones that got the upgrade. AMC's got its own catalyst as well. But breaking the 200-period moving average today. However, and there's always a but, like, isn't there? You know, this $18 level, like, look at the hard line of resistance this has had. You talking about stocks that give you a channel? Well, that's a pretty clean channel, 13 to about 18 to 18 and a half to that upside. So I would suspect that that's the key price that it needs to get to, and maybe even pull back off of it. So, you know, I'm not one that I would be chasing necessarily. It's got room from here to 18. Maybe even 1850, but it's also got absolutely no volume in the pre-market. I don't mean like a little volume. I mean 30,000 shares is not going to cut it. You know, AMC is going to do a heck of a lot more volume, and that makes it more interesting to me, at least. Yeah, the energy names. I'm more interested in Oxy usually as a trade vehicle than XOM, but it's notable that XOM did get the upgrade there. I just tempted fate by pulling up the chart here live. Oxy has been rejecting the 62 price area in the 50 period as well over and over again. So it needs to break this for any kind of a climb to the upside. There's room to it today, which is at least a good sign. I like $60. I think you have support down to about 59.5 there if it can make a bit of a run today. But Oxy has shown some cracks of relative weakness. I wouldn't get very stubborn below 59.50. That's kind of one of those levels. You know, you look at the gap below it, and the gap is a little bit sizable below that 59.50.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I mean, I've been saying buying oil for a bit here at some of these prices. I think it's little too far here, too fast, too far on the downside. But you are at $100, and I did update the contract, but there's a big price discrepancy. So for right now, I'm going to continue to watch the Q contract at $100.50. So oil still remains pretty, in my opinion, anyways, pretty bullish. I mean, I know the charts will show you that it's below the 50 period and a bunch of stuff like that. But I still think energy is a good place to hide. I think there's going to be a big problem come the winter. We've seen Russia come back with Nord Stream 1, hopefully coming back. Well, I don't know if it's hopefully or not, but coming back online, providing a little more fuel here. But I don't know. I feel like these kind of bottoms, 82, 80, these seem to be good spots, man. You got a dividend here for a lot of these names. If you're looking at something, where you want to get a little more diversification. That's why I just keep on recommending XLE, is just, even though it is 40% XOM and Chevron, if and when it loads up, you're back in here. I like these levels that I think we can see oil back to like 115, 120, and I still think that 130 isn't out of the realm for that, back up to previous highs. And if that happens, obviously you are going to get a run here in XLE. But I don't know. I think energy still needs to be bought here. You're seeing like record temperatures all over the place, and just as another asset class to not be in equity, energy seems to want to work. So let's just wait to see where that goes today. Let's see if XOM does have any sort of a buy and balance. We have CCL. We are looking to go long on that through 10. Through 10.15. That's on the sticky note. There's Oxy down here on. I guess that I didn't even hear that one. Warren Buffett story, but down to $60 here again. And that's been holding up pretty good as well. You could see $58, $60 here trying to break higher, but can't get above 64. So that's a breakout candidate if we do get above 64. Maybe it's 63 even. So $64, $63, if you get that on Oxy, that's going to be a break. Could also be a short if you are bearish on oil. That's, you know, it's come up here and hit back down every time, so that's not bad. And then other than that, I don't see much on here. Ford continues to be above 12. I like it above 12. I just don't know if that's a level that we want to work with today. I'm still looking at tech names. We've been trading them so well that it's like, why go off? And then there's AMC looking to take out 17. We're both going to go long on a 17 break, so if there's anything there, I think it's worth testing a break through 17. But these are really... Excuse me, Brendan. These are really, really weak here today. Like 100,000 shares, like CCL 200,000 shares on imbalance. Like that's nothing. Look at the paired imbalances too. There's nothing here as well. Like 55,000. Like give me a break. AT&T 100,000. I mean, it does these things in one order. So I mean, it's not looking like it's going to be a super exciting open as far as market moves are concerned. But hey, we've got a bunch of names that we're going to run over very, very soon. Make sure you grab our watch list on tradertv.live. Check out the sticky note. Check out our Twitters, and let's get going.
Yeah, we do all of your homework and then put it in a couple of very neat spots for you to get every morning. Here's the note on Occidental. We were mentioning there, Buffett almost at 20% now. Picking up, where was it? 1.94 million shares. This was at the end of last week, so they disclosed it after market yesterday. The 20% mark significant only because if they get to 20% or above, they can start reporting some of Oxy's earnings as their own. Lockheed Martin cutting their forecast. Remember yesterday there was talk of that F-35 contract. Looks like it's going to go their way anyways, but LMT, another one to the downside today.
Yeah, like look, that one actually sold yesterday on that contract news, and I feel like a broken record, man. Like you just have so many stocks that already put in rejections of pretty key levels. This is one that is essentially just rolling over and falling off a cliff. So there was no bounce or retest or anything to be faded on Lockheed because it was a sell yesterday on that contract. And I look at it again here today after the missed earnings. And unfortunately, this is one that's a bit in that doghouse. Now, when I pop the daily chart up, anything breaking the 200 period moving average, like right now, you're in a market where things are reclaiming. A lot of stocks are trying to do things like reclaim the 50 period or break out the 200. Like you're trying to get above these things as we've been trying to level off and bounce here. So anything that's breaking down is bucking the trend. You just also went through 375 support, 75 to 80. That price range is where I'd want to be fading this thing today. Lockheed Martin, I think maybe I placed an order on it once and probably didn't even take a fill. And I see a pretty decent spread on the stock in the pre-market. This is not one I want any part of in the pre-market because of the low volume and because of the earnings. However, below in that target range, 75 to 80, when you're breaking a shelf like that, if you're going to hold below this previous pretty key support area, to me, that just screams a short. You know, the question becomes at the open, is there actually volume and liquidity? Because I've never traded it, as I've said, so I want to see this thing open up. But that 380 looks pretty obvious, and sometimes you just want to go ahead and do the obvious and short in front of it. Right now, it's trading, like $6 below, so maybe we don't even see that price at 9:30.
Yeah, I haven't really looked at LMT today, but I did see that news there yesterday. You got to respect some of those levels there for sure. I'm still looking at this Apple trade here because the NASDAQ is now up 1%. I mean, you're starting to go a little bit here. I do have another Apple short waiting at 148, basically, up here to see about that trade. I don't really have an out for this because we're not really into it yet. I mean, this is a small position. Obviously, well, forget about the 1 day for Apple. Where's my 20-minute chart here? People are just asking about where my outs are, so that's why I didn't really focus too much on LMT here. What I wrote down on the sticky note was basically just that we wanted to watch out for 150 150, right? And so we're going to get this party started a little bit earlier here today, but there's that 150 mark right now, 150 flat there for Apple. So I think that that's something that, we'll wait to see if it takes that out. I don't see that it will today unless something comes out about that hiring or a better story for Apple. So I'm going to wait for 149, 150 here on AAPL. So I don't have any targeted outs. I just want to get more short. And then for IBM, I'm waiting. Like I said, that was probably shouldn't have got into that super early, but this is why I'm telling you that these are not like big positions right now. You got to wait for this to happen. I've already sort of talked about how we trade earnings plays, and it's like just like that Nike play, man. Neil and I were short Nike on earnings, and we really liked it. It was like 112 or 113 or something, and then I remember that it all of a sudden, right off the open, we got loaded up onto all of our shorts, and then the next thing you knew, if I can find the chart here, there was like one wick up.
It's $5.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while ago. I don't think we're gonna get it on this.
I think it was 113 to 118 or something.
Yeah, it was something. It was like right into here. It must have been one of these days. It was this day right here. So this is the earnings day right here because it tanked the rest of the day. So I'm gonna say it was the 27th or 28th of June, where here it is. It closes up here 111, opens up down here 107, and we're like, oh yeah, we're gonna go short against yesterday's levels, which was 113, 114. I remember it almost as clear as day. Then all of a sudden the market opens up, it dances around a bit, then someone's like, we want to buy this thing. It rips all the way to 114. We wind up getting out, big loser, and then the next thing you know, it just falls absolutely the rest of the day, and I think we closed somewhere around like 104, 105 for Nike that day. So we get blown out early, and then the trade actually works for us. So just on that note, that's why we're kind of going to wait. We have to wait now a little bit for IBM. We said we would, trade earnings a little different. You got to be a little more patient. So with that note, we are still sitting here, and I wish, obviously, I just waited for my 129.50 to come through because here it comes right now. It's actually 129.25 is where I'm sitting here, Brendo.
Brendan, before we go back, I just want to address, thank you very much, Sean McDonald, for the super chat and wants us to go over I have IBM in my brain because they reported,
okay.
but it was KO. You want us to go over, I don't know if there's any particular news in Coke, because I haven't looked at it today. What I can tell you is we just talked about IBM. Sorry, we just talked about Lockheed Martin breaking down off of some levels. Coke's a great company and a great name and a good place to be, at least to hide out in. What I actually noticed is it's been trending, pulling back from this 50-period moving average. I think that's going to give you a chance here, if it extends this range, to just gobble it up at the 200 period, which I don't know why it's not tracking back further. There we go. Which it's been doing a pretty decent job bouncing off of all year. So that's a good buying opportunity anywhere around the 60 level. Maybe it has to breach it, but I see this as certain things are going to get bought even if the economy slows down. I own shares of Pepsi, not Coke. They're very different companies. Obviously, Pepsi has a wider brand range, but Coke, certainly solid, stable. Obviously Berkshire loves them as well. It just feels to me like with this, the way that it's starting to reject, it was breaking the 50 period, breaking, and then you're getting lower highs all the way through, and now it's just flat rejecting the 50. A lot of times that leads you to pull back into support, and $60 seems like a pretty good price to start picking some shares up of Coke to me. It feels like that's where it's headed based on the chart. I don't really see any specific news either.
Just saw a note on Shopify and Google apparently partnering for some gaming work. So yeah, big spike here, guys, for Shopify to the upside, taking out that high from yesterday. This was decently strong yesterday, so yeah, looks like they're going to team up with Google for gaming apps. Anyways, also there was Skechers, big spike to the downside there. Spruce Point apparently short Skechers, SKX, guys. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market after what happened late yesterday, Arun. We're still kind of stuck in this range, but that was quite the sell-off yesterday.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Even when you think this market's just gone quiet, out of nowhere, it comes to any point move to the downside. So, for now, where we are, nothing's really changed. That drop, like I mentioned yesterday, the levels are so far apart that drop didn't get to any point where we can actually make a move. Obviously, the 38.20 was pretty much where we would have started looking, but that was a sharp move. It was too late in the day. And now we're back at 70. So it puts you right back into the scenario where we were at yesterday, which is either we got to make a move north of 3,900 for a potential short, or we got to get 38.20 going on down to 37.80 as a potential long. And here we are sitting in the 70 or at 70 right now. So in the middle, if we're going to make a move, we're sitting just underneath the percent on the NASDAQ. If we can go another 30, 40 points to the upside, it opens up that short. So that's one trade. And like I said, to the downside, it's going to be that 38.20. But that 38.20, if we go back down there again, it has to break. It needs to break. And I want to see how much the stops are, or how large the stops are down there. And then we can figure out whether that's still a long or not. But for the time being, it's going to be a wait and see approach. When the ranges are this wide, you need a move, and you need a move to kind of sit in a level. And we got that afternoon move of 80 points, which went from the top end of the range to the bottom end of the range, and gave you nothing because it was too late in the day. So I think at this point, we're just going to have to wait this one out and just see if this market wants to. And this market has shown the possibility of some exciting moves off the open. So we'll see if this market wants to make a big move off the open either direction, which allows for a trade on either end of those ranges.
All right, thanks, Arun. Just a quick note on that Google story, guys. So it's YouTube. So Shopify partnering with YouTube specifically on a team up there. There was a note, though, saying Google saying it will allow non-gaming app developers to switch to rival payment systems and reduce their fee for doing so. Let's jump into what else you need to know this morning. We'll have a look at Google coming up, by the way, because, hey, it's on the watch list after the split yesterday. That's the link. Make sure you grab that every single day. We send it out for free before we come on at 8:30. Let's jump right into the first one here. Apple, obviously, off that headline yesterday, as you heard Arun saying, maybe, sending this market to the downside all by itself, saying they're going to slow hiring, they're going to cut back on spending in certain growth units for the remainder of the year, I guess planning ahead a little bit.
I got 04.
AMC just broke. I got 03s, but again, not a big position here, so it does break through 17. Once the market opens, we'll start playing with a little more shares, but I still like it. I mean, I'm just telling you, this is not. So it's 20% of my, and we don't have the trade here yesterday, but yesterday when we broke this 615 right there, which was the high from the day before here, and we are going to go over Apple and all that stuff. I just want to talk quickly about this because once we broke that high yesterday, which was 15 right into there, we took it because we had volume. It's no problem. We had that break early. Obviously, we wish we had it a little earlier at 15.50 when the market opened and we ripped to the upside. So let's sort of treat it like yesterday, whereby we're in the long rate now. We're long at 17.01. If it does pull back into mid 16s, is where we want to get a little longer here for AMC. But still, a good position. Like yesterday when I hit it, I was like, okay, here we go. It's a big one. So it's still a decent size, but we are long now into AMC. And I'm going to put a few bids a little lower here on AMC just in case we do dip into that. But the talk here is going to be on Apple. I mean, Arun just gave kind of a wishy-washy little forecast there. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's like, I agree with it. I don't know where we're going to go here today. And I think that what Arun was mentioning, that, the market's going to open up and really tell us one way or the other what's going to happen, at least for the first 5 or 6 minutes. I feel like that's happened yesterday, and it could happen again today. Look at Apple yesterday off the open, right? Where is it? That's 9:30 right here. You see? So makes a move back up, comes back down, right back up. So in the first 10 minutes or so, you had Apple making highs, then making lows, then retesting highs again before chilling out pretty much all day until, like, by chilling out, I just mean like 151, 150, 140, back and forth there, as you can see as we open it up a little bit here. And then everything is fine until eventually we get back down. So you're in a dollar range all day, and then all of a sudden we get to that 150, which we were waiting for. We were waiting for this 150 to break. It broke, and then we get the news of that move to the downside, and again, it sucks because we had this short, and I wish I could show it to you here. The short came in. We rocked this short for $2+ yesterday. Nice move to the downside here. And then until we hear more about why are they doing a hiring freeze? Where are the sales here? I can't see them as, by the way, now AMC starting to go back up to the upside. So let's see if the apes can control this one again, up to 17.10 right now. But where does Apple go from here is the question, and I just don't see that they're going to have a good quarter. I can't really picture that. I feel like China is such a big story. Yes, let's go AMC. I feel like China is such a big story for them that it's been a rough ride in China, man. I mean, they had that COVID shutdown again. It wasn't a great quarter for China. For their economy, maybe, but I worry about Could they get production? What's up with the supply chain? Yes, AMC, let's go, baby. You are starting to go upside right now with a nice little blow upside through 17 there. But for me, Apple, and again, you know, obviously I have a bigger position in AMC than I do in Apple right now, but I think we still fade until we get back to sort of where we were yesterday before that announcement. So we were already thinking about breaking 150. Obviously, someone probably knew that was coming down because it's a pretty aggressive move to the downside. But it does follow the market. It's 7% of the S&P 500. It's 12% of the NASDAQ right now. So this is going to follow the market here, and we're up 1%, and Apple's only up 0.3. So that, to me, that tells a big story here for Apple, where it's going to go. I feel like if the market ticks down, this name collapses again. So, and by collapse, I just mean like you could get to that, you know, 145-ish area at some point here. I think that there's been some support down here at 144. I don't think it's a $3 move to the downside today unless the market really gets going, which would be great because we are looking for that short. So we're in the name, and I don't want to get out of it until we break at least 150. So to think that we're averaging in would be 100% correct on that play. Here goes AMC all the way up here to 17. I haven't been able to get anything out because I've been sitting here talking to you guys, but there it is. It breaks through 17. We take a little piece out, but there goes AMC to the upside on what is, for me, the number one name here on the sticky note. I wish, obviously, this would have happened in the middle of the market, but there it is right there. AMC, we talked about it breaking higher. It's the number one name on the sticky note, so hopefully you guys were following that.
Yeah, the AMC break, a great one so far. I've taken a couple of legs out. I think you have a chance to get to $18 on a big push. Tuesday has been typically a pretty solid day for squeeze-type plays, historically, at least the last couple of few months. So I'm always looking for those plays, the breakouts. If you can get them on a Tuesday, pretty good. Apple, look, I look at where we were after that note came in the afternoon, and afternoon resistance was about 148 to 148.5. So I want to be selling in front of that, and if we break that, I want to sell in front of 150. So those are the two price levels I have for Apple. I just wanted to quickly go over Shopify because that was a new entrant there. Like that news, obviously pretty solid there, coming YouTube, come with that YouTube partnership. This is another stock that if you pull up to 15, since the split, it had this breakdown at about 33 quarter or so, where you had, you know, essentially no support at that price and then instant resistance below. And then look at what just pivoting yesterday, right? In all that whipsaw action, you pivoted off that price twice, breaking away from it and then breaking down away. So I like that for support. That's where it just broke out from now on that news. I think I want to buy in front of that 33.25 on any kind of a dip in Shopify. Whether we can get it or not, who knows? I don't want to chase this too far. But this was a bit of a late entrant there, but that's a great level on Shop. Just not quite fast enough. When the news came in, you weren't getting that price unless you're a robot, but if we get any pullback in Shop, that's where I want it.
Google back higher this morning after it was also dragged to the downside yesterday along with Apple and the overall market. Late in the day here, we ended up closing below 110, but kind of struggling right now with 110. It was Credit Suisse and Truist, I believe, with price target cuts. Price target adjustments, we'll call it, after the split on Google today, guys, but nothing else too significant.
So just quickly here, 50 cents already, so let's just start the bangs early, man. There it is. There's IBM, and we took that trade. We thought that we'd get some momentum coming in here into the open off of what was a good report and just beat down there for earnings. So hopefully we can get reloaded. We were waiting for 129.25. Remember, we talked about that. That didn't come in, but there it is, a nice little win here. So 40 cents in the money right now for IBM, and there it is, man. Thank you again, for that. This is why I do the sticky note, honestly. If you're just joining us for the first time, make sure you go over. And I just retweeted this. Someone yesterday, shout out to I guess Saddam, 8,800 bucks yesterday, so great job for that one there. But here's the sticky note right now. I might as well just pin this because everyone's coming over to see it anyways. But there's the AMC long. Whoops, now it goes to the top. Here's the AMC long through 17, man. We gave that to you. It's a good one. We talked about it. It's the number one name there on the sticky note. So if you are a prop trader or a day trader, please just check that out. Look where we just got out, man. We just got out at 38. Of another piece right there. So this is looking pretty beautiful to start the day. And there goes IBM as well. But what name are we on? We're on Google. Okay, so Google yesterday was my number one stock. It was an absolute destruction of a day for me on Google, whereby I wish my trades would show. Oh, good. Wish sometimes it works out for you. This is what we were doing yesterday. Long early, because we're like, okay, this is the first day of the split. Let's respect that 111 level, which is right down here. And that's exactly what we did. Boom there, boom here. All outs, all taken. Nicely done here. Dollar plus on that entry. Then all of a sudden, it's coming down to 111. As soon as that breaks, it's a very easy flip for me. We go into the short mode, and then that's where, again, we made more money here because we had more opportunity. But, we believe in the short as well, and we hold it all the way to the end of the day where we get 109s. We could have had 108.40s, but that 111 out short right there is another $2 winner for it. I would have loved to have Google as the trade of the day yesterday. It really made a lot of sense to the downside and to the upside. Both levels definitely respected there. So I would say that, the NASDAQ gave it up. The NASDAQ rebounded a little bit, and so did Google into the close. But you could see 108.50 could be a level there for this name. So I'm going to wait for that 108.50 to come through before I do anything with this. Some of that news that just came out, obviously it's not a needle mover or anything for Google. They're allowing, non-gaming app developers to switch their payment processing plan or system, I guess, which is going to be a little bit of a cut to Google. So that's not great, but hey, more flexibility is great. You could see it's really just barcoding here. I don't have that much on Google. I'd like to see a 111 break again, maybe to the upside here if the market gets going. But for me, I just want to see what Google does down here at that 108. Remember, we got those price target cuts, right? So a few downgrades today for Google, but I'm not, it's following the market. It's not on my radar today like it was yesterday. You can already see, man, we're already well in the money, and I just wish that we had more shares, like as always, because there goes AMC back up to the upside, but we're happy with the amount of shares that we have. So Google, not on my radar today, but if it gets to that 111 area or 108.50, definitely worth looking at. But again, I'm going to really stay true to myself and try to focus on some of the ideas that I already have. I think you can make money on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names or one name. So pick your best trades. And for me today, I don't really have anything, unfortunately, on Google.
Yeah, it gets to me, it gets to 111 or it doesn't. And if it breaks 111, then there's still that. It was 113.50 to 114 that was resistance off the open for Google. So if we don't get to those prices, I don't love the trade. Zila here, there was just I saw a milli on the bid at 16.5 just now. I'm not seeing it on the bid now, so they could have pulled. Maybe they're pulling some gamesmanship, but Zila has been a strong mover. Just watch out for things like that. Every now and then you're going to catch that. I am trying to buy the dip in front of 16. So I did notice that when it happened, but I wanted to quickly get to Alibaba because it's not on our watch list. Yesterday, I had two shorts. I like 7s. In the morning, it was the only stock I liked to the short side, unfortunately. So when the market hit a top, it got there. But the afternoon short was at 5. And we're right into that 5 resistance. So I did just pop into this. This is into the midst of a market going to the upside right now. So we are headed northbound here overall in the market. But that 105 resistance is the level that I wanted to play off of in yesterday's trade. So I've got my stop set just above that 107. Like similar to Microsoft, I've got my stop set just above that 257. So I know how much I'm going to be risking here. And if we take out the top, we'll move away from it. But so many stocks came into levels today where they're going to be testing resistance before you get to support. So I'm just going to jump into that. I have another offer to try to get some more shares out of AMC in front of 17.50. That's the next level to the upside. And I just got my first fill. This is what happens, right? The market going up. I just got my first fill in Apple off of that 148 area. So in the afternoon, it was about 148.25. That was the high after that news came out. That's going to be the resistance level for me. Ooh, got to have more than one long as the market looks like it wants to break out.
All right, there's a pop there on Honest, HNST, up about 8% here. New deal with Walmart announced, if anyone's into HNST, heads up on that. Let's go to IBM. This was the note from their report aftermarket yesterday, warning that further dollar strength would impact their cash flow going forward. So the report itself, actually not that bad, but forecast, a bit of an issue.
It's always about the forecast.
IBM.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
all. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'm in the name. First of all, AMC is starting to go. We got that same out. I think you mentioned one there near 40 and 50. So a good out. I mean, I only got 40 there. But, okay, IBM. We already took the profit. We already took oh, man, I meant to message Lucas to fix the cough button on here.
Mine works,
but,
right?
I know yours works. I think it works.
I'm hacking
anyways.
up a lung.
You're hacking up a lung. That's why I was like, oh, my God. Actually, this is not okay, Lucas, like calm down. Like I'm pretty sure I had a dream about that, which like not that Lucas is in my dreams, like as Fahad and
Lucas is
Lucas
in
are
your
like
dreams, bro.
staring at each other, like what's going on. For some reason, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is I can't remember when I was thinking about it, and I was like, I gotta get that cough button fixed, and I wouldn't be thinking about that just like randomly, so it must have been a dream. So there you go, Lucas. We'll talk about that after, I guess.
Yeah, you guys do that.
Yeah, we'll have to do that, to each their own, right? All right, so it is sharply lower here. It's down 5%. Like when the number came out, I thought both their numbers were pretty good. But look, when their CFO comes out, Jim Kavanaugh, and talks about that currency is one of their biggest problems, I think that that's going to eventually subside. I mean, there's nothing we can really do about the currency issue, the DXY. I mean, I had it up here right now. You can see what's been happening. I mean, it's come back in a little bit here. If I go to like a 1 hour, and this is just investing.com, but maybe I need to go to like a 1 week play here. Yeah, there you go. So you see how strong the US dollar is. It's going to be, darn it, guys, I apologize. It's very hard to see on this. But anyways, back in January, you're at 95, right, just on the DXY. And now this is just a measure of the US dollar. And that's in January. I know this is hard to see. It's going to be almost impossible. But now you're up to 106. So it's a nice little move up there on the US dollar. We all know that. And when you're repatriating money back into the US, that's going to give you an effect that you're not going to like, right? So IBM comes back in on that warning. And then they took also a hit because of Russia. They exited Russia. Well, I mean, yeah, again, that should be a one-time charge. And again, I don't know enough about IBM to say like, Russia's a big part of their business or not. I'm going to assume it's not overly that big as they've exited, and it's kind of like no problems from there. So let's wait to see where IBM goes. But I like the long. I think that you could dip by. I mean, the 20 minutes not going to do anything. Where's my daily chart on this name? I think you get this dip buy opportunity for IBM right into here, into this 128, which has been the bottom back into May. So I just think that if we could test something like this 128 off open, especially if we get a flush down, people might not like that quarter. You're below the 50 period. I think there's a lot of traders. And we talked about this with Daniel Shea, how consistent IBM's been with that 5% dividend, but you never buy a stock in this environment, in my opinion, a full position because of the dividend. I feel like you want to nibble into some trades. So that's why I'm not sure what IBM's going to do here. Were there people that were sitting?
Stupid, Neil.
Were there people sitting in IBM, right, waiting for a move one way or the other? Well, if they were, then I feel like they may exit today because that's a nice little 5% move. If you were long anywhere in the last little while, this move down is not nice, and you're going to be giving up the ghost there. But under your breath a little bit there, Neil, I have no idea what you're trading. But whenever you say stupid, Neil, I can assume it's a keystroke or what?
No, it's you can call it a keystroke, but it's these dark pool wicks, and I'm using, which stop order I'm using. So I just had a bunch of stops trigger, and the crazy thing is all these things were pretty much in the money, but we've been seeing this from time to time where you get these crazy, these are all real prints to the tape ultimately, so they can trigger stops because you're reading off the time and sales, but this just happened on Alibaba where it ticked up. I'm going to try and get back into this one. I have to pay down, but I did punch out for a profitable trade. It's just I didn't want to be out of the short. And Apple, thankfully, I had actually gotten some shares out of Apple, and then a wick happened on this name as well, like right up into this 151. Like it's just late reporting dark pool wick. I use the stop order that triggers based off of level 2. A lot of times you don't see them this extreme, this close to the close. So that's on me. That's all I was mad about. But I'll get right back on the offer of Apple, just try to get back into position. Now, obviously, I'm not going to get the same price that I did before because the stock had come down since, but I'll just get back in. Really, like I would have made that money punching out there. I may not get that price that we wanted, but that's one of the habits, the problems of using a stop order at that particular time. But with the market coming up, I don't like trading without a stop, even at that open. For me, IBM, the thing that gives me some pause is that 200 period moving average. Like on the daily chart, you are rejecting it right now. And I feel like that 131, above that price, I think you can get all kinds of a relief rally. And this thing becomes I don't know, if you get like $5 down further, if this goes any further, that's just to me seeming like an obvious buy off of this number. Maybe you don't even care about the 3-day rule, but I suppose we'll see what happens at the open. It's not on the front of my radar because of that 200 period to catch a relief bounce. It's a little bit tight to it, but IBM should be on our radar. We can't ignore these earnings plays.
Right, we got cruise ships. We got AMC on the board as well. We got cruise ships yesterday. The top gainers here on the S&P 500. It's been a long time since we've been able to say that. Yeah, Royal Caribbean bought a new ship apparently. There's also this note up here, the CDC officially ending their COVID program for cruise operators as of yesterday. So they're basically handing over responsibility to the cruise ship operators themselves when it comes to managing COVID screening for cruise ships. So a huge move for this entire group yesterday.
It was a great move. And shout out to Star-Lord. Why is the stuffed animal a bull? NASDAQ up 1.2% right now. S&P up 1.1%. So the bull just sort of sits there and doesn't give like a forward look, really. What the bull does is, he just sits there, calmly watches the indexes, and then once there's a feel for one way or the other, then he'll make the switch.
We didn't switch it yesterday, by the way.
It's just don't worry about it. Yesterday he was a little from the weekend. He had a good weekend and everything like that. So he'll switch over when we see that happen. But so that's why right now bullish, right? I mean the market's bullish, so he's a bull right now because AMC's bullish and that's ripping to the upside here. And I think CCL has the same opportunities. You're up another 4% here today. What a gift that was on that drop down in yesterday afternoon. I really think and I talked about this the other day on CCL when we were down here, not $8-9. It was like, you know what? Do we get back here to 12, 13? I think we do. I think it wants to test the 50 period. This has been a dramatic move down for CCL. You don't have too many. This is a daily chart, right? I mean, you don't have too many times where you're this far disconnected. You are disconnected from the 50 period right here back in July a year ago, you had a big disconnect from the 50 period. Not too much of a rip back up, but that bottom there was 20, top was 27. Now you're getting a further disconnect here. Forget about COVID. I mean, obviously when 2020 is here, that's not going to work for any of these names. But right there, a nice little level for CCL. I think it could take this out. I like some of these bids, and I think that yesterday, based on what we saw and with the momentum here, I don't see why we can't take that out right here. So 10.15, let's take that, let's break that long. Again, it's another name that's on the sticky note right now. AMC's starting to starting to go back upside there to 17.50. IBM is still 50 cents and back into the money 50 cents. So I look for the same with CCL. I think you take that and then you just respect yesterday's bottoms. Unless COVID rears its ugly head again, why would we even see some of these levels? So if you're up on COVID easing and possible return to cruise ship nation, then I think CCL is a buy. I already have the bid in there to go long on that breaking spot. So let's see where we go right now. And adios, and Neil just said it because we have it both. There goes AMC. We did it again, Sticky Note Nation. That's why we want you guys to share it, like it, tweet it, everything, because there's the move on AMC. Your boy has it, and that's that out right there at 50. So let's see where AMC goes. Man, this is going to be a good day.
Yeah, well, it's shaping up to be. We'll see about the shorts because I just got stopped at a Microsoft, tucked at that 57 level. Bob is coming back to 105. Apple is testing higher. But look, CCL to me just has that double top still looming, right? So it's got that breakout potential through that high of the day. But I also favor dip buys as well into that type of a test. It feels like we didn't come all that way not to test that level. The dip buy is probably going to be invalidated with the move up that we just saw in the overall market. Before we go to Brennan very quickly, I did get the fill on Zila. I told you guys about it. I did not show it to you guys here. There was a breakout off of this price at 16.5 on Zila earlier on in the morning that I traded up to about 18. It didn't quite get to 18 cents. And then on the dip buy back at that same breakout price at 16.5. You've got support at 16 even. There were some buyers down there on that little dip, and there is support at 15.50. If you break that bottom, I mean 14, where it broke from yesterday, is a pretty good level for Zila as well. It's not the only small cap in town. There's another couple out there, Brennan, that are worth our attention, I should say.
Yeah, I'll talk about SDIM here, guys. Take a second, hit the like button if you can. We do this every morning in the pre-market. Come 8:30 every single morning, get you ready for the open. Every day, STIM here, 20% on an FDA note. 460, 480, pretty significant on a daily chart. So heads up on those two levels. 450 rejected there, that last push back to the upside. So STIM, it is easy to borrow, relatively small on the float as well, guys, for STIM.
There was another, the other one that's out there is ICUC. They did the offering yesterday, and today it gaps up because that's what happens when you make a bottom after the offering. Usually, one of these stocks, look, if it doesn't break the previous low, which was sitting at $2, it usually gaps to the upside. So it's got $2 for support. I'm not even sure we test that today. $2.50 from yesterday going to be in play. It's kind of deciding what it wants to do off of 3. So unless it's holding above $3, I really don't like the long at all. I think you just wait for $2.50. If it manages to hold the open at 3, it's set up for a break, and it's small enough float that it certainly could be a bit of a runner. I'm choosing Zila because it was so stupid strong yesterday. Microsoft, like I said, that 57 level stopped me out. Watch out for this 259. Looks like the market wants to go up. All I got is AMC to the long side, and I'm wishing I had this thing. That thing being NVIDIA, 163. I was sitting on the bid in this breakout. I kind of like it. This is what happens when you think the market's coming down. Is you think you're going to get a price like 163. It was fading this break at 163 on Nvidia, so I put the bid out there, and this was like 850 or so, just off of resistance from the afternoon, and then breaking back above. I think if the vote doesn't go their way for the chips bill, that doesn't affect them and AMD quite as much. That's probably gotten away from us here, but that's my support on Nvidia is that 163 level.
It's only 25 seconds. We got Tony on the bell one more time. Tony will hit in with always good news. Yeah, breaking news. Palantir, Henry. Yeah, no real breaking news, but shout out to Henry for that one. 60 cents of the money on IBM, 40 cents of the money on AMC. Apple out of the money, 30 cents right now. We'll watch out for that with only 10 seconds to go. Thank you for joining. Hit the like button. There he is. I love that shirt. It's the Polaroid Kid on the bell right now. So, Tony, 3, 2, and 1, and let's go. This market is now open. And by the way, there goes IB freaking M. $2 now in the money on IBM as that's going to continue to rock and roll. It's not open yet, so let's wait to see where it goes for IBM. AMC pulling back in a little bit. 1740, again, not open yet. And what we mean by that is there is no NYSE prints. There it is. Now I believe it's open yet. There's the big print there. So now AMC's open. Let's see where we go. We are already long 1703. And here comes Apple. So we are short on Apple. Let's see where we go from here. The market, I believe, wants to head to the downside. We should have taken that pre-market bump there on IBM because here comes IBM back down into the downside right now. So lots of action here in the market early.
Yeah, crazy action early. I was able to get back into Alibaba. It tests 105 at the open. We're already at 103.50. So it feels like Baba is weak once again off that level. I'm going to try and get back into this by shorting pops off the open. Remember, you get whipsaw action at 9:30. So I'm always expecting you get bounces and retraces and chances to leverage back in. It's Apple that's concerning me here because that is still trending higher, back up to that 148.5 area. If it breaks that, we'll have to give it up the same way we did Microsoft. It's AMC that's going gangbusters. Like, what is strong? AMC headed towards 18. It's getting there in an absolute hurry, and I don't want to ignore Jimmy. Jimmy's going too. 153 about to break on GameStop. Brad calls it Jimmy. Now it's in my head. 153 break on GameStop. They're the ones with the split coming in on Friday, I believe. So GameStop strong as well.
You guys, monster trade on CCL, but the problem is I hit the button and I got out of all my shares instead of 20% of my shares. So me no happy right now with that play there on CCL. Damn it. Darn it. I mean, I did not mean to get out of everything. That really does suck. The big one. Okay, right now, AMC, yeah, like Neil just mentioned, a nice little rip to the upside. We didn't get that out, so we're going to put an out right now, get out at 66 and see where we go from here because it is starting to come to the upside here. AMC, we were waiting at 18s there, didn't get it. So right now, that CCL long though, how freaking cash was that one, man? I am so upset that we got out. We had a big boy trade on there, and we got rid of it by accident. We hit offer, enter. I put the wrong amount of shares out. That's okay. Look, a win is a win is a win, and we're back in it. So all is well. But yeah, not as well as it could have been there on AMC for me today anyways. Sorry, on CCL as that goes. AMC's been fantastic. We still are we're still massaging our Apple trade as that's going back into the money right now. So that's going to be a good one for us as well. Apple, good. I mean, today we're rocking it at one more time. IBM has come back down. These are the levels we want to take fills on.
Yeah, and I'm going to get burned on Microsoft, unfortunately. It looks like we had the direction right, but look, you're going to have an out. I had an out at 57, and now it's coming back down, but it had to test that 58 first. I just got into Shopify. That was a late entrant off of that YouTube partnership, Google, Alphabet, YouTube partnership, right back to the breakout price. This is where we wanted to pick that one up, and we got it here. So watch out for this to come maybe back into that 34 range. Going to be all over it. Zila just took out support, so I'm now out of Zila. I wanted to buy only in front of that support level that we had in the pre-market right before that open and was right below that 16 level. I'll retest 15.50, but it's a pure scalp style play when I'm trading a penny stock. So we're going to stick with that. I want to go back over to Alibaba. There's no pop. Where's my pop to the upside to get back in? It's only coming in now at 102.5. This one sits deep in the money. Baba's just been relatively weak overall, but I don't want to ignore the other Chinese names for you here. That one's working in the money. NEO also pulling back, now in negative territory as this is starting to give it up a little bit here. Catching a bid off 2070. Do not forget, 20 even, a pretty big level on NIO.
Yeah, so we did get into some more IBM. Let's wait to see where this goes. CCL is pulling back a little bit here. Our average price is 23, so we'll see if we can get something out a little bit higher than that, as the market right now just trying to float around here and not do a whole hell of a lot. So right now, a little bit questioning where this market's going to go. We did, Arun did talk about a possible, a bigger move happening here on the open. I'm not really seeing it one way or the other right now. So for me, it's kind of just a wait and see here on where this market wants to go. But Apple is the one that's starting to go back up to the upside. They did take a little bit of a higher tick down, and we didn't do anything about that one. So yeah, definitely a missed opportunity here on Apple today. As we go short, still fine. I still like the short here for Apple, but not as much as we obviously liked it there before. So right now, Apple's starting to rock and roll back up to that upside, but we're short on it, right? So we're short here at 148. So let's see if that one can continue to be, a money-making opportunity for us or not. Apple, a big position short right now at 148, and I'm watching this like a hawk up to that 148.50. We don't want to be foolish with this, though.
Yeah, and we don't want to be foolish with what's going on with, oh, come on, chart. Now my chart's going to punish me on AMC for hitting enter too fast. AMC pulling back into 17 even. It looks like it's trying to come back to the downside. I'm just going to go with the black chart so you guys can see what happened. Wick off top into 1780. I still got a piece of it. I'm going to try and buy this dip. I still like the notion of the long here on this. It's still above its breakout prices, so we're going to get back into this. But it's all about that 17 area. So I want to try to get as tight as I can into that dip buy. But in front of the quarters is going to make some sense to try to get some shares back in on AMC here, Brennan.
Movers, far-fetched. First of all, FTCH popping up on significant volume here. Still not seeing a reason for this yet. Continuing to look, but FTCH moving around. There's also this APLD, big mover in the pre-market, just took out aftermarket highs, if my chart will load. Trust me when I say through 150 on huge volume for APLD.
All right, we just took a long here on Netflix, breaking through 190. So we have 190.60 right now. Let's see where this one can go. It's a nice little win for us temporarily here on Netflix. So we'll wait to see if that one wants to come through. There it is, 191. Yeah, let's go, man. Spin it. Again, another one that's on the sticky note today. Wow, we are lighting it up here today for you guys. So look at Apple right now, 50 cents plus now in that money. We waited for that early pop before we took some shares. So now we're getting ready, man. This is going to be a great trade for us here on Apple. So let's wait to see where we go now. AAPL, a nice move back down in. So, we capture that top side move at 148.50. Now we got to go on Apple. So let's give this a shot here, hopefully to the upside. The market, if it goes, we will re-engage, into that short right now for Apple. But right now, that's the name that's moving around for us. I like it. It's just, I like it lower. I don't want to get out of too many shares here on Apple. So as this market's cracking back in, Netflix, we didn't get that out on Netflix. I thought we did. That's my bad. We did not, though. All right, 191.35 we were at. We missed that out. So that's my bad there on Netflix. With this market pulling back in, we definitely want to get out. I thought we did, but we didn't. That's looking too much at Apple there. But I like Apple coming back in. I like Netflix long. It's just this is going to be a little bit of a slippery slope here coming into today. IBM has made its move back down into that 128. So we're not going to hold this one through a 128 break to the downside. Forget about that one. If they want to sell IBM, they can go ahead and do that. I don't want to be a part of it through 128, guys.
Yeah, and the reload, we try to get some shares out of AMC right around VWAP at 1740. It is trying to test back into 17 even. My average price now 17.17 after taking in that bit of a break to that upside. Shop is trying to stabilize off those pre-market lows. So I don't want to add to this position just yet. I think if the market's going to go up, there was a positive catalyst. They're selling the news a little bit, but we've held that pre-market level. The breakout price is where we loaded back into it. And if we go sideways from here, I'll have my stop through low of the day and then try to get some shares at 33. Even if we don't get an ad, we don't get an ad. Not a problem. It's Microsoft that's going to be annoying. Apple's starting to work in the money there. Baba's absolutely screaming to the downside. Softy is just broken these lows. So I want to be on the south side of this trade as long as we're rejecting. But keep in mind one thing with the NASDAQ. We're above that 12,000 mark. So if we pull back here in the market, we still could bounce off that 12,000, and that's still going to be maintained as resistance. So shorting things at lows in front of 12,000, maybe not the way to go there. I want to see us through that level, or give me some better prices. I don't feel like chasing it. We already have some shorts on board, Brennan.
Another earnings name, Halliburton, guys, pretty active here to start things off, just taking at pre-market highs. Here's a note suggesting, yeah, they're going to cut their forecast going forward on the production side, but back to day highs here, 3%, trying to test that 29.75 for HAL.
All right,
so just like very quickly, Apple made a wick top into 140, right up to that stop out area. Not going to add to my shares until we get back below that previous resistance in the pre-market level. It just took 147.50, so it looks like we are headed a little bit back to the downside. I just keep going back to that NASDAQ. I want to see that 12,000 mark taken out. It's had a lot of trouble getting through that, so we have to be aware of it. And I wanted to quickly go to Tesla here. I talked about NIO very quickly. I sort of blurted that one out as fast as I could. Tesla with a rejection at the open as well. So it looks like we're heading southbound on Tesla, although bouncing off 725. It's the 720 level that I like for support on Tesla. Watch out for that one bouncing. Alibaba continues to be gonzo. I keep saying I want to short a pop. This is the pop in Alibaba from 101.80 into 102.5. 103 is a good level. That's the level we were looking at yesterday. So I went from 107 to 105 to 103. Every $2, I like it for resistance. If that's the only price I can get into on a pop, then so be it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so just an update here. CCL is starting to make moves as well to that upside. So let's go CCL on any kind of a move upside right now. So we like that play. There goes CCL up now 7 cents. These are all sticky no plays, man. The Netflix play is a sticky no play. Look where Netflix is, guys. This is $1 in the money right now. Sorry, yeah, $1.30 now in the money. Let's take it out at 192 and change if we can. Really the only stock for me here, Apple, we've looked at it. We've been hitting it to the short side. It's a big trade for me today. Apple, as that's going. IBM, we already have that 128 area of concern for us, so that's going to come through. But there's CCL, man, a good out again at 35. But we gotta make sure that we watch this name. It is dancing around a little bit. Apple, I just want to let that follow through, man. I mean, these are big sticky note names for me, man. Like, you don't. Like, I'm putting on shares. This is why, like, I'm really just focusing on some of these names that we have. Apple's on the sticky note. AMC's on the sticky note, right? CCL's on the sticky note. IBM and Netflix. So they're all there, and they're all being crushed right now. So we're going to be really well today. We're almost up as much as we were yesterday. So it's been a big day here. This Apple trade is just a monster. Let's see it collapse down, guys. I really like this trade.
Yeah, I mean, the market is trying to reject. It's worth mentioning the ES there because the travel names are relatively strong. The ES is holding up a little bit. That's what's definitely keeping things propped to the upside. I should have just taken Microsoft at any price we could get. This is Microsoft going to the bottom. I just took out Shopify. Shopify just broke the low of the day, so they sold off on that news. And we're still heading lower on Microsoft. Apple's still at that 147.50. It's going to give you a chance to get in, it does feel like. And we haven't even talked about the chip names. Like, I mean, NVIDIA, which was absolutely booming off 163, I hit enter, thank you very much, which was absolutely booming off that 163 level. You're going to see it here right back into 163 after getting to 163.5. So it looks like we're putting in some support here at that previous price. If 12,000 can hold, then I think NVIDIA looks pretty good, but that's a pretty large if at this particular point, guys. This market looking like it wants to put on a bit of a reversal. I only have AMC to the long side after that reload. Now we'll see if we can get NVIDIA. This is the price I wanted earlier, and it's not always as good when it comes into you like this at the open. But hey, as long as 12,000 holds, I'll take my shot.
Look, guys, look what's happening right now to Apple, man. $1 in the money as this continues to go downside here for Apple. So, yeah, like, really happy, obviously, with the way that this one's performing out here for us. So, Apple with a big move to the downside, and we just got to start getting some out now because, well, we've been getting it out, but this is just a big, big win for us today. And, like, down to 39, like, what? We'll take it, man. Yes, sir. One more time here, Apple. Thank you. Give it to me now with a nice little upside move here for Apple. So, yeah, good job. I thought that we would like this short a little bit here today, and it looks like that's exactly what's coming through now. Apple with this short, a big one, guys, coming through for Apple. So, wait for that morning pop. We talked a little bit about that. There was, I think it was Marcelo in the chat. Shout out to you, my friend, because you were like, hey, you got to wait for that Apple pop. And I was like, yeah, I was. And there it is. There's the reload. And now Apple's starting to come back in pretty nicely here. IBM is the problem. It's going to break. So Yeah, no, wrong call there onto that 128, but we will. There it is. So buy. Down goes IBM there. That sucks, man, because it didn't need to take that hit. We probably should not have taken that hit, but we did. It's IBM. It's to the downside, breaking that 128 right there. That pretty much sucks. We will look to get back into it, just not right now, guys.
And we just got into that NVIDIA off the 163, put a wick off bottom there, trying to hold some support at the pre-market low, but that low is 162.5. We're into a falling market. I don't want to get terribly stubborn about this one here. If we break that bottom, I'm just going to jump out of it. AMC was trying to hold up with some of these other names. For now, I was able to get that 1740 fill, and we're right back to that 17 even. We did jump off here from like the 1690 area. I think we want to only play off of the 17, and if we can't hold that, let's forget about this one as well. Alibaba, I just said I liked 103. I got on the offer at 80s and couldn't even get the fill. So I came down from 105s to 103, and we're still testing the bottom. This is just incredibly weak. It's just flush city for Alibaba. Could be in this one all day long, just hunting for reloads that I'm not getting, unfortunately. But hey, a winner is a winner. I'm not going to complain too much about it. One last trade because I got into SoFi here. Didn't get a chance to mention SoFi. A lot of fintech names were strong, and I talked about this in the pre-market, where essentially you broke and then had previous days resistance levels or previous week's resistance levels that came back into play. I looked at that for some support here on SoFi, just jumped into it long side. The out is pretty simple. It's yesterday's top at 630. Risk to reward, I like it. It's only about 6 or 7 cents, depending on what slippage might be.
All right, so we're going to get back into IBM and just see if that was that bottom down there. We're just going to test the bottom one more time. If it breaks it back lower, then we will take a 50-cent hit on IBM. I just want to get back into it in case that was the bottom. I mean, obviously the short that's really paying out here is going to be Apple. Sorry, is the short that's going out. And I said that we don't necessarily trade earnings super aggressively. So one in here, thought we'd give that 128, but here it goes back up to the upside for IBM. So let's take a little bit out as this one's starting to go back up. Netflix we got to address as well. Look at Apple crashing back in right now again. So that's going to be a great trade. Let's get some out in the teens and let's go to Brendan quick time.
Typical for Silvergate, guys. Not a lot of volume so far today. We mentioned the earnings, though, for SI, Bitcoin Bank. Back to the upside in a big way. It's actually leading as far as crypto stocks are concerned. Huge move, 17% for SI.
That's going to be a frustrating one for me, obviously. And this is the tricky thing about Silvergate is it's not always the most liquid stock, and like Brendan said, it doesn't always give you a lot of volume. It never traded at that 70 level anyway, so I doubt I was going to get this. We like that breakout on the daily. Maybe we'll get some chances for dip buys. I'm kind of doubting it at this particular point. It feels like that's obviously unlikely. I still have only one leg of Apple left. We had to stop out. It happens. I had my orders out, those stop orders out, but now we've taken out the pre-market low. So we are headed lower on Apple. Cancel some of these offers. This market's testing that 12,000. NVIDIA's come out for me on the long side because we got to that 12,000, ticked below it. That was going to be my resistance point. SoFi, that 7 cents worth of risk, that's going to come out. It's turning into one of those hold on to your short situations. And of course, my morning is going to be, it's Microsoft. This was the other short that we liked, and this is what happened to it. Just got stopped out at the open, didn't find my way back into it, but this market is just getting absolutely crushed. I talked about NEO here, and we just broke that $20 level on NIO. I'm thankful I wasn't just randomly sitting on the bid there on NEO, because another name just getting beaten up here. The 20 break, that probably was pretty good. It got you like 3 or 4 cents. But I think here, I want things to settle down. We've just now broken 12,000. So I want to see how we trade here. If we're going to hold below that range, maybe break the pre-market bottoms, then you can start thinking about shorting near some of these lows. But I hate chasing this to the downside. I mean, everything I liked was so much higher for these short plays. And now I feel like I have to chase just about everything to get back into the short, with the exception of what we're already in.
All right. Yeah, good calls on all that. I mean, unfortunately, IBM does go back down, so we're going to leave that alone now. As it breaks, now it's going to hold out, but whatever. You know what? Let's just keep on massaging the same short that we've been doing all day long, man. That's that Apple short, so that's going to be a good trade for us. CCL did touch 10 there. I didn't really look at it too much. We don't have a big position left on CCL, but still, it is coming back in. Looking at, yeah, you know what? 10's a good level here for CCL. Let's go long a little bit more here on 10 and see if this market does want to break back up. So we'll punch those 09s right now. We market remove 09s right there. So we get aggressive on that bid, remove that order, and now let's go back up to the upside, giving us a long here at 16. Just playing off this 995. Let's just play off 995 or so. Give it a little lower than 10 bucks. See if we can get some magic to happen through there on CCL. But 995 is going to be our out. So alert to that one for sure. IBM, let's not even look at it. Netflix, I'm going to give this to a 187 break where it just kind of went down to 188 bottom. Let's see if we can get that again. I tried to bid it. I was at 188.30, I believe. 188.40. It goes down to 188.41. Story of my life seems to be that way, but that's okay. Let's just absorb that and then move forward with it. So right now, Netflix, let's see if it can hold that 188 level. We're going to pick up another bid at 188.40. So that's what's soon to come, I'm hoping, here on that.
And I just put my order out on Alibaba to finally get this one out. We're so close to 100 here, so I just feel like we're inevitably going to be testing that 100, and that's just one of those levels. As a day trader, I'm going to be on the bid. Let's be honest about it. So I want to get out in front of 101, start thinking about how we're going to be able to leverage into the long off 101. If we get the short pop into 103, I still like the idea of getting more shares to the short side, but at this point, we are bouncing off of 12,000. So anything that has support left, I'm looking at you, Tesla, that 720 level. There could be a chance at some bounce longs here off of that support. So that's what I'm watching right now. I want to see this shot off of anything that's got support left. Tesla 720 can be in play. I think there's a few names out there that still have a little smidgen of support on them. I've just rung the register and killed the Alibaba trade. At this point, it's going to be about that 100 level incoming or about the 103. But I'm not looking any gift horses in the mouth. On an inside day, if you see a stock that gives you an outsized move, I'm going to take it. If we bounce off here, I don't want to sit here and have given up all of that profit on Baba. Brendan?
Volume back higher now for Skechers. Guys mentioned that Spruce Point note. So Spruce Point short Skechers just came into 36.5 there and held. Big buyer stepped up, trying to get back to positive for SKX.
Skechers, okay, that's a sketchy position. Right now CCL did come all the way back up, so let's take a, I missed it. I was gonna say, let's take a piece out here for flat, but we'll take some 15s here. There it goes. We got some 15s right there out on CCL as that's come back in a little bit for us on that play. We are out, I mean, like I said, we're pretty much out of literally, not literally, but we have about 5% left on this Apple trade, so that's something to look, on this AMC trade, so that's something to look forward to. I am trying to buy some more down here at 1650. Let's just go over some other plays here. What's Google doing? We haven't looked at Google today, as that's going to be one that's going to be pretty active for us. New York, no. NASDAQ there, Google. Okay, so it did get to that 111 area. That was an area that we were looking to fade it. We weren't on it, but that looked like a good fade spot there for this name. So right now, okay, there goes CCL. Netflix has come back. Not really. We're waiting for Netflix. Let's see where that can go right now. But AMC, Apple, Netflix, and then that Google position at 111 isn't horrible. I don't mind some of these bids. We've got to watch out for the NASDAQ. I haven't really been focusing too much on it. I'm just trying to watch this Apple trade, try to work out a little bit, and then see where we go on CCL. I still think CCL can test a little higher after feeling that bottom out. This market goes. I really like this position on CCL, so let's do that. Apple did have a nice little bounce. We did get some out right there at yesterday's close, 146.90. So that's a level that we're going to try to get again here. But as it's coming back in, here it comes, 147. Let's see. I want to be short as long as we're below this 50 period on the NASDAQ. So that's kind of like my thinking right here. CCL, again, we'll take some more. We'll take a little bit out if we can on the top side. I'm not in love with this because of what the market's doing. So just remember that. I trade against the market, not necessarily against the stock. So we tried that on IBM, and that sort of threw us around. So that's going to be my biggest hit by far today. And then we're now obviously into this Apple with a couple more bids waiting for lower bid here.
And watch out for this Zila. I got away from it because it stopped at 16. I was thinking we were headed all the way down to that 15 for support. Instead, I ended up making the bottom, flipped the level 2 to something else so we could try to focus on some new names. That was obviously a mistake as we come right up to 18, double top at 18. So it looks like Zila has an obvious breakout potential at 18 even. 19 is resistance on the daily. But until we actually break the pre-market lows, I'm looking to low back into this. I want to see us hold some higher lows into that potential break breakout here on Zila, but the stock is doing tons of volume. It's already up to 250,000 shares here, so I feel like this is going to be one that we want to watch all day long. I got to give it more room next time. I had too obvious of a stop the first time through on Zila. We get back above VWAP, and I think we're going to be testing that high of the day on that. Still in AMC, that's holding the low for now. For now, it's holding those lows. And Alibaba, which we covered, and by say covered, I mean we got out of Alibaba. I'm still looking for about the same thing off this bounce. It looks like we're trying to bounce off 12,000, but I'm going to still fade this. I know we're hitting support on the overall market, but BABA to me is a short until it's not. And it's not when it breaks one of these levels, 3s, 5s, or 7s, back into the upside. First one obviously is going to be 3, Brendan.
Big mover from yesterday, guys. We were talking about Chinese name QDN just popped back up on heavy volume. You can see not a huge name. It's only $1.50, but a decent move. Back to positive anyways after it faded that huge gap that we saw yesterday morning.
Yeah, QDN. Okay, you know what's come back up for us nicely here is going to be Netflix, as that's come back up nicely into, not really into a money position yet, but we'll wait to see here where Netflix wants to go for us now. Hopefully back up to that upside. We do have some higher targets here for Netflix. It's right at that VWAP now, so that's 190.60. That's right where we're at, so that could be something to look at here for Netflix. So let's see if we can, possibly get a little bit of cash here on NFLX back up to the upside. We did have to hold that one against us. Unfortunately, we missed that reload. Looking at too many things here today. I don't know if we're looking at too many things, but looking at a lot now because AMC, CCL, Netflix, IBM was really the one that threw me for a loop here today. So that's on my bad, man. I mean, I wish we didn't have that trade, but we do. So let's wait on that. Hopefully it can turn out a little bit better for us there. What just happened right there? Netflix. Okay, so there it is. So a nice bump upside there for Netflix, and let's just see if it can continue now its upside move. So we're going to win on Netflix after all. It's too bad we didn't get that reload a little bit lower. Here comes CCL back up to the upside as well. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about today's trade. It's too bad. We have one losing trade, and it's that IBM, and that's going to suck. What is NEO doing? It's probably nowhere near. Whoa, NEO cracked through. I didn't realize that. I was like, it's nowhere near 20, but there's NEO, man, back down through 20. What? That's a big move.
NEO moved to the downside, pretty much breaking that 20 when Tesla got to that 720 area.
Oh, okay.
To the upside right now is Google. Google up to this 111 again. It did test 111 right at the open. If you were sitting and then shorting that failed breakout, congratulations. But this has now held the bottom and in the midst of a chance to break out as the market just bounced off 12,000. Well, if you liked it for resistance, you might like it for a break. Here. And the high right now is 111.20. So the breakout on Google would be at 111.20 off that 111 level. I mean, the obvious place to put a stop would be just off at 111 or 110.90, something along those lines. But I see some relative strength overall in this name, and it feels like we have a chance to leverage that if 12,000 can hold. But that is a second rejection. You know what? If I see a short setup, it's hard. I just gave the bull case for it if we broke out. But you know what? We didn't break out. We actually failed that 111 break again, put in a wick top, so I can use that 111.20 as my out. Simple as that. So 111.20 can just now be a reversal for that short. I'm not ignoring wick off tops when I see them. You guys, if you watch this show long enough, you know if I see a wick off top. I haven't seen one that I don't like when playing a fade. Google was good off of this level yesterday for a short trade. Maybe it doesn't work here. The market is trying to bounce back to the upside. I'm kind of wishing I had that Tesla 720, but I wasn't willing to jump on that falling sword, Brennan.
A bit of a blast from a month or so ago. SIDU, I just saw popping up here. Sita Space expanding their relationship with Teledyne Technologies. If you remember, this is a former runner. This thing went from $1 all the way up to $9. Trying to get going here this morning, up 22% for Sidu.
Ooh, Sidu, yeah, the monkey, the famous monkeypox stock there, Sidu. So good job, Sidu. Hopefully that could be a stock that everyone can look at one day. Let's go SIDU. Let's have a look at it again because, when these stocks start to move, it's kind of like that Veru stock, where we're lucky enough to work with the CEO, which is not true here. Thanks, shout out to Fahad. There's Sidu right now making some nice moves, 22% to the upside. Okay, nice little breakdown there for Sidu, obviously on the daily chart, but there it is, respecting that 250. So if you like this level, there's 250 staring you in the face as well on SIDU, on a little bit of a balance there from the 50 period. So, good little name there, SIDU. Let's see. There goes Google, by the way, breaking crazy through that 111 area up to, well, I mean, not too far there. We'll get that chart going for you in a second, but right now it's Brendan time.
Just a heads up on Baidu, guys. Just saw a note suggesting Baidu's video platform has signed a content deal with TikTok. So just watching Baidu trying to get back to the upside.
Okay, that looks spicy. I did finally get back into BABA. So BABA up to close to 103. I just grabbed 77 to the short side. Sean just mentioned Google with the reversal. So out of the short, into the long. It's now breaking out from that 111 price. The downside to that trade, and not the downside to that trade, but the resistance that we're looking at, oh, give me a break, my futures chart, there you are. The resistance to this trade is going to be the fact that you have a wick off top through these highs. This is what got rejected at the open, which is that 12.6 or 7 level on the NASDAQ. If we break that out, I mean, Google may have just decided to wait a day. So I see relative strength, I see a key price area, that's a reversal, but just keep in mind we still have overhead resistance. If we turn into an inside day, that's like rejecting that high. That's not what I want to see have happen there. And when you talk about the market trying to take that high, then guess what? Apple's going to be coming right back into its opening price top, 148.5. So we got to watch out for this as well. That short trade that we're able to get back into, I only want to catch it if we're rolling over. So I'm not adding to this position unless we roll over at 148.5. The bounce might just be in and we take out these tops. Google trying to go. Tesla has already gone. Microsoft has already gone. Tesla off 720. That's like $8 here. So if you really, really love that long, you're getting rewarded for it. Microsoft in a 254. Look at the wick bottom this is put in. These are the kind of bottoms. You make a double bottom like this, and you can start retesting some of those highs. Pretty bullish type of a move there. That's why I'm holding off on reloading into Apple. BABA's a different story because it kind of doing its own thing in terms of relative weakness. I think the play might here is going to be in some of the big tech names. That's why I want to go over to Amazon, which I have not looked at nearly enough in the last couple of days here. It made an even stronger bottom than Microsoft. I know Google's taking out tops, but a bit of a stronger bottom on Amazon. But you are noting it was Google above the pre-market range. It was Google and Apple, I should say, above the pre-market range. It's still Amazon and Microsoft relatively weak, although that trend feels like it's abetting just a little bit here. Up 1% on Amazon, 115 trying to hold. That can give us a bit of a base of operations. I like the Google long, and maybe not as much as Amazon, because I think Amazon through 117, that's the real breakout price for this stock, but it's got a ways to go before it gets there.
Look, we did learn a little bit about our sticky note here, and that is try to respect it a little bit better, man. 128 written on here on IBM. I mean, that's held, and now it's 128.50, and we've lost money on it, so that's about as embarrassing as it can be. AMC, a great run. Look at this Netflix that we put on here, 190 a buy. 190 a buy on Netflix on the sticky note. We have it. It's $2 now in the money, so that's going to be a good trade for us on Netflix as that's going. AMC, we did reload it down here at 17, so let's see if this one can get going back up to the upside as well for AMC. Hopefully that'll be a nice little run for us. And then we did hold on to that Apple as it's broke up to 148. We're going to hold on to that short as well as the market just dancing here. So let's go over to Brendan and see what's happening now, because this has been a pretty wild ride, but yet pretty calm, I feel like, Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, nice green board to show you so far. A bit of a grind. Back to the upside we go. NASDAQ 1.28, 1.23 there for the composite and the 100. It's the small caps, once again, the past week or so. Specifically the 2000, Russell, has been stronger than the rest. Back again today, 1.6 to the upside, 1%, 1.24 for the Dow and the S&P. A couple of things to keep an eye on that we were talking about in the pre-market. That's Google back to the upside as well, just testing day highs 111.50. Decent volume, I noted, coming back in on the way back up. So it came off on lower volume, but back higher here on decent volume. NCLH as well did test that high, 13, I guess it was, back above yesterday's high, but right back down. So cruise lines coming back in a little bit, guys. Back to you.
Yeah.
And we'll ring the register going back to the well for Alibaba. This is one, it's just been a couple of days now where it's going to give it to you. 103, I tried to get there, 102.80 on that last little pop. Futures reject the high. Find a stock that has resistance, right? So Alibaba had it at 103. It gives you an idea. If you're not trading the actual futures, which I guess you could take SPY, Q short off of those highs, if you know a name that's relatively strong or weak in that particular case, you just find that resistance area. So when the market comes up, let it come to you. It goes to resistance. Just rang the register up in front of 102. And we talked about the relative strength in Alphabet. That might be the first or last time I say alphabet there. In Google, breaking out from 111. So 111.20s we paid up for. That was the opening range top. Now you're getting into 111.50. I'll take a little bit out here on the way to what might be, whoops, you can't go too far back because that's not split adjusted. There we go. Let's try to thread the needle there. If we get back up to about 112.25, when it gets the first dollar in the money, that will be the resistance that we had pretty much the entire day. There was a brief period in the first half an hour that we were up at this 113 to 113.5. That will be the next target if we get through 112. But Google, on the march to the upside, that does mean that Apple is going to likely go in the wrong direction. So I said I'd wait for a curl in Apple before I got into some more shares there. It did pop through 48, and then once again, when it travels back beneath 148 is when I want to get into the trade. So I want to be doing it when it's already making a little bit of a turn. That's happening on Apple, but this trend is starting to head to the upside. Going to have to take some out at VWAP. Clearly, this is one that's giving you a little bit of a look like it wants to go to the upside. I don't want to get too stubborn. This is not trading like Alibaba at all. That's a dying quail. This is showing some signs of strength. And speaking of some of these Chinese names, that $20 level on NIO still holding out. It broke 20. It has not looked back even a little bit. It got back to 96 and still fading. So as much as I like Baba, it really might be NIO, which was a better overall short trade when I look back at this.
Yeah, I think, oh man, that NIO is definitely an interesting play there for us. We have been getting lighter on CCL, but I like the move that's possibly happening here for this name. So let's see. We'll wait at 24.25 and see if we can catch something here on CCL. So that could be something for us. I did want to identify one other thing. Oh, it was AMC. AMC on the reload, man. Sometimes you're lucky and sometimes you're good. I think it's good and lucky here because AMC, we did reload that at that 14 level. And you could see where it goes now, right? I mean, it's nicely done, or sorry, at 17, up to now 17.30, 17.40. So that's going to look like it's going to be a good play for us here on that name. So AMC, we did get some out when that did pop to 30 and 40. So far, so good here on the AMC trade. Let's just see if we can continue to capture profit off of that 17 level. We did hold out and believe in Apple to the downside. So let's just continue to take some out as we do have this. We're just retraced back in to the 50 period there and into VWAP. So far, so good on that trade, but let's just wait to see if it comes back in. Give me that 60 right now is what we're looking for here on Apple. A little 147.60 play, which is right. Oh, we got it. Okay, so we got that out. So nice little out there for us. Now we want to try to hold the rest. Netflix is the dancer here today, so we'll see where that one wants to go. It's just moving around like crazy right now for Netflix. I mean, up to 193 almost, back down right now. So it's been a really profitable name for us. Let's just see if we can get a little bit more out of this name here today for Netflix. So I am waiting for some of those highs to possibly come in here on NFLX up to 193.50. If we can get that, then that's going to be a position I'm going to be pretty happy with.
Yeah, it looks like AMC does not want to hold that pre-market low. It gave one pop back up to like 17.25. I wanted some top there. I was unable to get it, but that's not what's catching my attention here. It's NIO and how ridiculously bad this is getting on NIO here. Now, I pull away from the bid of Baba because of this, because I feel like it's a double top rejection. If we get through 12,000 this time, it's about to get ugly. And when I see a leader like NIO in the space take out these lows after rejecting any chance to get back above 20, I think you want to hold on to your shorts. If you got, I mean, any Chinese listed name that's moving to the downside, I think you want to try to hold on to those shorts. 20 is going to be your line in the sand there. But as far as AMC goes, we got in the breakout trade. We reloaded back into this off the pre-market lows to see if we could sustain a move to 18 even. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get there, not with the way the market is rejecting these tops. But you don't want to get away from this until it breaks support. I've got my stop in place. We break that low. We're just going to jump out of it. Microsoft, which was the first name I was short today, and I didn't even make money on it. That's very similar to what happened in NVAX the other day. But I'm going to adhere to my stops when they happen. If stop gets triggered, I'm not going to cancel it or anything like that. It's bounced off 254 here, and it's trying to hold that double bottom. That's also yesterday's wipeout bottom, that 254 level on Microsoft. This will be a key one. If we're going to hold 12,000 in the NASDAQ, and some of these longs are going to work, like my Google long here off that 111 breakout, then I'm going to need something like a Microsoft to stay in the green. Betting against, like right now, essentially, with the longs, if it's relatively strong, I'm betting for 1,200 to get held. With the shorts off of resistance, you're betting that the market is going to reject some of those highs. What's going to happen here, very likely, if we don't just go sideways all day, is you break one, the stops will trigger out on some of the longs, and you're holding your shorts for the day, or it's the other way around. That's why you try to play relative strength and weakness, and I can't bring myself to go Microsoft long here at that absolute bottom. I'd rather be taking something which is a little bit stronger than that. I did want to jump back over to a couple of other ones here. I just showed you NIO. Tesla, they just gave up that 720 level. And when I say gave it up, like that's not even with any kind of a fight. Immediately down $5. So you're just, like, this is getting ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it feels like the shorts are just winning out here hand over fist. So I don't know if this AMC is going to hold up. I'm getting skeptical about Google, but I'm pretty sure this Alibaba could be one of those all-day style trades, at least the way things are shaping up here, because you're really starting to crack some of these bottoms. I know we're holding 12,000 and the ES is holding tops, but there's so many names that I'm just watching the floodgates open up on. If Softy goes after seeing this on Tesla, it could be a hold on to your short situation.
Okay, so just real quickly, wow, what Saddam? What's up with that? Up $2,200 right now already on AMC. So thank you for the $50 super chat, man. Really appreciate that. I assume you're taking most of the trades that, I mean, you were in AMC too on the 17 break. So yeah, so that's a good trade, man. Thanks, Saddam, for that one, and thanks for checking out the sticky note for sure, and for just trading with us, man. I mean, that's what it's all about here. We are obviously a big trading community, and thank you so much for all the love and all the support on the show, man. Thank you, Saddam, man. That's your second super chat today. We can't thank you enough for that one. I am into AMC, but again, very, very small, man. We have like that 5% left. When we got that move to the upside there, we basically got out of it. So it's pretty easy for us to get out of that name right there on AMC. But, it could fade back in. I'm waiting for a 1650. So, Saddam, if you're going to put on like some more capital, I wouldn't do it right yet. You got to get going on AMC one more time. That can be a very, very tricky stock to play. So just be careful with that one, Mr. Saddam, and congratulations on your day, man. That's a monster day right there, $2,200. Hey, put that in. Great day. Netflix, still watching out for that one. The one that I wanted to look at, though, was NIO. I'm kind of just staying with the super chat sticky note names because they've been really working. But there's NIO breaking back down below. We'll look at this when we get back from Brendan.
You having a look at NIO. Here's XPeng as well, Sean, just popping up on a volume scanner there. Back through 2650, you can see heavy volume down 6% for XPEV.
Oh, wow. I mean, look, you see NEO, XPEV, I mean, they're just all so incredibly weak here. But relative strength, I want to say here in GameStop, relative to AMC, at least AMC off those lows, or on those lows and attempting to hold them. You get the opposite case here. GameStop is still holding its breakout price. So it's above that 150. It's holding support above that 150. And twice it's ticked above this 153 level, which has been resistance for, I mean, I don't know, like back to like April or something like that. So it always feels like this is true. Like the days that I'm on Amy, you want to also be on Jimmy, AMC and GameStop. And then it's almost like vice versa. It's like if you like the long in one, sometimes it's just good in both. They still have that split looming. That's going to be a positive catalyst for it at the end of the week. But the big story is this 150 hold. But the true thing about this market, and why I'm sort of going back to the same wells when it comes to, I mean, it's Apple and it's going to still be Google and it's going to still be Alibaba, and we'd like to find some new names in there, is because really you're not breaking out of this range, people. It's just we keep getting to the top and then reversing. And so you get this whipsaw action. You can either get whipped around and overtrade, or you can stick to what is working, which is all about relative strength and weakness. And I want to find a new name to add to the list of relative strength and weakness, because when we test that top, if we're going to go, I think I've got one that should be a good runner. Again, not split adjusted, that should be a good runner, and that's Google. Like, it's holding off the highs, breaking out to the upside, right? Like, that's relative strength. Sure, there's more room to run if the stock got beaten up, but give me something that put in a reversal is taking out tops. If we take out the top in the futures, Google should be able to get to that 113.50 that we had trouble getting through at the open yesterday. That's why I like it. And that does mean that we're going to be getting out of Apple, unfortunately, at some point. I just took some out at VWAP, which I was not doing on previous shorts. I was allowing it to get a little bit deeper down into the 147.30 range, down to 147.20. But as the market starts to heat back up, this is now holding higher lows. So it does feel like Apple is under threat to break out that top. So I'm not going to be reloading this very aggressively, and I'm going to be taking shares out in front of VWAP any chance I do get these reloads. Apple hasn't broken the highs just yet. We're going sideways, but I don't feel like that's going to happen all day long, Brendan.
It was earnings yesterday for Goldman and BAC, if you remember, but it is the banks trying to lead back to the upside here. Nice move here for GS, 3.3, guys, just made a day high.
Uh-oh. Okay, Goldman Sachs. Wow, Goldman Sachs is a very violent name as well. We saw Goldman moving and dancing around yesterday. That was pretty fun. But today, yeah, another day for Goldman Sachs as it's going to be one of those kind of up and down movements for the banks as we wait for more earnings to come through and more fun for the bank names. It's been kind of a wild ride. We're just watching Apple here because I'm still in that one. We can go over to Goldman Sachs real quick just to see what that wants to do. But GS right now, okay, back, yeah, nicely done. I was wondering about the banks. Like, are they overcooked a bit here? What should we think about where the banks are going to go moving forward? But 312 is a nice little bump up there for Goldman off of that move yesterday. They did pull back yesterday in the afternoon a little bit after making that monster move higher. So we are going to watch out and pay a little bit of attention here to Goldman because that is a nice little upside move, maybe 315 or so. Let's let all these things settle down. I mean, right now, I'm just focused on some of these names that we're in. Netflix is a big one. Money, $2 winner there today for Netflix. Only one negative stock on the board. That's going to be IBM, and it's $1 in the money now. So that sucks, but more patience needed on some of these earnings plays. That's my lesson for today. Focus on the earnings plays and where they are. Look at your levels and don't get excited too early. Wait to defend key levels, guys.
Speaking of key levels, right back to 103 on Alibaba with the market trying to get through those highs. Remember, concern with Apple, that's back to flat at that 148 level, and we're back to flat on Alibaba. When everything was flushing, I canceled my bid in front of 101.60 where we were getting out before. I saw Neo flushing. It felt like that was the right call, like we were going to give it up. And once again, you just bounce. So we're going to keep bouncing off support. All you can do is rinse and repeat these trades over and over until we eventually get a break. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, but if we do range bound, you'd rather sit inside this range and make some money inside of it than try to. I mean, you can sit there trying to hold out thinking, oh, yeah, we're going to go from 103 to 100. Well, guess what? You're just going to give up like 2 or 3 times the possibility to make a buck or $1.50 worth of gross in some of these plays. Microsoft is trying to go up. I think this is one of those. I mean, Google's already gone. Apple's trying to go through the highs. You saw Tesla looking relatively weak. One of these other names that's been holding below VWAP at these lows, that's big tech, is going to have to participate if we're going to get through the top. It feels to me like it wants to be Microsoft through 256. So watch out for that level if you're holding some shorts. But as I say that, I don't think I'm changing much of my plan. I wanted to go back to Zila. I have not made an execution on it since we stopped out right at the open. It's since made that double top and then all the way floating back to the low of the day, breaking on a wick bottom. Sometimes those can be good. This just feels like a wait to see a consolidation off of 15 even, and maybe you can go. That was a heck of a capitulation candle that I just saw. I wasn't watching level 2 to see if there was a particular order that caused it, but yeah, that's a big sell order that came into Zila. Above 14, it still has a chance for a breakout, but you know, that's fading fast when you see sellers come in like that.
I wanted to try to take advantage of this little CCL pop right here. We are still short, of course, Microsoft. So, Apple. So we're not too worried about Microsoft. But there it is. So we are going to try to get out. We did get some there out at 16. Waiting for some 17s on this little bit of a move upside here for CCL. So if we could take advantage of that, that's going to be great. I'm right now. If this market's just going to do this, like helicopter like this, back and forth and back and forth. Remember at the beginning, I was like, yeah, maybe this is going to be a bit choppy. We didn't call the chop like we did on Friday, but I mean, this day today, like I said, man, I think the same thing is going to keep reigning true. And that is that as we wait for these big earnings to come through from guys like Microsoft, Apple, Google, we've already got through the banks. We've seen some, back and forth reactions to those plays. Until we get some like real solid moves here in the earnings, then I don't know really where we're going to go from here. So these are plays to obviously be concerned with, but I don't know what to think about these markets right now. We're missing that earnings call, and until we get that, then we're kind of out in the blue until where these numbers are going to go. And it's going to start today with Netflix. Brendo, what's up?
Clorox, guys, on a big move here. Not a lot of volume behind this, but CLX back to top end of the range, 150 just above us too. Some activist investor notes floating around.
So this is going to look eerie, to be honest with you, but it's real. I'm essentially just putting my orders at the same prices on Alibaba and then just watching it come right to my price. It's kind of like I can't say the last time I actually saw this but it's getting a little bit ridiculous. I don't think this is going to last all day, but it's like, this is like a gift horse that just keeps on giving. I just got 102.79, pretty much the same fill, and then we're getting right back. It's like, I'm just bidding 102.25s in the quarters in front of 102. I'm getting it. Now this time I'm actually gonna throw the bid down there at 101 and take the low if I'm able to get it. I think that was a pretty big mistake because we're gonna be inside here this entire way. It's just throwing this at you. Like, you've got to be sitting here and taking up. There was a trader that when I started out trading as a trainee, we sat next to each other and we kind of learned from each other, and we had very, very different styles.
Yeah.
But we ended up trading the same things and learned a lot from each other. And he had this one line that stuck with me. He's like, and it doesn't mean to say whether it's bigger or smaller trades, but he said, if it was outside raining nickels, would you not go outside and start catching them? He goes, forget about whatever other plans you had. If it was just raining money, it was free money, you could be doing something else. You could be watching a good TV show, maybe Stranger Things or something's on and you're having fun with it. But if it's raining money outside, you're just going to go outside and pick it up. And I feel like this is what you're getting in some of these markets right now. It's just giving you top bottom, and all you got to do is sit there and take it for some of these names, which is fantastic for us. It's a good opportunity. We got to make sure we're taking it. This is the second time, by the way, that I've ignored a level on, so I'm liking a level on Tesla and then not taking it in the other direction. Like, I like it for a support level and then I don't take the break at 720. And this is the 720 break, completely clean and then holding resistance. It doesn't even get through it on the way back upside and then just flushes back to 710. So this is one thing I know I need to do better with Tesla is just say to myself, if we break a significant support level after 10 o'clock, then I should like that break. Inside of that first half an hour, maybe you want to be very cautious catching a break down there because sometimes you can catch a bid, which is what it did at about 9:45. But when it took it out after 10 o'clock, that's when the trend was pretty clean to the downside. These reversal plays have been so good. Got to get involved in them to be sure. A lot is moving that we have not really gotten to. We'll get to some of those names when we come back from Brennan in the small cap recap.
Hey guys, brought to you by Forex Tester, a development company designing innovative backtesting software so you can backtest your strategies very quickly. Check them out today. Use the QR code, guys. Forextester.com. STIM was one that was up on an FDA note this morning. I was talking about 460 to 480. There was a bit of an area. If you go to the daily chart, the exact level is 475, but give it 10 cents top or bottom. It doesn't even get anywhere close to that this morning, obviously, but you could have given it 15 cents. Grinding its way back towards 4 right now for STIM. Running out of volume, I fear, however. USEA, I noticed in the pre-market, a former runner as well, was up here for no apparent reason. Didn't find a reason for this still. So it failed at 3 there right off the open. We're down to about 250, 260, trying to make a new low as well. That was really it. Just 2 for me today, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, the only small cap I actually got into, well, AMC doesn't count, right? I don't think it does.
No, not for small cap. Well, no, it's Russell 1000, or what they just got added to something.
I'm not counting it here. Let's just say I'm not counting it. Was that Zila, and I just can't find my way back into it just yet. But I did want to point this out because, hey, part of the reason I like the AMC long was because of the Cinemark. Got that upgrade. Well, guess what? If you just trade that thing, it's still holding to the upside. So this is another relatively strong thing that maybe you can dig yourself into. If we're looking for longs, I just want them to be in places where you are showing real strength this morning and not buying off of lows and hoping it holds a bottom. So a pretty good breakout. I still think 1850 is a bit of trouble if it happens to get to that price, but the breakout pretty clean and holding above VWAP here, holding above previous highs, that 1750 on Cinemark. Going back into the long that I have, I got over the shorts, they're Apple and Alibaba, which are both coming back to those resistance levels. But it's Google, the long, that's working. So still not split adjusted. It just bounced off of, or at least attempted to bounce off VWAP. And again, I just like that relative strength. So I'm still in this one. And as long as we hold the floor, that 12,000, I still think we can get to 113. So I'm trying not to be too aggressive scalping it out because I don't think 50 cents is enough for this move if we end up going to the upside. I could end up being wrong about that, but if I'm wrong, I'm fairly sure that Baba and Apple are going to be able to make up for it. This time it feels Baba's a little stronger, right? Now you got some higher lows. This is why this time I'm not just jumping in front of that same level. If you put in a higher low and don't test the bottom, I need to see you fail 103, and then I would add to the position again. That's always a rule of mine. If it starts trending to the upside and forming a wedge, then we don't want to do that. And of course, as I say that, we actually take out 103 to stop out. Still going to be a winning trade for me on BABA, but I'm going to adhere to my stop. I can always re-enter this trade, unlikely at 105 if it gets there, or if we fail this breakout, right back to that same 103. And if that's going up, then you got to watch out for what else might be going up here, which is that Apple trade for me. You guys have already seen that enough. You know that 148.5 is that top. It's not quite there just yet. But one of the more depressed names, NEO, is trying to recover. If this market takes out the high, it might be a pretty crowded trade, but everyone and their mother is probably going to be trying to punch NEO at 20 on the way back to the upside. You're gonna have to count me included. We like the 20 level. It didn't offer a heck of a lot of support, but on the daily, it's a monster. We haven't been back down here, or through it, I should say, since like June 17th, so that's like a full month. If you end up putting a wick bottom on this, I don't see why you're not retracing $1 to $1.50 if the market goes to the upside. So I know NEO's been getting crushed, but if we can take out the top, the ES is already doing it, right? The ES is through the highs and at the highs. If the NASDAQ can follow suit, NEO through 20 becomes sort of an obvious break.
Nice little sip of coffee there. As we've only had like half of a coffee today, so we got to get some more in here. Netflix, a nice move again, back up to the upside there. Again, relatively strong, not really. 0.8 versus 1.2 into the market, but we'll take this. Really crazy that we don't have that tick down there. But hey, I saw someone on the chat say, hey, what about the obligatory contractual money that we have to do right now? Because look at CCL, man. Reloaded it at 10. Now it's up to 10.30 one more time. Nice little move up there to the upside for CCL is that name. And again, it's because it's a sticky note chicken dinner winner. I mean, Apple with the short. I mean, that's been cash money all day. This is going to be the #1 name here. Neil has great trades. Baba was a fantastic one. We're both short on this name right now. Yeah, you're still short Apple. Is that what was
Apple? But I don't know how long it's going to last.
Yeah, okay.
Market looks.
Yeah, no, me too.
Strong,
me too.
I don't know.
I got 50 cents on you because I waited for that, Phil. So, yeah, let's just wait. I think we could still do like what Neil and I are thinking about here, which is just keep reloading these shorts if you get up into there. So I am waiting for that play to come through here on Apple into that reload short. So let's see if we can get it. Hopefully we can, man. Reload short into Apple at that 147.20-ish area. All right, AMC, there it is. What's up to Saddam, who's already made his daily goal, I think, of $2,200. Congratulations. That's a great daily goal, man. So just keep that. And remember, like, no matter what your daily goal is, it's your daily goal, right? And this is why, you know, talking about numbers and what people are making and this and that, it's all relative. Like, and I know that sounds crazy to say that, like, what exactly does that mean, right? But it's pretty obvious. It's just like, whatever your goal is, that's, you know, adjust your shares, adjust your trade size, and just make that money happen for you, man. I mean, there's so much opportunity every single day. Trade the right names. It sucks because AMC, we were waiting at 1665. It went down to 1667. I honestly can't make this stuff up for you. I wish I could show you our pending orders. I guess I could. I could just put it on here and you could see where they are. I think we'll probably do that moving forward, but that was a missed opportunity there on AMC. But we are not going to look Neil's gift horse in the mouth here. We do have shares, so oops. We just punched out at 7s. Hopefully we got 7.5 there. As we get a little bit more out there on AMC, let's hold for that high side move though, back up. I still have an offer at 17.90. I still have an offer, so maybe that'll come through. Probably not, but maybe. We'll wait for that on AMC to the upside now. Hopefully that can continue to go. There it is. A nice move. If you're in this one, Saddam, good trade for you as well. Now that I'm noticing this, Neil, and I think you might.
Chips yet?
No, we didn't talk chips yet, but we will in a second, I guess. Apple right now, we are above the 50 period now on the NASDAQ. So for me, I got to understand that and appreciate that and get out. So Apple's now making that move back up. It's my #1 stock today. So let's just get out as Netflix is now $3 in the money. So there it is, man. Netflix with a great call off the sticky note again, man. Thanks for watching. Share, like, repeat, rinse, everything. Hit the like button on the show as well.
I can't hold Apple short anymore. We're getting to that high of the day. I see AMD breaking out through the top. It just took out 84s. I just tried to add to my Google position because it feels like we're going topside. Remember I said watch out for Microsoft? If this can break out, I think that's going to be that thing that can lead us higher. So softies right at that 256 and trying to go. I want that NEO break at 20 even. If it wants to make a move, you already said CCL broke to the upside. So everything does look like it's in reversal mode. There still can be a chance to catch some of these longs. I mean, obviously a few of them have come and gone here. Tesla's probably come and gone. This is not broken trend just yet. Not like Microsoft where it's back through that previous support level. So I'm just going to work with Google for now. I tried to get more shares at that 111 price. Well, I shouldn't say I tried. I did get some more shares at 111. I wanted a few more at 111.25 when it broke. Was unable to get them. I got some 22s there. If it can take out this high, I still think we're headed towards that 113.50 ultimately. But I will take some out in front of that 112. The dollars, the even dollars, this happened with Amazon as well. So the even dollars after the split have just turned into resistance levels because it's just lazy for everyone to look at those levels on the chart and say, hey, it gets the next even dollar. We're going to start selling and taking some profit. So I'll do pretty much the same thing there over on that name. Just to come back to one last one, and I hate going back to Zila over and over again. But I think this one still has a chance. We talked about that wick bottom on huge volume. It's holding a higher low for now. So step one complete. Step two, hold that higher low for at least the next, at least it has to do it through lunchtime, but if the next 5 minutes or so or 10 minutes, if we can start holding that higher low, there will be a solid trade here, I think, risk to reward, just taking it off of taking off that 15 level and then hoping to play back to the high. At some point, this could get going again. I love the fact that it's managed to hold the bottom, but that was a gigantic seller previously. Markets, now we're through the top. Forget about it. We go.
Yeah, now let's hold out for 149 and 149.01, 149.02, or something here on Apple. We're not going to give anything back really here we are because we're short, but we'll engage the short one more time here on Apple and just see where we go because I like the trade here on Apple on that short, but I'm really looking at Netflix right now, which is now $3 in the money and going. CCL up to day's high. Heck. Why not take another piece out right now on CCL if we can? Not if we can. It's running everybody over. We're long. So a good little out here, hopefully coming for CCL. We'll see if we can grab that. But for right now, it is social sentiment time, and it is Brendan. There. We just got that CCL trade there for 35 cents there on that trade. So Brendan over there at the big board. Looks good. Lots of green. I like that bottom right name there. It's Zila time, Brendo.
Every day.
Yeah, one of those kind of days. Here we go. Both AMC and XELA, the biggest and the most positive on here so far today. If you're seeing this board for the first time, guys, this simply is just a visual representation of what people are talking about on social media. So the bigger the box and the more intense the color, just represents the frequency and how positive the comments are. I just saw this. It's tough to see, but mulni.rtsd13. I have no idea what that is, but apparently they're talking about it on social media so far today. DWAC is on here, had a bit of a spike to the downside so far. GME I wanted to mention as well, also positive along with AMC. So far today, Netflix is to the upside. NIO, huge move down for these Chinese EV makers so far today. All three of them, Li Auto, XPeng, and NIO, big move down today, but it is negative on here as well. That red box still on here, RDBX, one of the favorites for social media. Q's top right corner there. NVIDIA as well on here. Apple, all to the upside so far, guys. So it is a positive kind of day. Back to you.
And one name that's not on that social sentiment list there, and I don't know why I'm even saying this, but one of the stocks you said made me think about that Nikola shareholders once again saying no, you're not able to raise any funds by doing an offering. And why? Because Trevor Milton, who still has 20%, said no. He said no, Mas. We're saying yes, we can to the only thing that I add to the long side, unfortunately. The shorts were good, man, but you had to take them out when we started breaking those highs. So you're able to make some money. Like Apple short, it was good for the time being, and it made some money. The initial longs on AMC, I wish I could have held on to. Unfortunately, I did not. Google looks like it's going to be the one. That break on NIO that I thought was incoming, another rejection off of 20. It can still happen, right? Like you can still get this consolidation off of, call it like 1975 or 1980. You can hold these highs, go sideways. If the market continues to trend, you can still have a 20 break. So I guess NIO's weakness is not going anywhere. So it leads me to come back to Alibaba. If I'd seen the same thing in BOBA that I'm seeing in NEO, I might have just re-entered the trade at 103, but I'm not seeing that. So I don't need to rush back into BOBA. I still love the name. This is definitely a stock I want to continue to trade today. But above this price, it's not, I don't want to be long off the lows here in BOBA. That's not the name I want to go ahead and do it in. Not when it's shown me that trend, not when it had that news from last week about the data breach and the issues they have with the regulator there. So I'm not going to go into the long or rush into it in Alibaba. Just going to wait patiently. Microsoft was just, I mean, I'm talking about just about to get through that pre-market low at 56. If you have a, here I'll show you. If you have a 50 period up as well, it looks like it's also trying to hold above that. So we're at a pretty key point here for Microsoft. I think if it can get above, it's going to drag some of these higher. But as I just got out of some shares of Google, we pulled right back. So I took some out in front of 112 because it was 112, and then we pull back. I'm like, oh, that was a good out. Nah, it's mostly because the market just reversed off of the next even level on the NASDAQ because Microsoft is rejecting some highs here. If I go back to Apple, which I got out of, I'll have to clean this wick up for you guys. I got out of Apple here close to break even. It rejected that 148.50 top as well. So a little bit of a pullback in the market. It does still feel like we're headed upside here today. We're 1.5%. That's the kind of bottom that got put in today off of this 12,000 finally holding well. That maybe we'll get one of these 2, 3, 4% up days. So I still want to favor some of these longs. That NEO break, definitely going to be in play for me. Tesla at some point I want to get involved with. We're back to this 720 level. So this could be a good place to bounce off of for Tesla. If we reclaim the highs and I have a long I can structure where my stop out is 20, that's going to make some sense. But what do you still see here? I'm not huge on trend lines. That's still a bit of a downward trend. That's kind of the reason that I'm leaning away from this for now. Even BOBA's chart is trying to break trend more so than Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, I love that 50 period. You know, the more glad we're using it now on that play. Apple was a good wait, so we'll still drop down on Apple here, guys. We did average into that short. It's come out. We just got a 25 print, so despite that move up here for Apple, still printing us, man. Still, like, don't get out of your, like I said, we have an idea here. If the market's going to range bound, like I think it's going to here, you know, short the pops when Apple does go back up to the upside there. So, you know, that's another good opportunity. We just got a 53 short there on Apple. So giving us an average price now of 46. And look where we just got some of that out as well on that downside. So we were able to get something out there at 27 or so when it just dipped back down there for Apple. So we are believing in that name. Right before we went to Brendan, we talked about another name that we had on board, CCL, of course. And there it is right there. Top tick on CCL as well, plus a couple bottom ticks while this market's been open there today. That's going to be a good one. AMC, man, took advantage of that move, but not all the way. It only went to 20 there, so watch out now for AMC as that's starting to think about what to do now, back to that $17 mark. I still like NIO here, though. I mean, NEO's been a good one. It's been a little funny, though, to trade here for us, NIO, because it did make that move down below $20. So if we are looking at something for them here at that 20, that's that 1950 just held. Was that easy to find out 1950? Not really. I mean, there's that 20 break. There's really nothing down here that would have said that wick was going to be a good one to hold out for. Here's the 20 period. Again, you break below. You could go long now against that 1950. I'm just not, I don't know, not 100% sure what we want to do here with NIO. I mean, the market has pulled up. I would like the market to rip here instead of the other way, go down. Even though we are short Apple, I still think that there's an opportunity here for NEO. 20, 30, 20. Yeah, you know, let's short this against 20 here today. Let's just try the short. Not convinced that this is necessarily going to work or not, but let's try the short into 20 here on NEO off that little move upside. So we're going to go short into 20 here on NEO, and that's it. Just give it to $20. Short 1993 if I can get it.
I'll go two things here. I actually got three names for you. One of them I'll say before I get to it. Ford is making some strong moves, but there was a question about HKD that I'm going to get to just because it's halted right now and should be opened up in, oh, come on, give me a break, in about a minute or so. So, look, anytime you have a recent or new issue with a low float, and I think it's like 19 million shares available, this has been happening on IPOs. And like you can get into whether you think the company is, usually it's not worth it when it does these. I don't know. Frankly, it doesn't matter. You have a small float, you have a recent issue, and then just gets soaked up buying up all the available shares, and then anybody that goes short is getting absolutely squeezed. And when that unwinds, this is what happens to it. So it went from like $12 to 33 in 3 days, and then usually it unwinds all the way back in. That's what's going on with HKD today. Nothing fundamental about the company. I feel pretty confident saying that. Of course, I could be wrong. Maybe there's a news catalyst. I'm pretty sure there isn't. Ford, super strong. It was GM this morning that they just released. I already forget the name. So much going on today. I already forget the name of their new EV vehicle that got released. Anyways, it looks pretty good. But Ford is the one breaking out and looking stupid strong here, up 5%. That's not a bad looking chart last I checked. I wanted to say it was a linear move to the upside.
12, man.
That is parabolic to the upside on Ford. So I don't know what the catalyst specifically for Ford is today. I didn't read anything on the way in, but Ford, add this to the list of strong names, and I wanted relative strength to be able to play off of. I'm going to like here on Ford that you're breaking that 50 period, and then you go back to this 1250 resistance. You're above that. I think that's where you want to play off some dips. Strong name there, and so is GameStop, which is clearly now in the midst of a run. It still does have to get through this 155 a little bit more cleanly. But as I said, it's been this, not AMC, which has been showing you all kinds of relative strength. And if it can hold above 150, this one has a lot of room to the upside. I think it feels like it's just being bought up into the split. So anyone swinging this, my gut's telling me you might want to have taken some profit by the time we come to the split, especially the way that Amazon went and Google even worse than that. I can see a reason why GameStop might sell on Friday after they do this split. Been showing a lot of strength going into it.
I know there's reasons why you guys watch the show. Bang, right there. Look at NEO. We just put it on. So, I hope some of the traders behind us got this as well. We just put on this NEO trade short for you. Look where we're short, man. 1993. Like we said, a good year, 1993 there. Nice little move to the downside there as we start to capture some profits on that short back in there. So there it is right there, given to you live on tradertv.live with that little play there. So I'm pretty happy with that move back into the downside now for NIO into 84. So yeah, we are capturing that play as we speak right now. So into earnings tonight, I believe it's Netflix tomorrow morning. Wow, what a green board we're about to have for you here on Sector Watch with Brendan. But 1.5% to the upside here, 1.55%. So the S&P leading the way today. As you can see, oil back up to 102 and change as that's starting to help. But let's go NEO as that can come back into the downside here. Pretty happy with this play. So far, so good here, though, today, guys. Big time movements happening. Couldn't be happier again with this market. Big time moves. The only stock we've screwed up on was IBM long 128. It's at 129. Like, that's just so stupid that we lost on that play, but we did. So we will move on from that and say, hey, it's time for Sector Watch with Brendan over there at the big screen. Make sure you guys hit the likes. Let's go.
Hey guys, yeah, glowing green board to show you it is. The S&P having quite the day here, 1.5% back to the upside. SBNY in the banking group, an earnings name. That's IBM, obviously in the software group in the tech sector, an earnings name, both to the downside. Everything else very, very strong, including material stocks over in the corner. They're actually among the leaders right now as far as percentages. 4.5% to the upside for Mosaic leading the way. This is the energy sector, so yeah, it's positive, but nowhere near what we saw over the past couple of days for those. CCL, RCL, NCLH we were talking about, they're all here. There it is. Along with all the hotels, the travel names back to the upside. There's all the airlines up here in the industrial sector, transportation group, 4.5% as well, right across the board. For the airline, so travel stocks very strong. In the tech sector, I mentioned IBM there, but it's the hardware names, hardware equipment makers that are doing the best right now. So 2.5 to 3.5, Western Digital leading there, 3.7% for it back to the upside, along with all of the semiconductors. So outside of anything that didn't report very well, it is a pretty good day, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, it's a very strong board, and that's the thing. Like it does feel like if we're getting back to that high in the NASDAQ, like we're more strong than weak overall. And there's a few names that we talked about yesterday's tops that everything basically rejected yesterday. PayPal looks pretty interesting. This 76.50, which I didn't think was going to come into play, is now back within earshot. And I saw someone, the reason I thought of that one is because I saw someone in the chat, and thank you as always, because this is why I love this community. You forget about, when Bitcoin's going crazy, I hate to say you forget about something like a Square, but yeah, kind of forgot about Block here. And it's making a power move upside, was just mentioned in the chat, so I knew that PayPal had a good top as well. But it's a 70 level on Square that's going to be of concern here. Like, it's got a lot of overhead resistance. It hasn't even gotten through that top. This feels like it can be still faded off some of these levels. I mean, the short could still be valid over here off that 67.50 for Square. Not quite as strong as a PayPal, which I think, you know, as I look at it, it's just a little bit more strength holding yesterday's support, relatively, I guess, to Square. I mean, they're both pretty solid names. One of the other reasons why I'm starting to like that long a little bit better, and I'm not really finding my way into some of these shorts at this point, is Microsoft. Remember holding that 256, the market testing back toward those highs. That was one of those signs I was going to look for. Amazon holding above VWAP, holding above that 115 area as well. So you're starting to get some hints that we want to try to hold out these top ends. I didn't get obviously if Sean's short the 20, the Neo never came into play for me, but I still like that one as well to that long side. And coming back over to Alibaba, which was the bread and butter this morning, I talked about reversing. I didn't like the reversal on Alibaba. Clearly, I should have liked the reversal on Alibaba. Clean through 103. Looks like we're headed to that 105 level, which I will probably short at some point. But right now, I'm thinking about big tap. Microsoft holding 56 can be a good entry. 115 on Amazon looks pretty solid. Ford in front of 1250. We're going to add to the list as well. Thank you guys for that one. Missed out on Ford altogether. I don't know if there was news there, but strong stock today, Ford is.
Yeah, here we go. This market is starting to blast upside a little bit here. So a good move upside for the market now, giving us our last load up for Apple. So we'll see what happens here. If it breaks that 149, we're out of this one. You can see where our price is. It's 73. So it's not like it's a big, huge problem for us at all, but it is going to be a little bit of one anyways, especially if this market continues to make a move to the upside here. So Goldman forecasts interest rate in 3% range. So that's close. So we're getting close if that's what they're going to forecast for the interest rate right now. So all right, just an update here. NIO. We're going to be out of it. It will, obviously, as it's starting to rip up here, as this market's getting super aggressive, which is fantastic. I mean, we're making, like, we're holding on to this Netflix position, which is now $4 in the money off of that 190 bottom there. It wasn't the bottom. It's the bottom that we thought it was going to be. Went down to 188 there. We didn't do anything about that. That should have been maybe taken there. But what just happened right there? Neo. Okay, so we did get out of our Neo, and that's starting to bust a little bit higher now. We do have shares left over because, again, I didn't adjust my stop order on that one. So we can get some out here on Neo as it's breaking back above. I'm just going to end this trade. There it is. It's a losing trade. We got out there at 02, so we did lose on Neo, although very, very little. That's why we started to scalp some out. You're going to see here, like, this is an 83 fill. This is an 86. This is an 88. So this trade is going to be a loser because we just got out as it breaks higher right there. So Neo and IBM, two negative stocks for us, as right now we're dancing with Apple. So dance with the devil in a pale moonlight. Yes, Apple right now looks like it's trying to do that. We are out of the money, a whopping 10 cents. But let's see where we go from here on Apple. Hopefully retracing back off that 149. But if we do get jiggy with it and that 149 continues to make a move, then we are going to have to respect that and get out at 149. Still a very profitable day for us on Apple, but this last move is taking it a lot higher. CCL and AMC not really moving, both okay names, but it's Netflix that's really getting going, taking out the top here. Netflix with the runner today. Beautiful move upside right now. $5, $4.50 in the money for Netflix, guys.
Lob 32 City, you win the day. Hands down. No question. Been shorting Li Auto since the open. I'm sitting there thinking there's other weak names out there. Like Neo looked pretty weak and it was making some moves to the downside. Li Auto now down 8%. If you remember the afternoon show when Li Auto gave up this support at 39.65, what do you think it was at the pre-market? 39.65, it tried to take out 40 and just died. Now the market is bouncing here, so as much as I want to dog Li Auto, it's on a pretty big support level on the daily, that 36. If it reclaims that, much like Neo reclaiming 20 even, this could be a place where it catches a bit of a bid here. I didn't even notice how weak this is. There's so much to look at. It's like, look, I like Baba more, and that's obviously going to be wrong pretty much 10 times out of 10 when Li Auto puts a move like this in, but that's a huge volume spike, the biggest of the day. through the support on the daily at 36 and a wipeout bottom. A lot of times, that's exactly how a bit of a dead cat bounce or relief rally will start when you run all the last of the stops on the biggest volume and they have that big of a capitulation. And on top of that, it's simultaneous with the market breaking out at the highs.
Yeah.
So congratulations on the trade. If I was short this, I'd probably be all out right here, right now when I see a candle like this. And I'm asking myself why I don't want to go long here off of these lows at 35.65. The risk to reward just feels like it's almost outstanding here on Li Auto. But wow, what a catch there. I mean, the signs were there. It gave you those levels yesterday. But you still have to come in the morning, look it up, and execute the trade.
Yeah, great job there on that one, Lob City, man. Great play on that one. Yeah, so we based on that, I did go short again on NEO. I am gonna try to think about this area right here, 2020. So we do have offers to go back up to the upside here if it does give it to us. And again, I'm just looking at that because if Li Auto is going to sort of be that weak, then I feel like, NEO should be able to follow that, beat to its own drum a little bit here. Today, down 3.5% goes NEO. I think we can go lower here, especially if this market does come back. It does. Oh, Apple took out the top there, so the market did not come back for Apple. So there we go. We will flush ourselves down the toilet a little bit on that last Apple idea. Like I said, man, we believe in it, and we held it out, and it just didn't work out for us on that one. So Apple, positive stock. We have 2 negative names today. We're going to try to change that with NEO. We're down a cup of coffee, and we're down multiple coffees. We're down like a coffee machine on IBM. So even though that we put it on the sticky note at 128, we didn't respect our own level there, and it came down, and we just got out right away when it broke it. We should have given it a little more juice to the downside. Averaged in, got taken out twice down there on Apple. So really, my bad on that one, or sorry, on IBM. My bad, obviously, but again, I really feel like that name should have done better on IBM today, and that really sucks because that's sort of not creating. I'm not too happy about it not being into that trade. But we do have a $5 winner right now, and it's a chicken dinner winner because it's paying for everything right now. Netflix. My number one stock will be Netflix, followed by CCL, followed by Amy. Shout out to Trader Pratt over there. Then Apple coming through next. So good trades today. There goes Netflix off that bottom. It's funny because we were waiting at 188. We missed it by 4 cents. We talked about that. Crazy, that wick. We were at 188.30 there, went to 188.35. So we do miss that trade, but a nice little move back upside for Netflix on earnings, remember. So that should be a really interesting name as we look at it. And here comes NEO right back in. We were waiting for teens to average into this one, but now it's coming back to the downside. So let's see what NEO wants to do here as it's trying to go, man. It's trying to come back down into the downside now. We can make this all back. This just has to go to 95, and we're back to flat on N to the I to the O.
So I'm going to try something here because a few people complain when we do the shot on my charts that my head will get in the way there and you can't see it. So that's apologies. I'll see if this works a little better putting it in the middle consistently. So I switched that. Google back at the high of the day. I'm not taking more shares out here at 112. We've already done that. I'm looking 112.5 and then I'm looking 113 on Google. So we'll get an order out just in case we get a pop. I don't want to miss it. I did end up taking this Li Auto trade. Yeah, I mean,
oh man!
And ultimately, if it takes out the low, we want to continue that trend. Fair enough. But the market just, another stretch higher, and you had that capitulation bottom. That's just a bit too much for me not to take a shot at it. I know day traders, sometimes we love to bottom pick a little bit too much. But that one just is going to stand out from a risk to reward type of place. I got NEO shares off the 20 break. It threatened back below VWAP, got to 98, but hasn't really sustained. I haven't scalped anything out yet. I'm going to go ahead and take some in front of 2010 because we're not exactly booming as the market booms higher. And then I said Ford was one of the ones I wanted into the long side. Yeah, not much of a pullback into VWAP or 1250. It's actually holding those highs. I hate chasing moves. At some point, that might be the only way I'm going to be able to get into Ford. But it's not exactly screaming as the market pushed higher. Yes, it did some heavy lifting early, but it's falling by the wayside. What's really going is this. Microsoft through 256. Instead of using it as an indicator, could have just punched long Microsoft. That would have worked too. Amazon also making some moves as well. That just took out, and I'm on the bid here. I tried to get some in front of 115. Didn't get them. Now it's headed toward those highs. So this looks like the situation we talked about earlier where you're going to break out one way or the other, and whatever was working in the morning, either I was going to end up holding on to my shorts and stopping out of the longs, or the other way around. It's the other way around. So end up in only the longs, and the shorts ended up stopping out as we go to Brendan for Little Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, the slide in the DXY continuing after this monster run-up that we've seen over the past few weeks and months. It's now 1, 2, 3 days back to the downside. We're back to 106.5 after topping out, if you remember, 109.5 going back to last week. So 0.65 back to the downside today. So everything else on this board very strong. Once again today, including the euro, a full percent. They're talking about a 50 basis point move for the ECB coming up this week. Their first interest rate hike, 102.5 today for the euro, the Canadian dollar, 0.6. British pound, about 0.5% to the upside. Everything, as I said, outside of the Turkish lira there, back higher, including, Bitcoin and Ethereum extending gains from yesterday, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Brendan. We'll extend some gains for the GOAT here. That's Brendan, of course. But to you guys as well, thank you for both sharing the fact that Liado was probably the best short all day long, regardless of anything I saw or liked. And we had good shorts this morning. Just nothing as good as Liado, but you get that wipeout bottom. And the key thing about this is hard to see on my charts like that. It's the amount of volume on that last spike to the downside, running all those stops. 36, a big support level on the daily. It runs the stops and then holds the bottom as the market's breaking up. That's the reason that's the reason I'm long in what is the weakest stock I can see. I already took some out there. That's going to be better to 1-to-1. I did get below 36 on the entry, 35.92 by being a little bit patient. We're going to take the quick 50-cent win. I think we can get back to this 37 area. I don't want to think we're breaking trend here. That's just a pure risk-reward play on Liado. As that happened, look, if Liado's going to come up, then Neo's going to start going as well. So off of VWAP in that 20 break, just got some shares out at 15. Looks like we can be headed back to 2050. So a nice strong bounce here overall. Google is also continuing to cruise to the upside, getting close to that 112.50 area. Hopefully these are longs that we can be into for the rest of the day if we're going to trend higher. It looks like we have that chance. This is one of those where it could have gone the other way. We could have broken that 12,000 to the downside. Then I'd be talking about how we could be going red, and I'd be holding on to Baba shorts and Apple shorts. But it looks like we're going to go the other direction here today, which thankfully, it's been one of those last couple of weeks. It's refreshing to actually get a day where we're breaking some highs. These sideways days don't end with us taking out the low. Good start here, but of course, if Netflix... anyway, so,
Netflix is...
I don't want to talk about it. If Netflix misses, then obviously it could get pretty ugly as well. But that's aftermarket. Today, we're headed upside.
Just like Liado's probably the best short, we have the best long on right now. Netflix is just rocking, man. $6 now in the money on Netflix today. So a big move down, man. Again, couldn't be happier with the way it's traded. We could be longer on this name, which could be part of the problem. But again, we'll get in and out. We'll reload these positions, see where we can go here on Netflix. If it comes back in, I don't know. But it's a $6 move to the upside. Yesterday we had a monster. We had this almost the same trade yesterday, where we had a big move downside, and then we were able to take advantage of it on Netflix, take that bid, run it back up to the upside. But it stopped yesterday right here. So this is a level yesterday that was a little bit of a concern, 198, 196. We had this break yesterday. It went all the way to 200. It went again there as well. So definitely some interesting things happening here on the play for Netflix. So let's see, can it get back up? If it does get to 198, then obviously your boy's going to get out there. So just like congratulations to you, Lob City, right there. It's a beautiful long today in some of these names, including Netflix as, let's see where it goes from here. But Netflix with the long, I like it, and hold it out for that 198 area. CCL and AMC not doing much. Apple takes out 149. All good, baby, because we are still up on Apple today. It's been a good trade for us, short, until we were wrong once. It's coming back in now, so this could be a play for us here on Apple that we are going to have to pay attention to, possibly breaking back down lower. The level on a lower break now. I may just get out of this Netflix. It's $6 in the money. This is a pretty decent trade for me. But Apple right there, lower now. We still got to get to 148. Like, we still got to get back down here before I really think it's a short again. So let's wait to see where that's going. But all right, here we go. This is the board that we've sort of been waiting for. Do I even see Netflix on there? Let me see if we do. Let's go over to Brendan for a very, very important update with our earnings.
It is that day. Yeah, we'll get into some of the bigger names in the tech group starting tonight, guys, with Netflix. But obviously more to come both tomorrow and Thursday, and then all next week as well.
Yeah, Netflix is big there. There's a couple. There's one there that actually does matter in the chip space. ASML is a pretty big name in the chip supplier and machinery as well. So I'd watch for that to be a bit of an indicative sign of any relative strength or weakness that we might see with demand when it comes to those chips, chip makers. But it's Netflix. You know, Biogen. Look, Biogen actually does move, so it could be worth a trade. It'll be on my radar, but this is all about Netflix. We want to see if those sub numbers, and they actually set the bar pretty low, so you kind of feel like maybe they have a chance to beat here. But last time when they missed, you saw what happened to the stock. It was like 35% to the downside, I think, by the end of that day. So yeah, needless to say, there should be some volatility there. I just grabbed some shares out on Google. It got very close to 102.50. Sorry, 112.50. Check that, and then pull back. I was sitting on the offer in the 40s. But it pulled back off at 30, so I just said, look, if there's a seller there at the quarters, then I'll just take some out at the quarters. That's close. I still want to be holding on to this for the long haul. And then NEO, very similarly, found a little bit of resistance. I got to zoom in on my NEO chart a little bit for you guys to see. When it broke above VWAP and stair-stepping it out to the quarters, the next leg, I think, is going to be to that 50. So until we break above 2025, I'm either buying dips at 20, if we can barcode there at lunchtime, or just holding out for us to get above 2025 and then start taking out shares into the 50 area. Li Auto, very kind of a similar play, but dissimilar. They're in the same space. They're both catching bottoms, but this was not a breakout trade like NEO was at 20 even. This is a bottom pick. I think VWAP is a perfectly reasonable target at this point. If you can get to 37, that would be absolutely fantastic for it. Watch out for a possible turn here. And another reason why getting out of some shares makes some sense. Microsoft, that initial short that I had I lost on Microsoft short this morning. Off this 257 to 258 area, we're right back at it and turning back into some resistance here at 57. So if the market pulls back, you've got a couple of names here which are reaching some tops where you might get a tiny little bit of a retracement. Unbelievable morning it's been in terms of volatility and room. It's nice to see us break out and not just go sideways for an entire session. Look, you make money going sideways. Like you saw that with like BABA or some of these plays like Apple. But it's just a heck of a lot more interesting when we can break a range, pick a direction, and then just work into the trend. Hopefully we've got one of those today. I mean, it seems like we do.
Yeah, we're rocking, man. $7 now in the money, or $6.50 in the money now for Netflix. Yeah, Trader Pratt, there it is. There we go, Trader Pratt. Thank you, Trader Pratt, for acknowledging that one. $6.15 now in the money on Netflix. So let's hold that one. We are getting ready to go over to the big show on the midday. It's going to be Trader Ian and Brad getting ready to take it over. I don't know what the trade of the day is going to be, but I'm pretty proud of this one. Not so proud about, well, I'm pretty happy with Apple. It's gone to the upside. Normally, we would have switched long by now. Let's wait for a 150 trade to come on that one. I'm very disappointed in IBM. I feel like that might just be a short now because it's just not going. We've already lost on that. I'm going to leave it alone for now. CCL, another big banger today as well. So spin the money for CCL. We're going to go Apple. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. So Apple, AMC still 15 cents in the money. CCL is a winner, so that's 3 for 3. IBM's the loser. Netflix, come on, baby. Let's go Netflix as that money just keeps on coming in now. And then NEO's the loser. So we're going to go 5 and 2 here today. Hopefully you guys enjoy the show. Hit the like button. We only have right now, no time to go, only 1.6K. Let's get the show to 2K right now quickly if you can. 6,800 people watching. Let's see if we can get the love up to 2,000. Hit the like button. But Neil, it's almost that time.
Well, it's not almost that time. It is that time. I see them locked and loaded and ready to go. Let's kick it over to Trader Prad and Ian. Go get him on. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Market Movers. I'm your host, Trader Pratt. It's time for Midday Movers, Market Movers. It's time for the best segment on the damn internet. Isn't it right, my beautiful co-host, Ian?
That's right. We're working a few trades here. I am long NIO. Let me just execute so I can get the board populated.
I'll start it off.
No, there you go. Yeah, so I am long NIO. I took that 20 break as well. And that seems to be working for me. I'm working a couple of shorts as well on Netflix in front of the 197 area. And BABA also, there's some size on the offer there. So we're working that one. That seems to be in the money, about 10 cents working on that one as well.
I was just joking with Sharif over here before the show started. I was like, damn, look at me. I'm so good. I might even be better than Sean. And Sharif looks back at me and goes, shut up. Don't ever say stuff like that. That's because I only had a $2 per share winner. And then 30 seconds in, he's like, $7 per share winner. I'm like, what? Netflix? What am I trading Microsoft here for? But you know what, though, Sean? I had this nice bottom pick. I sent you the picture. Nice bottom pick. And I said, hey, man, Sean, you keep sending me those screenshots. I'm going to end up being the people's trader. I'm going to steal your setup. I'm going to end up trading stocks like you. And then, next thing you know, I'm the new Sean 2.0. But, it's still a long way out for that. Here's a setup that I basically stole from Sean. Double bottom on Microsoft on the dailies or 254 level coming into play. Took the long over there. Took one out for the $1 per share profit and then took another out for $2.50 shares per profit. Now I don't have any shares left as the trade is done. Probably the wrong call as the market's still booming to the north side. Couple of trades that I am in right now is actually BOVESPA short. So BOVESPA, there was size on 140.30, about 50,000 shares, and that order is actually chasing the stock down. That order being on 140.30 first, now on 140.25. So with the order, I'm moving my stop down with the order as that guy or that person is going to be my out on this trade. I'm front running that order already about 17-20 cents in the money. Did scalp out some of the trades over here on the move down every time I got the opportunity to do so. So just trying to rinse and repeat it. But keep in mind, this market's moving north side. We're creating new high days for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ. I'm waiting for the S&P 500 short opportunity at 39.15. That seems to be the level that we rejected yesterday off of sometime last week and the week before that. A nice triple top around the 50 period EMA on the daily coming in at 39.50 for my short opportunity. And as you guys can see now that my board is updated, I'm also short AMD around the same area where it capped off yesterday on its move. But with this move that the market's giving, it is possible that AMD takes out some of these barriers to the north side. There's some size there, but they cleaned it out right away.
NIO is working really, really well off this 20 break here. It was basically consolidating below 20, and I've been talking about this range, like everyone on the show has been talking about it really, this range on NIO between 20 and 22, right? So today, let me consolidate my chart here so it looks a little bit better. Today it actually broke below. Was hanging around though, was hanging around like this 1960, 1975, 1980 area and just kind of consolidating around there. Didn't really show like too many sellers there, right? Like, so actually some buyers were stepping up. So I like the 20 breakthrough back through and a decent R&R in this trade, right? Now I'm trailing my stops on it, just taking out profits as I'm about 22 cents in the money on it. And for once now, you guys get to see me win on NIO, which is good. But a good R&R here. It could creep back up, grind slowly back up to $21. And I guess it's the hedge move to my shorts as well. Like I am short Netflix off the 197 area, and that I'm almost break even on it now. I did average into it at one point. Again, guys, this is where it kind of struggled yesterday, running into some trouble and eventually broke down yesterday. So that's kind of my thesis here. Also, too, why I want to short a couple things at potential resistance levels, is that the market could potentially pull back here as this is where it struggled yesterday as well. Obviously, huge update for the market today. It's just been slowly grinding up 2% on the day. So, incredible day. But exactly where 39.10, I believe, was the high on the ES yesterday. So until that really breaks out, I think I'll try shorting in front of that. And if it works, then great. If not, at least I have a clear out and know exactly where I'm wrong, as now Netflix starts to kind of work for me.
Yeah, Netflix pushing down over there for you. Meta platform. Someone said, I hope you guys are involved in the Meta breakout. Yeah, I mean, I don't really trade Facebook, Meta platforms that much. My go-to are your chip stocks, AMDs, NVIDIAs, and your Microsofts. That being said, there's tons of opportunities on Facebook. I just don't have the habit of coming in, sitting down, and typing in Meta in my blotter. I'm used to typing FB, but that's just an excuse over here that I'm making up for not having the trade on board. Clearly, Facebook was a great long over here, 3.6% to the north side. Currently trading near the high days space. Also 173.32 for Facebook, Meta platform story. See how my brain still can't wrap around the fact that the stock company and ticker has everything changed. So part of that reason I need to start getting into the habit of typing Meta into my morning routine. Something I actually noticed today, you know, I'm not used to even typing Google or Amazon because they were used to being 2K plus on the notional per share. But now that they're less than that, they're cheaper. I thought about trading Google today. I opened Google, thought, you know, this area around here looked like a decent short, but I got out for a flat trade. I basically got in and I got out at the exact same price, was a flat trade completely. And look at the decision making. I guess I was right on that side as Google continues to take off from where I shorted it a little bit more with the rest of the market pushing north side. Now just got to be patient as to where you want to short Google. Maybe you want to short Google at some of these prices over here on the daily chart that yesterday we capped off at around 113, 113.12 or 113.77, and noticing how yesterday we moved down to 109, 108 on Google. Those levels offered you some good opportunities in pre-market to load up long if you were looking for that, or even off the open 110 breakout north side gave you tons of ample opportunities to load up on that side. Here's AMC now, one of my shorts that wasn't working for me because I traded this poorly. I got in at the lower day breakout because I thought the market was going to turn to the downside. That didn't work out. Tried it again, didn't work out. Then I started just trading it around VWAP. As I noticed, AMC has been getting rejected VWAP all day. We have this long extension candle straight to yesterday's high, and then we reject all the way back through into pre-market lows. So noticing this pattern playing out that we're rejecting off of yesterday's high on AMC, getting short right now around VWAP and just scalping profits on the downside, waiting for AMC to pop back up for my real size.
Yeah, that's a good trade. I actually wanted the AMC 17 break, but it happened during our morning meeting, so we couldn't really catch it. I think Sean had it on the show, so that was awesome to see. But that just ripped up like 50 cents, so that was a really great trade. I am short Mara now in front of this 11. If you guys recall from yesterday, and I'm trying to get more short as well, you see some size on the offer there. So I still like this 11 to reject on Mara. Here, you know, we talked about it yesterday, waiting patiently for it to reject. Eventually it did yesterday, right? So same sort of play yesterday or as today is similar to that GOEV play from last week as well. Important to note, it is SSR, so it will be harder to short. But what better level to kind of get in front of except for this 11 level. So for now, I like this trade. And again, you know, easy out. If it breaks 11, I'm out. You know, clearly I'm wrong on this trade. So decent R&R and decent risk management on this one. BOVESPA still seems to be working. NIO still seems to be working. I am trying to manage my position on Netflix as well. Yeah, what's up, guys? I see a couple people saying what's up. Happy midday. I'm turning up my music. Crypto time, baby. Yeah, no, crypto has been, it's been kind of like a theme for the past couple days, right? So crypto been gapping up over the weekend there. So in play the last couple days as well. Some people mentioned AMD. Let's take a quick look at AMD. I haven't looked at it today. I know that I think it was Luca that said some chip bill might be passed today. So important to watch out for that if you are trading AMD or NVIDIA. AMD slowly grinding up as well today. I haven't really charted too many levels on it, right? Because right now it's breaking out of this range, right? It broke out of that 82 area, the 81 area, if you will. So the next top side resistance is probably around 87. So it can slowly just grind up there. But right now it's tough to kind of get into this one just because, you know, it has to pull back. There's no real levels right here. So you kind of be almost like gambling if you're just kind of taking this high a day here long. So, you know, got to be patient with this one. I don't like it, you know, shorting the top here because AMD seems pretty strong as I get wicked out of Netflix as it breaks out 197. So clearly wrong on that one. We can bring that one up here. Netflix super strong today. If it rejects back through 197, I might try it again, but for now, gonna lay off on that one.
I'm actually getting into a S&P 500 short here. I know I said I'd wait for 39.15, but noticing yesterday's high was actually 39.09, 39.10. I think I can take a small test over here around these areas, and then if it does manage to break out and keep on moving to the north side, I could then wait for 39.20 or 39.50 instead, which happens to be where the 50-period EMA is. So clearly, yesterday's move was to the north side, and then we got rejected. Then the Apple's catalyst coming in later on in the day pushed the market to the downside. Sadly, that didn't work out. But today, using earnings and other catalysts across the board, the S&P 500 managed to get right back to these high levels where we were finding resistances for the last 3 weeks or so, and about to maybe test those highs, creating higher lows, creating moving towards the north side, about trying to test those same resistance levels again. All of these indicating that the market clearly wants to keep on pushing north. Now, the other big catalyst that I guess everyone is waiting for is the Netflix earnings, Tesla earnings, obviously your big tech earnings, which might just be able to push the market a little bit more to the north side, or just reject the market even harder and bring it right back to the lows. Going back to my futures trade, I am currently 1 point in the money on my contracts as the 39.10 level seems to be wanting to reject once again, yet again. So maybe we do get a nice little drop down, a 10-point scalp. That's more than enough for me. I'm not a rune. I don't need to be holding futures for 15 points against me for a 15-point win or whatever he trades. And I can't even do that. I don't have the risk tolerance to do that. But I can take a nice little quick scalp for a 10-point and take my money where the money is being offered. Currently 2 points in the money on MES futures and BABA. We're 20 cents in the money on BABA and we're pushing down. So I'm about to try to take a little bit more profit here on the stock, allowing me to take off 50% off my basket so far. I'm risking 5 cents on this trade and I'm 20 cents in the money. That's a joke.
Yeah, I'm trying to get short more Apple, or I'm just trying to get short Apple here. I like the price action around 150. It tried to break out, and some of you guys called it out in the chat, so thank you for that. But it rejected the level, right, and the market seems to be pulling back off this 39.10. So if it works here, the 39.10 rejection, 150 Apple rejection, I want to be involved. I'm not chasing this one. I'm being patient. I'm offering out and just going to risk high a day, give it one shot here as a starter position, and then see. I'm sitting there on the offer. Trigger me in, man. Yeah, there we. No, something else triggered me there. Amara broke out. Okay, so yeah, so that didn't work there. But yeah, I'm going to try to get short here on Apple for now. I'm liking this one. There are sellers kind of stepping up in the 80s here. Mara broke out here 1102 now, so maybe 1106 was the high there, so a little bit of a weak breakout. We'll see if this actually rejects, then we'll get short again, but for now I tried to average in. I tried to manage this trade, clean out on that one. That one's fine. You live with those. I like the R&R on that trade, and it is what it is. Man, I really don't want to chase Apple, but it looks like I might have to as it's pulling back even more now.
I'm thinking about a possible NIO short here. NIO got back above $20. Let me just take a sip of water.
Yeah, I could talk about NIO because I'm in that trade too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm risking off this 20. So, I've been scaling out profits above this 20 into the 2020s here. Maybe, as Pratt was just about to say, there were sellers stepping up in the 20s.
No, I randomly pull it up. I have no idea. So probably better you tell me this. And
okay,
I
so I did see some sellers stepping up in the 20s, which is why I was starting to take some profits there. All right. And we're creeping back to the 20 level now, right? And it is right at VWAP too. So, maybe it bounces. I'm having my stop, clean break at 20 and then I'm out. I only have 30% of my position left, so it won't hurt me or anything like that. Like, I've already taken most of my profits out. But for now, the 20 long still seems to be working. But just beware of these sellers potentially in the 20s here. It looked like a lot of people were offering out there. And if you think about it here, I'm more like the third buyer in this chain. Like, you had these buyers here at 951 on this dip or this breakdown below 20. These buyers here, and then I guess the buyers that took the 20 breakout as well, right? So, I was kind of late to the long party on NIO.
Apple 150.
What did it?
Apple's near 150 right now, and we know after the move from yesterday, I don't think I see Apple getting above 150. So I'm short right now, 149.88 on Apple. So let's see if Apple can actually manage to break that 150 high. If Apple manages to break 150, I'm expecting only stops to get burnt, and we push right back down because of that negative catalyst that came in at the end of the day from Bloomberg about slowing down on hiring and then taking care of the paychecks and whatnot. I'm paraphrasing a little bit over here. So here comes a 150 break on Apple, only broke it by 1 penny. Notice how this high says 151.41. That's because of the pre-market high at 920. So ignoring that number, Apple slightly just breaking 150 over here. And if Apple rejects 150, that's good for the market short that I am in right now, as Apple is a big component of the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So this one rejecting over here, which is currently up almost 2% with the negative catalyst coming in yesterday, we're expecting this to reject. We're expecting this to crumble from here on out and pay us. But look at BOVESPA, 50 cents in the money on BOVESPA for someone who was risking only 5 pennies to 10 pennies on this trade. We're 50 pennies in the money. We talk about risk to rewards all the time. Maybe I talk about risk to rewards all the time. Here's a perfect example of how to pull off a great risk to reward trade. You see size on the book at 140.30. You see the size moving down to 140.25, and then you see the size again move down to 140.20. My trade went from originally risking 10 cents to risking 5 cents to now risking 1 penny, to the point where I'm in the money 50 pennies.
Yeah, I was just going to say this BOVA trade. So I learned from Brad yesterday. I started bidding out and having my orders ready, and it's been hitting me on the way down. Still holding a piece of BOVA here, but that seems to be working really well in the money, about 60 cents now. I did get short Apple there as well at 95. So that's working about 10 cents in the money.
This guy always fights me for better averages, eh? I see you, bro. I get into a trade and you have a better average.
I said it. I was waiting patiently for the offer. I literally told you. I literally told everyone that I was waiting patiently to get a better R&R trade where Prad just kind of chased it and punched in, and now it seems to be working. So I'm 10 cents in the money versus Prad. He's only about 5-6 cents in the money as it pushes back down. So I am going to take some.
No, I'm 15 cents in the money.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to take some profits out here as it starts to work. I don't want to get too cheeky with it, but it is rejecting this area that I liked from yesterday. So it seems like it could start working, and now BOVA is almost 70 cents in the money. So a couple shorts are working here. Man, what about Netflix? I want to see Netflix, what that did. Yeah, it's still holding above 197, so I want to leave that one alone for now. It looks like it hasn't. Oh, I pulled it up my side screen. My bad, guys. It's rejecting that 198 area, but the pullback isn't that strong yet, right? So it's still holding above 197. It could consolidate above here. Obviously, earnings are happening later tonight, so we don't know what will happen. But clearly today, some definite strength in Netflix before this earnings.
Yeah, Apple coming down. AMC also paying me. AMC shorts now 25 cents in the money. BOVA 70 cents in the money. Apple 20 cents in the money. Taking some profits across the board as AMC comes right back to the lower day over here. I have an order, but I don't know if that order is gonna quick into me. So I'm just gonna, take out liquidity off the book and just make sure my order gets filled, and also making sure that my order gets filled on the future side over here. Bang, let's capture those profits. Money being poured into Pratty Daddy's bank account today, baby. We're already up our shutdown at the moment, and that's the goal. Anytime I can make my shutdown, that's my first goal limit. And any multiples off my shutdown is just multiple bonuses over there, right? It's like getting a bonus from your boss or your paycheck or whatever. But this time, you are the boss, you are the employee, and you get to keep all the benefits over here. BOVA, man, what a great short on that BOVA. Just front-running size. It was as simple. Ian sat down and I said, look at him. He's chasing the order down. So Ian got short with me, and now both of us are 70 cents in the money. It just sucks that we weren't on the show to mention that out loud for you guys. But if anyone is in that short with us, maybe you're slipped 10, 15 cents here or there, but you are in the money, and you're absolutely laughing to the bank with it.
Yeah, that was pretty textbook play on BOVA there. The size was chasing it down, and then it already had a little bit of a top put in, right? It rejected this I want to say 104.25 area, kind of the consolidation area in the pre-market. Obviously, you got the big flush at the open, right? So we do know that there are sellers above 104 somewhere, right? So they kind of stepped up around 104.25, and then the size started to chase it down. So easy front run in front of that, just risk off of that, depending on where you get filled. Risking minimal, and then obviously your reward. Now look, we're almost $1 in the money on this BOVA play, so it's working very, very nicely. I got some more out of the Apple play as well. I'll fix the chart afterwards, but yeah, into the 60s here as it, now even more sellers stepping up below there. So about 40 cents in the money now on Apple in front of this 150 trade, right? So this could be the area that the market actually pulls back in. So, now the shorts are working. The NIO long, that's not really doing, oh, my bad, guys. That's not really doing, I'm trying to type in NIONY. There we go. That's not really doing too much anyways right now. It is holding above 20. VWAP is there to add a little bit confluence, but it looks like I might get wicked out if it breaks below 20. But for now, I'm just leaving that one alone. If it doesn't break out, then I'm not wrong. I'm not going to make decisions. I am break even on it right now. But again, guys, I'm only holding 30% of my position, so I'm not too worried about this position.
Yeah, just taking profits over here, making sure I can realize some of this money before it turns back around on me. And I have that experience now from all of this week or so where the stocks just completely whipped back. I'm actually building into a short on AMD now. AMD did stop me out not too long ago, but now that the market is finally pushing to the downside, we're gonna get back into the AMD short. A small position, not something too serious. We're short 84.47, high of day 84.73. Here's the high on AMD from yesterday, pretty much the same high. High was 84.50 yesterday. Today we're at 84.70, so only 20 cents apart. Now that the market's pushing down, I'll be honest, I got out of my future short. I chickened out of it. I don't have that experience or the patience to hold on to it. And honestly, I saw money and I said I want the money. I'm gonna realize that money. Poor trade, bad execution, I suck, but I made money at the end of the day. I'll get to cry about this trade later on. But this trade over here pushing down and the NASDAQ pushing down gives me the confidence to get into this AMD trade. So even though I covered that futures trade a little improperly and a little too quick, maybe we get to capitalize on AMD over here, which has fairly been strong for the past few days now. AMD up 3.7%, and NVIDIA yesterday launching to the north side. That bill got passed by the Congress, I believe, or whatever, and now chip stocks are back on the plate, back on the buffet for all you can eat.
I'm trying the short one more time on Netflix, and I saw someone ask about it as well, thinking about the short as well. I talked about how it's rejecting this 198 area. I want to go back to yesterday to see the levels. I wonder if they're still, yeah, okay, so let me zoom out here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so the 198 area is where it rejected yesterday. 199, I guess, obviously 200 looms above there, but that's where it consolidated and couldn't really, reclaim that level strongly, and eventually just faded the rest of the day all the way down to 190. So today, right now, we're back at that area again. Obviously, I tried it a little bit preemptively, maybe in front of that 197. That didn't work. I'll try it one more time, give it one more shot in front of this, I guess, 198 area. On the breakdown, I got triggered into it. Off the breakdown of 197 here. So short Netflix again here. Again, clear out at 198. If it breaks out there, I gave it a couple tries here. Probably just going to leave it alone for now and then wait to play it tomorrow after the earnings play comes out. I did get triggered out of NIO, so that's done now. So I guess it just wicked out there below 20. So that's, I guess that long, it worked for a bit there, but I guess NIO relatively weak, as is BOVESPA as well. So, some of the Chinese names getting hurt more so today. Maybe if it dips below 20 here and, holds above 1960, 1970, the area that more buyers were stepping up over here. Maybe I'll try the long again, but now the 20 level has been a little bit recycled. I don't want to get chopped up trying to go long, short around it. Just going to wait for more closer to like the support area, develop a better R&R for this trade. It worked originally, taking the win on it, and we'll wait to trade this one again.
I'm just going to get out of all my trades here. We're going to take profits, realize the profits, don't want the stocks to turn around. We're done with Apple. AMD, don't really like the way it's moving. It keeps on popping back up, back to my average, and then drops. Most likely AMD will drop, but a stock that's up 3%, I don't want to keep on fighting to the short side. We're down on AMC today. We're down on AMD today. I think we're just going to be stop trading those two stocks and focus on stocks where we actually have a read on. For example, we have the read on BABA. We'll wait for BABA to come back to those levels at 140.20s, 140.30s, and just, play those levels again. But right now, I just don't seem to be having the read on AMD, so I'm not going to keep on attempting to take those blows after blows on that trade. Just not worth just not worth my emotional capital or my actual capital on risk over there. Many stocks out there moving today. For example, sadly, once again, whoa, why is the stock up right now? Why is run up on the day? It's supposed to be down. You know, the catalyst is negative for SPWR, for run, for FLSR, for all your solar stocks. You know what's funny? Maybe it's just an Indian thing, but me and my sister-in-law, because my mom and dad are in India right now, so she took me to Costco to buy groceries and stuff. And when we had to buy an umbrella, well, we have a patio umbrella with the solar panel on top of it.
You were saying it got recalled or whatever,
It got
right?
recalled,
Okay.
so we had to take that umbrella back, and then my sister-in-law like opens this thing and like reads the thing, and when she was reading what things to bring back, it says solar panel. She's like, solar panel, is that there? I'm like, so it's not just me.
Okay.
Maybe it's an Indian thing, you know? Indians just say solar panel, and then the Canadian version is solar. It's like when you say check in India, you write CHEQUE.
Isn't that in
British?
Yeah.
So in India, Britain,
seen
you
that
write
before.
CHEQUE. So I'm still.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, that's how you spell it in Canada too.
In Canada too? COLOUR?
Yeah.
Or COLOR for Americans. Yeah, so it's like words like that, you know, confuses people. But listen, English was born in what, Britain? So US has no right to change the letters.
I think English is actually a pretty hard language to learn. I don't know. You guys can try to correct me in the chat there, but I think it's a pretty hard language to learn. There's so many different
watch movies, man.
Yeah, I know, but there's so many different like spellings and like meanings for like whatever. But I'm not an English major. Someone asked to check out Shopify here, so I brought it up here. It is still kind of a little bit messed up on the daily, just because after the split there. But it's been getting beat down quite a bit since that split. You know, we've talked numerous times now how it's been disappointing after that split, not really giving the same sort of action that the likes of Amazon gave and Google didn't really give yesterday as well. But you know, still trading Google here and there. But for now, Shopify, it is up 3.5% today. It did give a little bit of a flush move off the 35 area. I think 37 is your upper resistance there. I guess 37 is the upper resistance there. So kind of keep that in mind. I think you said you were long, so hopefully you bought this dip into 30. I think that 30 level is going to be huge for Shopify.
Yeah, what's it called? Oh, AMD, I'm so smart, I'm so good, I'm a genius. Look at that cover, just did not like how it just kept popping up. So I took my 10-cent profit, and here goes AMD launching right back to the north side. That feels so good, trading that stock like that. Even closing BABA, look at BABA now pushing back up. I want to guess even Apple did something similar. So that feels so happy about closing my, hindsight 2020, obviously. If it did go in my direction a little bit more, you would have probably hear me cry and call myself a little bit more, sad or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, hindsight 2020, we're happy to notice what we noticed and take our profits the way we did. And coming back to that Tyrone question, Tyrone was like, why does the solar panel on the umbrella? It's to charge the lights that are under the umbrella, but that solar panel apparently is a fire hazard if it's really hot outside. For example, UK is the highest temperature or the hottest temperatures ever recorded or something in the UK. So days like those will put my umbrella on fire. So we had to return it. But you know what? It's time to send it to Brendo to see what's happening on the Twitter Spaces and all social sentiments in general.
Hey guys, we'll give you an update on how things are looking so far from the perspective of the people. So this board shows you just a visual representation of what people are talking about on social media. So Zila obviously jumping off the page right front and center along with AMC so far today. SPY to the upside, big move, straight higher right out of the gate this morning for the overall market, along with the Qs. Two names we've mentioned kind of in passing today. Big move for Netflix. Yeah, the report coming tonight, but very positive on this board so far today. Apple's on here. Amazon is on here. Even Tilray is on here on the positive side of things. If you remember they were saying last week that there could be a vote on that legalization bill for cannabis in the U.S. this week. DWAC, Google, NVAX, just to name a few, but a lot more green right across this entire board than we've seen over the past couple of days. BBIG, Vinco Ventures, a staple on this board to the downside so far today. But again, this just is a representation, guys, of how things are being discussed on social media. Back over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, Tilray. You mentioned Tilray there, Brendo. So I'm looking at Tilray. You know, we're still waiting to see how that bill passing or whatever it is along those words comes in to affect Tilray's movement. Not really seeing anything today. 1.4% to the north side with almost 19 million shares traded here. Let's see what it is on the volume profile. Sorry, relative volume area. 2.2 relative volume is actually pretty decent for any stock over 2. You like that. Let's quickly move to back to AMD here. I know I don't want to keep saying AMD a million times, but AMD getting above 85 over here as the NASDAQ is about to double top and S&P 500 is about to double top could just be a decent enough of a risk to reward trade where you're risking the high at daybreak and you're maybe getting $1 per share reward to the downside. That being said, I said I'm going to leave AMD alone, so I'm actually going to listen to myself for once and not break my rules. I'm not going to take this trade. Wow, look at that. While we're actually pushing to the upside on this stock, What's going on with the semiconductor ETF? I think that's going to give us a better outlook. Wow, this is just a straight rocket ship to the north side for the semiconductor ETF. So maybe wait for the ETF to cool its jets first before you think about doing anything to AMC. Coin broke yesterday's high, says Neil, but that's surprising to me because I was listening or reading the chat when Ian was talking. And the chat was saying Ethereum crashed, what's going on with Ethereum? And yeah, there you go. Ethereum is the only coin that I track that is actually down 4% right now. Well, as Bitcoin is up 1%, Solana is up 5%, Cardano is up 1.6%. So Coinbase clearly does not care about Ethereum's move right now, taking out yesterday's high, which was around $63.24. Oh, look at that size on the bid too, chasing it up most likely. Only 19,000 shares, 20,000 shares. But the fact that that order might be moving up with the stock is actually a good thing. Notice, oh, new orders coming in, another 20,000 order, and the stock just bumped up. That is level 2 reading right there for you. When it moved down to 64 something, you saw that order did not remove itself, so that was a real order. They tested that order, and then instantly 5 cents apart from that, another order came in for another 20K. So they're chasing the stock up right now to the north side. I got wicked into a long on the futures trade because I did not remove my stop. So let me go quickly manage this while we're in the money on the futures long now. A trade that I didn't even want to be, I'm in the money, so I'm just going to do the right thing and just get out because this is not the trade I wanted to be in.
Yeah, it's always important that if you get wicked into a trade that you weren't planning on taking, just get out right away. You know, even if the trade is working, you could always reassess and get back in, something like that. I did reload on Apple, short in front of the 150 area as well, although now it seems like that trade might not work this time as the market is breaking out a little bit more. It was interesting to watch because as Prad was talking about coin, I was watching Mara because I wanted to check back in on this position to see what kind of action happened around this 11 area. It did give a little bit of a flush move below 11, but eventually now reclaiming the level. And as Prad was talking about people on the bid on coin and driving the price up on coin, Mara was doing the exact same thing. So Mara clipped a new high of day. Again, Mara is SSR, so the bid can't be hit. If people post up on the bid, it's going to be harder to hit that bid and get short in front of there, right? So important to note like that. But yeah, Mara up 15% now. It looks like it is reclaiming this 11 area and continuing to break out. So interesting to watch there. I saw someone said they were long Mara from $5. So that's a massive win and congratulations on that one. It looks like I'm probably just want to make sure where my stop is for Apple. It looks like I'm probably going to get stopped out on Apple. That's okay. I took the win on it earlier and loaded up less size this time. The Netflix trade still seems to be working. So if you took that trade with me off 198, you know, maybe hopefully you got some better fills there. I am trying to bid out to manage this position a bit, better my average. You know, I had the ad here. That was, I guess, a little bit of a bad ad just as it broke down 197 there, got wicked into that one. I like the ad in front of 198 better. Hopefully I get bid out here and, you know, my average becomes a little bit better and I could manage this position a lot easier. But for now, that one's sitting out of the money, about 20 cents. Same with the Apple trade, but now the market continues to make new highs. So maybe the 39.10 area, we had that initial pullback, but now it continues to break out. So it's clearly some super strength in the market today, up over 2% now.
The chat's got jokes. The chat goes, Prague got into a long and he said, it burns, and he got out right away. The chat's got jokes, man. Yeah, maybe a little bit of my hand burnt. My hand said, what is this, long? Ugh, get this off my board. So I had to get out of it. Now, all jokes aside, that was actually a pretty clean long. It looks like the market wants to go to my original
What
level
did you
where I
get wicked
wanted to
into,
short
like
at.
39.10 just
Sorry?
break? You get like the 39.10 break long? Is that what happened?
Oh, yeah, I had a stop out for the 39.11 break
Right,
north,
right.
so it wicked me into 39.11 break. But the overall idea is I wanted to short 39.15. So if 39.15 starts to show me a little bit of rejection, then we can get into it. But right now, clearly the market's pushing up. The NASDAQ, I think has some good movement left to the north side. If you think about this 50-period EMA, I believe the white line is the 50-period EMA on the daily chart is at 12,216. So let's say 12,220 to 12,240. I think it is very possible for NASDAQ to move towards that direction first before we see any barriers coming into play. That means the S&P 500 might also have that move to 39.50 to these highs. If we tested these peaks yesterday, and yeah, we rejected because of the negative movement on Apple at the end of the day, but if we come right back to these barriers, my expectation is buyers are getting ready to break these levels over here and push it to that 50-period EMA to that 39.50 area. That's just my expectation. So that's why I don't want to short the S&P 500 just yet. I much rather wait to see if the NASDAQ can get to 12,240 or even 1220 before I even bother thinking about shorting an S&P 500 here. But looks like that 39.15 area is showing you resistance as I planned to short there.
Yeah, I did get some out of the Netflix trade there, so that works now. My average is now much better. It's 197.99, right in front of that 198 area. So still, I am bidding in front of 197 in case that doesn't really break down. I want to make sure that I am taking some profits there. So I am in the money about 70 cents on that name now. I did reload on the BOBA short again. So as the market is breaking out here and making new highs, pushing new highs, BOBA isn't really doing the same. BOBA hasn't really reclaimed this 104 area, so still, going off of these sellers here in front or ahead of the 104 area, and that seems to be still working, right? So my average is a little bit worse now because of that, but going to continue to manage the position like I've been doing all week with you guys on the show here. What else here? What are you guys trading here? Keep calling out names. You guys, we've been taking a look at MAR already coins, so we've already taken a look at those a couple times. EVTL. That's like that small cap runner from the other day, if I'm not mistaken, was it? As it loads here, it's New York. Interesting. So it is up 7% today. I'm trying to see the daily to see the action, what's going on with it. I'm not sure if it had a catalyst a couple days ago. I think it did. I recognize the name, but I can't recall it right now in my memory. This 7 area is a huge level for sure. Just look at this consolidation area. These wicks up to 7, rejecting. It did run into trouble around 6 yesterday, but we're pushing up to there today. I can see it totally testing there again because we're just slowly grinding up like a lot of names today.
Yeah, you saying New York just put Alicia Keys in my head and now it will not leave. Concrete jungles. All right, anyways. NIO, yeah, we talked about a bunch of stocks, but like fake markets are boning. I feel real pain. Fake markets, not sure what you mean. These are some real markets made. These are some real trades on the board too. Not sure what you mean by fake markets. SIDU, Sidhu's back on play over here. 53 million shares traded today. Let's look at the volume leaderboard. Okay, obviously we got the TQs up there, but APLD only with 63 million. I'm saying only because I'm used to seeing 100 million shares. Okay, if a stock does not have 100 million on the board today, then I'm surprised or I'm weirded out by the lack of volume on the low floats. But 63 million shares, tons of volume regardless. Let's go to see how much that is on the relative volume side. APLD with 240 times relative volume applied. Blockchain. I'm guessing it's a blockchain cryptocurrency type of company over here. 38% on the north side. Let me quickly see if I can find the catalyst for it. If it's on our watch list, it's not on our watch list. Let me see if I can find it here. Then maybe for APLD watch list. No, After slide on Apple news, Wall Street set for gains after slide on Apple news. That was based on yesterday. Fiscal, maybe, it looks like an earnings play, actually. Maybe not. Raises fiscal Q4 outlook, apply blockchain, contracts, Marathon Digital hosted services. I guess just a pre-market mover, not really seeing any catalyst behind it, but moving to the north side in pre-market, launching a little bit more in the off the opening hours, and now sadly just basing itself off the 50-period EMA. Notice how in pre-market and off the open we hold the 50-period EMA. So my guess is that trend continues till the end of the day, and we keep having a nice range to trade APLD in, unless later on there's a big volume spike that can actually help it take out the highs.
I think Pratt should have got back in on this reload off BOVA here. Rejected 104 very, very nicely. And now I'm back in the money.
I had to order at 104.20. So.
Okay, so you were waiting for I guess like the fake out, breakout or whatever at 104. That's fine as well. That's a good trade as well. I guess, I was waiting preemptively in front of the 104. So that seems to be working a bit better now. And now I'm 30 cents in the money. Again, I want to take profits in front of this area where it bounced. So call it like 103.30. If it gets out there, I want to make sure I've taken out most of my profits and, holding a little bit of size for a bigger move down to test this 103 area. It looks like 102, 102.50. That's where the main consolidation was in the morning there. So look for it to really find support around there. But for now, the short seems to be working a second time now, and we reloaded on it. Netflix still doing the same thing. I did get a little bit scared there. It tested 198. That being said, I do have a way better average on the position now, so I am able to manage it a little bit better. It's still a losing name for me from earlier. I got run over on this 197 breakout here. But now, working a little bit better for me if the market does pull back, if, Apple does pull back and reject this 150 area like it is doing right now. And I've been, trying, I put a backslash in there. I've been trying to, scalp out profits, as it goes down to the 60s now, but it's pulling back even more so now than it did before. So maybe this can drive all the way down to 148, as it looks like maybe the market is finding a top level resistance here at around 39.10, like I said earlier.
Yeah, if the SPYs can break 39.15 today, that's a big question mark in my head once again. You saw those question marks come in yesterday. They're going to start coming in today also. Right now, I'm just drawing a trend line. Not that I use trend lines to trade or anything, but just a quick little trend line over here to see if we can break this trend to the downside on the NASDAQ futures. And I believe NASDAQ, NASDAQ are stronger than the S&P 500 slightly. NASDAQ being up 2%, S&P 500 being up 1.8%. So let's see if we can continue this channel of making higher highs and higher lows on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ all the way to 39.50 before we actually see some rejection. I would much rather not reject at 39.15 3 weeks in a row, creating a triple top, because a triple top is never a good thing. Triple top means we're going right back to the downside and making a triple bottom at that point near these 37.20s or 37.40s. I remember that level. 37.40, 37.45, if you guys remember that level over there. I don't want us to go right back to there and just keep on being in a range on the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 for all of summer. That's going to be very boring. If we're doing this for all of summer, I might as well just take a vacation for that.
There's a couple of people saying, it's good to take time off in the summer, sit back, relax, get some time away from some charts, because you can get burnt out easily, but there are still plays and opportunities to be had, so that's why we're here every day. And in that sense, I did notice guys, that the likes here climbed up a little bit. I think when the morning show handed off to us, we were around like 1.7, 1.6, and now it's up to 2K. We're at 5,000 viewers watching. So guys, if you haven't already, please smash the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and check out our channel. I haven't seen any new members come up today or this week. I don't think yesterday we had some new members. So guys, if you want, there is an opportunity to join the team and get exclusive emojis for the chat and whatnot. If you haven't already, check out the channel. You can actually go here and just search. If you scroll all the way to the right here and search, you can search any particular topic like VWAP, for example, and then a bunch of videos come up about VWAP. So we have so much content on the channel to offer, guys. So please check it out if you haven't. But as always, thank you for the continued support. on our channel. You know, it's not easy trading every day like this, like we do for you guys. As Netflix, you know, still, although this is Apple, I am bidding out to get, I think I was looking at Netflix on my blotter, that's why. I am trying to bid out here and take profits in front of in the 60s and the 70s here, but it's kind of running away from my bids here on Apple. It looks like there are a few more buyers. Here's the thing, guys, I'm clearly short bias right now, as you know, we're potentially making a top here in the market. But that being said, you know, I'm being patient with these. A lot of the higher days on these names haven't really broken out, and the market is kind of figuring out what it wants to do right now, right? So if it does give a flush move, I want to make sure that I'm participating in that and not having to chase it down on the way down later. So I like my positions right now. They seem to be working for me, and you know, I'll continue to manage my risk accordingly. If these tops get blown off, I'll have quick and easy outs.
You know, it's a bad day when Prad's bullish and Ian's bearish. I don't know what to say about that, man. I actually believe this market wants to go to that 50-period EMA for S&P 500 and NASDAQ. I wish I'm wrong, though, because I'm a bear. I'm looking for shorts all the time. So I wish I'm wrong so we can send the market right back to VWAP to the downside a little bit to find some buyers. And if the market does do that, we can have some good dip buy longs opportunities for later on in the day. Darvin in the chat said, first-time viewer, you liar. Your badge is like probably like how old is your badge? Let's see. Your badge is like green in color. So you're a 1-year supporter, and he's like first-time supporter. But, you know, that's pretty hilarious. You know, we love watching your messages in the chat. But he said, Prad, how about you pull up your darling SoFi? And yeah, baby, look at SoFi. It's still stuck in a range, though. Actually, we're breaking out of that range a little bit. So if you remember me complaining about this range, the fact that we're breaking out of that range and we're trading above the 50-period EMA, above VWAP, ooh, that puts butterflies in my stomach a little bit. Makes me happy. The SoFi, which is down 100% in my account, maybe will come back up even maybe 99% a little bit. You know, it's a long-term account. It's a long-term account. Eventually, we'll see where this one goes to. The S&P 500 did come down a little bit after creating the high at 39.13 or 39.15. NASDAQ also pushed up to 12,200 and is now at 12,168. So a little bit of a down move, but like I said, a nice little channel in the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ to the north direction. Higher highs and higher lows. Let's see where the next 10, 15, 30 minutes show us. If they show us a down move, creating the higher low, breaking that pattern they've been in, or does it actually keep on going to the north side? Look at BABA right now. Actually, we'll leave BABA for Ian because I'm not in that trade. There's no point in me talking about it anymore. But, you know, let's go to stocks in the chat instead. Let's see some of the stocks you guys are looking at today. I see Coinbase being talked about. Coinbase, yeah, pushed up to the north side, 9% up on the day. Looks like it's going to reject the 65 area. 65 has rejected on the 8th of July and on the 24th of June and on the 10th of June. So 65 looks like to be a pretty serious level over here on Coinbase. And keep in mind, you got to be watching your Bitcoins and so on every time you're trading Coinbase. Bitcoin now up 2% on the day instead of 1.3. And clearly, oh, what's wrong with my charts here? Oh, there we go. Clearly wants to keep on pushing north. 50-period EMA on Bitcoin is at 23,000. We're almost at 23,000 right now. So let's see if Bitcoin can take Coinbase right back to 65, allowing us to load into some short opportunities, or does it break past 65 and keep on launching north?
A couple of things really working well for me now. The BABA trade is working for me. So thank you, Pratt, for letting me talk about this one. Again, guys, I said I want to take profits in front of this 103.30 area. So that's what I'm doing. I'm only holding about 10% of my position now for an extended move, maybe back down to VWAP, right? So it is getting, you know, thankfully I got the fill there. It is getting a little bit of a bounce, but that being said, you know, the short is still working. I'm 35 cents in the money now, only holding 10% of the position. I'll trail my stop to break even. So if, you know, I'm not going to let it turn to a loser or anything or let it go way against me. If it does stop me out, you know, we'll reassess on that one. I want to welcome a couple new members to the team. So guys, you guys were clearly listening to me when I was giving my little spiel there. But Doug Lowenthal, thank you for joining the Trader TV live team. And then also George Aoki, sorry if I mispronounced your name there. Welcome to the green side, guys. Welcome to Trader TV live. Again, guys, if you're new to the channel, please check out all the amazing content we have to offer. But thank you guys for your support and being here today with us. I did get more out on Apple as well. Oops, that's AA. And that's the wrong. I don't know why I'm struggling so much with Apple here. Yeah, so I did get some more out on Apple here. I am bidding closer to the 50s area if it kind of dips back down there. The market's still not really picking a direction, right? So it looks like it's trading maybe like a 10-point range here between 39.50 and 39.05. If it really starts to show some weakness and break down below 39.05 and the likes of 3900 to the downside, then these shorts are going to look even better. As you know, now we're dipping back to the 50s again on Apple, but more buyers really starting to eat it up as we dip there, right? So clearly there's still some buyers in front of the 149.50 area, so maybe I actually bid out closer to there just to continue to manage this position and take profits if they're offered to me. I'm in the money 26 cents on it, but you can see how quickly these positions can go against us. And since I am short heavy right now, I don't want to get run over on all my positions. So I want to make sure that I have bids out and managing them accordingly. I did get some out there on Netflix as it bounces off the 197, right? So I was bidding right in front of that 197 in case it did bounce there. So it got me filled. It gave a little bit of a breakdown move below 197, but now, reclaiming this 197 area. So clearly there are still a couple buyers here hanging around Netflix at this 197 area. Again, 83 cents in the money now. I only have 20% of that position, but that one seems to be working really well for me now too. I did take the losses earlier on Netflix, but that being said, managing the position and crawling back some of these losses here. What are you guys talking about here? Oh, Ford. Yeah, I remember I wanted to take a look at Ford. A couple of viewers called it out in the chat earlier, so my apologies for not getting to it quick enough here. Ford having a huge day today. It was, when I looked at it earlier, it was up like 6.5%. I'm not sure of the catalyst. It wasn't in our morning watch list this morning, but having a huge day. Looks like it's finally breaking out of this consolidation area, in front of this 12 area, 12 to 1250, I want to say. Is where it was consolidating below, right, and now breaking out above there and working to the upside. I guess 14 to the upside is the upper resistance. Maybe now it trades in between now 13 and 14 if it gets there today.
Short Netflix, he said, and short Baba and short Neo. So he has the Baba trade with us on board over there. Let's go. Party on Baba with the Trader TV family over here. Anyone with us, that'd be great. Good moves over here on Baba in front of that 140.20 size. Not that size is still there. I don't know because we didn't go back up there. But looks like now 140 is rejecting. So Ian took advantage of that move and notice this channel that the NASDAQ is holding. Yeah, we broke it by a little bit to the downside, but higher high again. So I'm expecting a higher low again. So I'm expecting a higher high on the second go around here. Maybe not though. Maybe we reject at that same 12,200 on the NASDAQ and 3950 on the S&P 500. Hey Prad, what does ADR mean? Don't know exactly what the AD and R means, but I know American Depository Receipts. So it is a Chinese stock that's basically in, or any stock across the board. There's also Race, for example, is the ADR. That's an Italian stock in the Milan market, but it's also listed on the North American market. Sorry? Adidas? Was that German? Yeah. German market, for example. There's a bunch of stocks like there that are listed on their main market where they actually do their business in, but then they're also listed on the North American market, I believe, just to generate some extra money or whatever. Not sure how all that works. Like if they generate money here in the North American market, how do they take it over? Not sure how that works. But an ADR is basically a stock that's listed in another country, which is also listed in American markets.
Yeah, I guess that's interesting to kind of find out how it affects the stock prices as well. If NIO, let's say, is down in the Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong, is it going to be super down today in America, right? I guess it's kind of maybe the futures, maybe. I know sometimes obviously if there's a catalyst, then you can really go off of that. But I haven't really tracked it well enough, I guess, to kind of backtest that. Someone said short Disney at 100. I'm assuming that you meant you you were short before, because it hasn't really tested there today. The high a day on Disney, I think that's a dark pool wick. It looks like the high a day is, it just made that around 98.30, right? So, I am waiting for this $100 level, and that's why I quickly brought it up, because I was like, wait a second, short 100 Disney, that's the play that I was actually looking for, because that's going to be a level, just looking at the daily here, how it's interacted with 100 a handful of times since it broke down, right? So 3 times, I guess 4 times if you call this one, it almost got there, but 4 times it's tested 100 and rejected that area. So I think, there's going to be some fireworks when it comes to $100 again, and that's when it's going to be back on my radar. But I'm glad I didn't miss that play. But I'm assuming you're short from there. Hopefully you were scalping out some profits as it dipped to 90. But it looks like that $100 test is imminent again, once again.
I'm guessing like an ADR float just comes from the natural float of the company, and they probably set some aside for America, and then it just blends in. But apparently someone in chat said owning an ADR doesn't mean you actually own shares of that company.
Okay.
So it doesn't work out that way. So maybe they are not actual shares of the flow. So then what, do they have to generate a secondary flow for the ADRs and then have an actual flow? That means Baba has like 2 different floats, one North American
That's just
flow.
too confusing
I'm
now.
so lost
That's
right
so
now.
confusing.
Like, it blows my brains even thinking about all of these complexities that could come around from here. But it's good to know. More information, more the merrier. Knowledge is power. I like to learn new things all the time. Part of this chat is amazing, as you guys teach me new things every day, and having experienced people such as Neil, Brendan, and even Sean over there teaching us stuff every single day. Gotta love those opportunities. And now you guys have access to the tools that we have access to. So everyone who's taking advantage to it, pat yourself on the back on that already. But those of you who are not taking advantage, which Ian already showed you, go look at those videos. We have a playlist called Trade of the Day. The #1 trading playlist you will find on YouTube, hands down. Just listen to what Neil and Sean talk about their trades. Sometimes they talk about even their bad trades, understanding their mentality, their psychology, the setup behind it, how they prep for it in the morning, and then how different characteristics throughout the day muddied up their trade and changed up their trade to the point where they had to recreate that trade for themselves and make it a winner, which it probably wasn't gonna be. So those type of things over there, free tools for you at your fingertips. All you have to do is hit that like and subscribe for us, and we are going to keep on coming out with the fire every day. Trader TV Live, baby.
A couple things I wanted to mention, and my thoughts about some of these positions that I'm in. Netflix, I am scaling out more in front of 197 here. So now I only have 10% of my position left. I'm just going to hold it in case it breaks down 197. I can hold for an extended move back to the downside. But clearly it's running into trouble here at 197. The market is still kind of, diddling around this 3905, 3915 area, right? So if the market continues to break out here, I'm assuming Netflix is going to run with it and eventually stop me out at my break even around 198, right? So I want to make sure that I capitalize on these profits that I'm sitting on while I'm like 80 or 80, 90 cents in the money, right? So I want to make sure that I take advantage. The other position is Apple that I'm in, and I'm working that position as well. I am taking profits in the 70s and in the 60s when it dips there. The reason being, guys, is that every time it's dipped there, buyers have stepped up, right? I'm reading the tape, trying to manage this position. I'm not holding and hoping that it comes back down to 148 and I can hold my entire position, right? That's not really realistic. Obviously that's the dream, but I'm reading the tape and I'm seeing buyers step up. So, if there are enough buyers here and it pushes the price back up, I'm going to know that I'm wrong, right? So I'm letting the market tell me that I'm wrong, letting the market tell me what to do. And as I'm seeing buyers step up here while I'm in a short position, I'm taking profits, right? So I'm still bidding, still waiting patiently if it does give more of a flush move. But for now, the market isn't really doing anything and it's actually testing back the highs again. So, that's why I'm managing these positions accordingly.
Someone said we need animation. So, one day my Stream Deck works, the next day my Stream Deck doesn't. Today happens to be Ian's Stream Deck works. So I'm going to steal his Stream Deck to slam some animations anytime it's good. I'm just getting familiar with the board over here. Ian, you can feel free to hit some Stream Deck's animations too. You know what? Let's hit this animation here as we're gonna Superman transition into weed marijuana stocks in real quick. Why did I type Tilray.am? I wanted to put MJ.am, but I took Tilray.am. Let's go to MJ.am, which is your marijuana ETF for HMMJ on Toronto. HMMJ, wow, no volume on HMMJ. Look at these. Look at this stock. No volume at all. But MJ at least has some volume behind it. 500,000 shares traded on a $5 ETF over here. This is your marijuana growers ETF, up 1.2% on the possible voting of the marijuana sector and so on. So Tilray catching some wind behind that. CGC on NQ or Weed on TO. I think Weed.to is CGC, right? Or is it Tilray?
Yeah,
Weed.to is CGC. Actually down on the day for CGC compared to Tilray. So let's go check on SNDL. I love SNDL. This stock is too good over here. Probably down on the day too. Oh, flat / positive. But it looks like Tilray is the one that's taking all the show.
Yeah, a couple of my positions.
3% up now on Tilray. Wow, okay.
Nice. Someone mentioned AMC again. It's been talked about a few times here on the show. Look at this daily level, though, 1750, right around where this consolidation was here. It looks to have rejected earlier today, right? So, you gave a little bit of a push. I talked about that 17 break, how I wanted it. Sean took it. That was an amazing trade, right? It gave a huge move off the 17 break, but now fading below and showing some weakness below VWAP, right? I was thinking about, potentially going long here, like 1670, 1680, but there's not that much action now. You see this tape, it's just super slow now. There's not many executions going off now, so maybe a lot of people went to lunch. That's not really when I want to participate in this long if I want to take it long, right? I want to see buyers kind of step up, size on the bid step up, and right now AMC is doing a whole lot of nothing for me. So gonna leave this one on the table for now and just continue to manage my current positions. We just got a new member as well, and man, I'm gonna say this name wrong. I don't know. Can you say that name? Luoya? Luya? I haven't seen this name before, so my apologies for mispronouncing it. But thank you for joining the team, the Trader TV live team. Oh, what's that?
Just say the last name.
Hunt. Thank you so much for joining the team and your support. You've clearly been,
that's a pretty exotic
to us
name, though. Never saw that name in my life.
I've never seen that name. Yeah, I've never seen that name.
Wonder where they're from. That's a pretty exotic name. I like that. I was gonna say something really embarrassing, but I'm gonna shut up now. What was I thinking about? I was thinking about a certain stock that I wanted to pull up. Maybe the chat. Oh yeah. Oh, question. Oh, sir, we're gonna go to you. My headphones are dead. That's why. That makes sense. Let's go to Brando for the big TV.
I didn't hear that.
My
Hey guys, quick check of the markets here heading into lunch hour. Nice green board still right across the entire thing here. It is the NASDAQ, the composite, and the 100, 2.25, 2.3 to the upside. The Russell, I was mentioning this morning, if you were with us, the 2000 specifically, 3% almost for the Russell, 2,000, I should say. All of them though in positive territory. 2% for the S&P, 1.6 there for the Dow. If you were with us in the pre-market, we touched on it very briefly. I mean, the entire market's up, but here's Google, 109.5 was that support in the pre-market, back to day highs. However, maybe a rejection at day highs there. We'll see what happens with Google. Coinbase as well. Some of the crypto stocks still on quite the tear this afternoon. We're trying to get up to 64.5. All of them higher along with the coins. Guys, back over to you.
Thank goodness cryptocurrencies are kind of back alive. I was a little scared as to opening my Wealth Simple account because my wealth for sure has been getting real simple recently, man. Real simple thanks to this market environment. But now that Bitcoin's launching back to the north side a little bit, it's maybe I can open my account and fund myself a little bit and buy some of these dips over here. Let's go to that question that I wanted to address. If you're a buyer and you see a big seller, should you exit your position or hope they are taken off? So the first thing I want to say is you should not hope for anything. You should never, hope is the worst word you could use for in your trading. I know we use it sometimes. I hope this goes here so I could do this, but that's because we're hoping to get into that trade at that level. If you're already into the trade, hoping is the worst thing you can do. What you want to focus on is actually reading the level 2 and time of sales at that point. If that that big seller is getting tested again and again and again, and the size of the seller is going down, you see big greens coming in and mid prints coming in around that seller, and then eventually that seller gets taken out, then maybe you are on the right side as longs are coming in and they're wiping out the big seller. That seller has no play or no input on the movement of that stock at that moment. Another situation could be that the big seller keeps on refreshing that order. It could be an iceberg, or they could just keep on refreshing the order again and again and again to the point where the buyers are coming in, they're trying to wipe out that level, but that level just simply will not get wiped out. So eventually they will get pushed back down. Now that's a setup over there where you want to be thinking about, if you're a big buyer or if you're a buyer in general and you're seeing the seller put in the barrier, maybe take some off. Take some off and then see if later on that seller gets taken out, or take 75% off, take 50 off, take 45 off. That's all depending on you, but take some off and see if that move comes on later on in the day when that volume on that level is decreased after constant testing. Now, if that level that you see up there, it could be a fake order. The only way you know that if that order pushes up there, tests that level, and that level just gets taken out, or they pull that level and it runs up even more higher than that, right? So there's a bunch of variables here that you want to focus on. If you're already in the trade, there's only a couple things that will really tell you what to do. It's the time of sales, it's the level 2, and it's the market conditions. If you can combine these 3 variables to help you structure a trade, when to exit, when to take profits, that's trading right there in a nutshell. Reading tape, level 2, looking for market direction, looking for the direction in your stock, and trying to put all of those variables in one confluent strategy.
Yeah, speaking of level 2 and tape reading, we gave it, I guess we just missed it, but we talked about, the big offer on BOVESPA here. Man, this has been a very money area here for the short side off this 104. I had the first fill, or Pratt and I both had that first fill closer to the 104.20 area, but man, it gave another chance for a reload. I missed it there as I was looking at something else, so maybe I gotta have my offers out ready, but now sitting again another 50-60 cents in the money on BOVESPA. I wish I had that reload there, but this was a tape read. Clearly there was some sellers around this area, and they continue to push the price down as it creeps back up to there, right? So if you had that trade with us, it seems to be working quite a bit, but that's what Prad is exactly talking about, reading the tape and creating a trade idea and adding more confluence around your trade, right? So now now we're testing the bottom end of this market as well on breaking down this 39.05 area. In that sense, let's take a look at my Apple short and how that's working. That seems to be working as well. So I have been getting some profits taken out now, and now I'm just waiting patiently on the bid to see if they get hit as it continues to break down. But I waited patiently for these shorts to work. And they're starting to really work for me and accelerate to the downside. The one that's not really working is this Netflix one, right? The Netflix short is still kind of diddling between 197 and 198, not really doing anything. I have taken out most of my position in front of the 197 area, so I am happy with that. But for now, it just seems to not be doing anything. Again, Netflix super strong today for some reason. Not too sure why. But, last time the Netflix, they got crushed off earnings, right? It got just obliterated, destroyed. We could probably see it here on the daily. I think this must have been it here. Last time Netflix had their earnings. So, maybe a similar move today. But, man, we're already so beat down on Netflix. Who can imagine that it was going to be trading around 170, 180?
Simply Bill Ackman himself.
Yeah, who knows,
Bill
right?
Ackman dropping it right off the earnings report. You knew he dropped it the next day, right? So after hours, I'm expecting whatever he bought off the first earnings report when it came out. The second earnings report, he just dumped his whole position. He said, "Screw this trade. I'm screwed on this one. I can't hold on to this for any longer. It's gonna keep on crumbling over here." So, sadly, it was a bad trade for him. Everyone has bad trades. Hopefully, he can bounce back off of that one. I'm still a big lover of Netflix. Don't get me wrong. Even though I talked crap about that show yesterday, guess who went home and finished it? Me. I went home and finished that crappy show, and then I complained about it a little bit more. But what am I gonna do?
Which show are you talking about?
Resident Evil.
Oh, okay, yeah. I haven't watched it, but I was it was on my
recommended
watch
or
list
whatever.
Yeah. I haven't watched it yet though. Is it good or?
It's dog water. Like, it's absolute dog water.
But you just had to finish it for the sake of finishing it. To know what happens, right?
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
It kind of got better later on into the episodes where things kind of change and whatnot. But the starting few episodes were just like, what am I even watching? This is so boring and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, we don't want to talk about that right now. We're talking about the market. So people are expecting the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 to most likely break down over here. I'm waiting for that breakdown action to come in. But sadly, I don't have any trades on board to be a part of. Maybe Coinbase over here near the 65 levels. I'm waiting for 64.70, 64.50 to come into play so I can maybe take a test there. I missed out on my BABA reload. Notice how I have my order right here. That order's been there since 11:30. It's 12 o'clock now. Did not get the option to reload on this as BABA pushed up to 104 and then starts rejecting 104 instead. So Ian took advantage of that. And Ian, you're welcome for this call out. Ian sits down, I go, this is chasing orders. Go short, go short. Go short, go short. So we'll see if this one actually ends up playing out that way. I mean, it is playing out that way. You know, we don't have to see anything. We know the profits are rolling into our pockets. Now it's just time to take this dough, go to Super Chicken, eat some nice lunch.
We haven't had Super Chicken in a while. Maybe we
Super
should,
Chicken date today?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
What's that? Jerk chicken?
Jerk chicken?
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
okay.
Well,
Jerk chicken's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We'll give that a try first, I think. But. Okay, yeah. Back to the markets, guys. What are you guys looking at? Call out some of your positions. What you guys traded today. We've been talking about our trades. Mara, let's check back on Mara. We've been talking about coin a bit here. Whoa, Mara is up to 1160 now, up 20% today. That's just going. That's crazy. I thought that this 11 area would hold as resistance. Yeah, I was very, very wrong on that part. And now it's testing way higher, right? So I want to see, like, I don't know, man, top side levels. Like, it's breaking out all top side levels now, and huge volume and momentum coming up to the upside. So maybe 12, a nice round whole number. But you saw how the 11 didn't really work, and it's also SSR, so harder to get short. You do have to wait passively. So maybe if size really starts to build up on the offer on the ask there, then we can short in front of that size. But I think we just have to wait patiently now. I think if we start going long, chasing the tops, the R&R in that trade is going to be bad, and we're probably going to end up losing on that one. So just have to be patient with this one. I tried the short earlier, it didn't work. Going to wait for that 12 area and see if size builds up there.
Yeah, that short Mara 11 yesterday was mint. I don't know if you had it.
I didn't have it, but that's why I was like trying to try it again today. See if it was going to be money again. But too much strength in Mara today. Yeah,
I had that 11 short yesterday. That was a clean short. Yeah, I think 12 is the right area as Ian's waiting for it. Just let the stock rest out a bit. It's not even that dislocated from VWAP. It looks like it has a lot more momentum left in it to the upside. Notice how it's like, what was that study that Tony said on the show yesterday? For every 3 to 5 green candles, you see a couple reds, or for every 3 to 5 red candles, you start to see a couple greens come in. And if you follow that pattern over here on Mara, looks like those red candles don't last for too long. Only 1 or 2 red candles before they launch right back to the upside. So this stock has been insane today. I mean, cryptocurrencies have been insane today, but for some reason, ETH has been slapped. What's the pink sheets ETH one? ETHC? ETHE. Right? Yeah, ETHE on pink sheets. This is Ethereum Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. Wow, okay, this one did not go down at all. Even though Ethereum went down, Ethereum Grayscale Bitcoin Trust is actually hanging out still on the upside of the day today. That's a pretty question mark of a move for me. Usually these Grayscale Bitcoin Trust and Ethereum Trust, they move around with the spot market. For example, GBTC on pink sheets, will reflect the exact same move that Bitcoin is reflecting on today. So that's GBTC. Here's BTC. So notice how they both look exactly the same off the open, but it's pretty weird that ETHC or ETHE and ETH don't look the exact same today.
BOVESPA is kind of creeping back up here. Could give us a little bit of a potential for a reload. It looks like it's bouncing off of the 103 VWAP area, as the area I was talking about earlier. So I think I'm just going to have my offers ready and prepped in front of this 104 area to get more short on BOVESPA. If something continues to work, just keep spamming it. Just keep letting it work for you, until it doesn't work. If it's not broke, don't fix it. I did get wicked out of the Netflix short, as now that's really breaking out of 198. I was talking to you guys about how this trade was the one short that I was most worried about.
Somebody knows something.
Yeah, exactly, right? Size there on the offer there, 198.45. But let's see if that gets taken out. Someone must know something, like Brad said here, because I don't think it made this sort of move last time before earnings. And knowing that last earnings it just plunged off of that, why would you be buying it up? Ahead of the earnings this time, right? So interesting price action today for Netflix. But as I was saying, this was the one short that I was super worried about in front of that 197 area, because as the market was testing the lower end of this range, as some of my other shorts work like BOVESPA and Apple, Netflix was still holding up above 197 and not really giving that same sort of breakdown, right? So I only had 10% of my position left. It stopped out for break even. It is what it is. You move on. I think I'm just going to leave Netflix alone for now. It is a loser for me on the day, but that being said, it's a lot better now after that second short on Netflix off of the 198 that it seems to be reclaiming now.
Here's a back test. We keep talking about the race Formula One back test. Here's an actual back test that I think we should do. How many times have stocks like Netflix, Microsoft, and Tesla and so on, the day before the earnings, what type of move did they have? And then how does the report actually come out? Because that can be a pretty successful back test over there, and then you'll probably come up with some ridiculous numbers, because insider trading is a real thing. Insider trading is a real thing. There's for sure someone who knows that Netflix is maybe coming out. Now, listen, before I say these words, I don't want anyone to go out there and say, should I go long for the earnings play end of day and then get wiped out on that call out? I'm just saying it is possible that someone knows something about Netflix earnings and they are just loading up on the shares over here, pushing the stock to the north side. And granted, we should give some of that credit to the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. They are pushing up too today. Let's go check on Netflix partners in crime. Maybe we could go to what? Well, we can't check Prime Video or anything, so we can't check anything. Maybe Fubo is Fubo. That doesn't even make sense. So I can't really check anything along those words.
Nearly the
Disney,
same level.
you could check Disney, but Disney is not just Netflix.
Yeah, Disney has so much more going on, right? So you can't really kind of put it in that same category. I guess it's mixed in with that sector, yes, but they have so many other. Roku.
But Roku, you could check it, but then Roku is not Netflix. Roku is.
Again, I think Netflix, in terms of publicly traded stocks, is still in its own echelon of its own on Netflix there. But I actually watched a video about earnings plays and common mistakes that you can make for earnings plays. Guys, don't get us wrong. I think building a position before earnings like today on Netflix is still kind of a gamble, right? You saw Netflix. How much did it plunge yesterday or last time off earnings? Was it $100? Yeah, it was something ridiculous like that. Imagine building a long position.
He had the short. Greg had the short after hours, and he got $100 per share short on that.
Yeah, I think I remember that. Imagine building a long position on Netflix today, being in the money, whatever, it's up 3%, and you're loving life. And then the report comes out and it drops another $100. You'd be very, very sad. Let's just put it that way to be simple, right? So, building positions before earnings is still a gamble. You'll obviously,
for a reason.
Yeah, it's basically a lotto play, right? Obviously Netflix will be on our radar tomorrow after the earnings. What levels it's going to be at, who knows, right? We'll assess them after hours there, and in the morning we'll assess the levels for you guys. But just keep that in mind. Be cautious with it if you are, in a position with Netflix, or any of these earning plays coming up this week or next week.
Is Cinemark the one that Mark Cuban owns, or Landmark is the one he owns? He owns Landmark Cinemas, that's right. Landmark is owned by, what? This is not owned by Mark Cuban? I thought it was owned by Mark Cuban. Either way, Cinemark, which had earnings reports today. Let's go check out what CMK, I believe is the ticker. Nope. Cinemark. What's your ticker? CNK, not MK. CNK on New York. Had an earnings report today. You know, a lot of earnings catalysts are on board. Netflix at the end of the day today, Tesla tomorrow at the end of the day. Let's actually quickly pull up the quote board over here, or sorry, the earnings board to show you guys what earnings we have. Gonna make it look pretty for us. So give me a second. You wanna talk about XLE because people are talking about energy sectors in the chat.
Yeah, XLE. What is it? AM?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about XLE. This is like your energy sector ETF. It is up 2% today. You know, it is pushing the higher end of this range, but you know, it's been consolidating for pretty much. Man, why is my? Oh, I know why. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it's pretty much been trading, you know, the lower end of this range since the beginning of June and now into July, right? And I'm talking about closer to like 68 area. I want to see it test up to 75 and break out there and show some strength. You know, obviously it's the ETF, but tracking the whole sector. But for now, getting a little bit of a bump today, the past 3 days, but volume is dying down a bit more so today.
Go watch your Baba. Baba's popping up right now, giving you an opportunity to get back into 104s if you're interested in that. And I'm not interested in 104s. I'm only taking 104.20s. That's because the size that I traded was at 104.20s. That being said, 104 has some size. Let's go to the earnings board here. IBM, we know, came out with good earnings, but they projected bad for the future. And it's all about the projections. It's all about the future guidance. And if they're not guiding good, and I think the reason for was they said they're going to take a $13 billion hit for the US dollar being strong. And a lot of other companies are coming out and saying that. So there's no good news anywhere. We have good earnings, but we have bad news for the future. And everything just keeps on getting worse and worse that way. Halliburton was an oil fuel stock over there that actually took advantage of the recent surge in oil prices and came out with a great earnings report. And Johnson & Johnson up there too. So these are the stocks that had earnings already, but these over here are the ones we're looking for. Interactive Brokers. Not sure that if anyone really trades Interactive Brokers on a regular basis. I for sure don't, but you know, we'll keep that on watch if that come out with a good move over there. Netflix is the one that everyone's for sure thinking about and talking about. And then this is the board for the next day over here. AT&T, Nokia, Tesla, American Airlines. So earnings season starting. That means a lot of fun's going to be having a lot of fun to be had on the market over here. So stay tuned, be prepared. And here's Baba. Oh, what did I just do? You want to take over?
Yeah, I'm watching Baba as well. I did get filled on the upside here. I want to risk off of this area here, so I'm going to build into the position again. But what I'm watching for is if size really starts to pop up on the offer again, right?
Size is not there
yeah,
anymore.
It's not there anymore. Like, what was the size back when we got on the show? Do you remember?
50,000 shares on 30s, 25s, and then
and it was like
20s.
chasing it down, right?
Yeah.
So you know, there's a handful of shares here, but as it gets taken, now there's 61 lots there at 25. As that gets taken out right now, so I think I have to just get out of this position. I don't like it anymore because now the size just keeps getting taken out, and you know what? It seems like the sellers aren't really there anymore, right? So, you know, we're still up on Baba here, but took a little bit of a hit there as I added to it, but that's okay. You know, it worked for a bit, and now it's not working anymore. You know, you let the market tell you what to do, and there it was telling us that, you know, these sellers are not really existent
anymore. They are.
Where was that? I didn't see it there.
Oh, I think it's on the 50s.
You saw a glimpse of 50?
I think it was on 50s. There was like a bunch of songs on 50s there.
So if it comes back up to 50, maybe that's where I get back in and reload this short.
While I'm processing information in my head over here, let me just think out loud for you guys. So yeah, he's gonna wait to see that size once again. They're at 50s. There, you saw the size. I'm not even on the right stock on my screen. So here we go, right stock on the screen now. There's size on 50. So we're gonna start scaling into the trade over here. 104.34 is now my average price. Exact same size that was on 30s, 50, 25s, and on 20s is now at 104.50s. So it looks like they moved their order to the north side just to be safe, and they're playing the range high instead. So we're gonna do that with them. We front ran that person once before for a successful trade. We're gonna front run this person again for another successful trade over here, and take advantage of this trade as much as we can every time this level or the stock pops up here. I'm just trying to throw out a couple orders over here for some major size that I would like to take on this trade, and they're not gonna give me because they're gonna start front running me instead. I like that.
I was offering out actually, so I did get to a fill there, but I was offering out 45, and it touched it, didn't really fill it there. I didn't get more short. Now it's it seems to be working anyways. I did catch a glimpse of the size there at the high 40s, near 50 area. As wow, a lot of people hitting the bid now. That's the red on the screen here. A lot of people hitting the bid. So that quick short that I put on is working. Did you get filled anything there?
I got filled like maybe 1/3 of my position. Like I have a big order waiting to fill me closer to 50s, but they didn't give me the fill. I don't want to chase it to the downside over here. Fix my mic. Holy, what happened to this one? Well, maybe it just got pushed down over here with excitement and whatnot. Thank you, Lucas, for mentioning that. But yeah, my mic was a little awkward position. But yeah, shorts back on board over here for Baba. As I've been saying, I don't want to take that short at 104. I guess I was right on that side. But I had an order sitting to go short at 104.20 without even seeing the size up there. So that was a little impatient on that trade. But now that we know the size is at 104.50, as you see Ian and myself are building into that trade, I'm guessing Sean is also trying to build in that trade with us. Sean left that trade. Maybe it's time to leave this trade.
Yeah, still watching that one like a hawk for now. I think that's the most interest for Pride and I. I want to talk about Twitter. A couple of you guys were talking about it earlier. It had a little bit of a volume burst to the upside here. Did I get my fill?
They didn't give me my size?
It didn't give it to me either. I'm sitting at 45 and it's not. It's just ticking it, but not really filling it. I don't want to chase this one.
I'm taking. They gave me one share out of my size
so then
that I
Then
wanted.
that's a
then I
money
know
fill
it's
then.
a good trade.
Yeah.
So
then
I'm
you know
taking
that's
the
a money
size.
fill. It did give me my size. Okay, now I have a little bit too much size here on Baba as I kind of manage this one there. Let me get out some. Yeah, okay, that's okay. Twitter gave a little bit of a volume burst here to the upside. I'm not sure what happened, if some sort of news came out or something, but ever since then, it was around 11.50 there. It's just been slowly trending upwards and testing up to $40. So I'm not too sure what happened with Twitter, but clearly some buying interest coming in for Twitter. Let's switch back to Baba now, because we're seeing that size there. You see it's about 500 lots. It can be potentially taken here. There are more buyers into the high 40s here. So we're going to watch this one like a hawk. Easy stop out if it breaks out of this. In ticks 51 and 52, we're going to be out of this trade and we're going to call it a day on Baba.
Yeah, pretty much the exact same trade over here for you and me. I'm giving it 10 cents of risk for a little bit of size over there. And I'm okay with that 10 cents of risk.
Move.
And now that flush move is coming, you're right, so instantly in the money. Let's get that flush. S&P 500 push to high a day, NASDAQ push to high a day, and we might just see the rejection candles coming in once again for the NASDAQ and for the S&P 500. Only 30 minutes have elapsed into lunchtime. I know it feels like we've been here for all day. At least it feels for me like that, because the market's not really doing too much exciting stuff for us. So time is going a little slow, sadly. But NASDAQ pushing back to high a day, S&P 500 pushing back to high a day. We're expecting rejection to come in, and we're expecting Baba to push right back to VWAP territories, 100 period EMA territories, giving us that 40-cent drop, or even $1 per share drop if that's available. We will capitalize on that. AMC popping past $17 right now apparently, so it looks like that short cover on AMD was good. At the end of the day, still negative on AMC. Sorry, I keep saying AMD. At the end of the day, still negative on AMC, so not something to be too excited about, but good little trade over here at the end of the day if you were short somewhere around VWAP to capitalize on the move to the downside on AMC. Let's go check on a couple other tech stocks such as AMD. AMD going back to 85, as we're talking about it, but looks like NASDAQ rejecting might just stop the stock from really going to 85 and break 85 at any point. Let's also quickly go to Microsoft, which was my best trade of the day. Wow, I suck at trading. It looks like I could have gotten 258, but I got $2.50 on it, so I'm going to be pretty happy with this bottom wick candle. And let's go to Ian. for the profit.
Yeah, because now we're cashing
Where's
out
the,
on
where's the
Bob.
cash register, boy?
We gotta get these emotes on
point.
On point here. Okay, there you go. Bringing the cash register here on Baba, and I was like preemptively putting out my bids to make sure I got filled on these.
Oh,
flush
you're
moves.
learning.
Yeah, I'm learning. I'm trying to learn here and trying to improve a bit. But man, did you see that there? All these buyers kind of step up in the 30 area. So I'm glad that I had those bids out to get filled for some profit-taking moves. And now my average is a lot better, 104.45. So risking less on the trade. I have been obviously taking out a lot of my position here on the flush move down into the 30s. Still holding this bigger, about a third of my position, I'd say, for a flush move back down towards 104, right? So clearly 104 got reclaimed. I talked about earlier how much more buyers were stepping up around, the high 103 area and into the 104s, right? So I don't want to get too cheeky with this. If there are going to be, if those buyers are still going to be there, I want to make sure that I'm bidding with them and taking the profits there. But for now, it gives more of a flush move now into the 20s, right? So I think I'm bidding 25. So hopefully that looks like it's going to get hit here. There I am sitting on the offer. Come on, or on the bid there, hit me. Yeah, this trade, we did it for you a few times now, and it looks like that was a tape read waiting for the size to pop up on the offer.
Your tape read doesn't mean anything to this viewer who says get ready to get burnt on Babas. It looks like they're rooting.
Here's the thing, right?
Here's
the thing, like even if I get burnt on this, like I'm still up on the name. It's not going to hurt that much.
10 cents of risk for $1
yeah,
per
exactly.
share reward.
Like 5 cents plus slippage. It's not a big deal, right?
Come
I'm
on,
taking
man.
like now I'm in the money 15 cents, so that's a 3-to-1 trade already. So that's why we're scalping out these profits and managing the trade like we are.
Meta is Metro booming apparently. 175, 176 coming into Meta. 175.40 is the high a day right now. Ignore this stupid dark pool candle. It just shows that a trade apparently could have taken place 24 hours ago or along those words. But man, what a beautiful move on Meta platforms today. 5% to the north side as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are fiddling with the high a day right now. So we'll see what happens with these. You're short, Brad. You're losing means that my long-term account is starting to look pretty. And I like my long-term account looking pretty, so yeah, I want you to lose. Yeah, that makes sense. At the end of the day, zero-sum game. Someone's got to lose to someone to win. But us day trading stocks over here, we're not affecting your long-term accounts. Trust us on that. If you think me shorting AMC on a day-to-day basis is actually stopping AMC from going to $1 million, then you're dreaming. You're dreaming.
Yeah, I don't think we have that much influence.
Yeah.
Like what we're essentially doing here is we're riding the wave,
We have to
right?
cover our shorts at 4 o'clock or longs
that's
at
the
4
thing
o'clock.
too, right?
We're not
It's
doing
like we
anything
gotta-
to make the market.
Yeah, exactly. We got to be flat.
It's better for you guys.
Yeah, we're actually providing like more liquidity, right? But yeah, here's the thing, right? We have to be flat at 4 o'clock, so that's one thing. But also too, like we're riding the wave, right? So I'm tape reading, we're seeing the size pop up on the level 2 or whatever, and then we're playing off of that, right? So clearly there was some sort of big seller trying to sell BABA, and that's what we're playing off of and trying to ride that person's wave, right? Or that whatever, that algo's wave or whatever, and take advantage of that, right? So we're not necessarily trying to oust anyone who's long BABA or something like that. We're simply just riding the wave and riding these trades in the direction that they're going in, which is the short side for now on BABA.
Market's taking off the high. SPY actually took out the high a day. We're at finally 39.15 areas. These are the levels I wanted to short, but look at the market buying power coming in. I'm expecting Apple taking 150 right now. Here's Apple back to 150.
I moved up my stop to 150 on Apple, so if I get stopped out there, it's gonna stop me out.
Yeah, market pushing right back over here to the north side means Microsoft moving a little bit more north without me. I want to cry. But still a good trade overall for our longs, man. What a day to be long today. Moves coming into the north side clearly. Netflix is going crazy, I hear, coming from my right side. You got a 197. That's still $8 per share. Come on, man. Don't be upset about that. Lots of money over here being poured into Sean's bank account. So let's go send these stocks to the north side. Everything but BABA to the north side would be great.
Yeah, that it would be nice if well, I'm short Apple as well. Oh no, I'm not. I just got wicked out there. I got some wins on Apple. I'll quickly bring up and show the chart as Luca prepares to come on the show here. Yeah. I had the short off 150. It worked out twice. Now it looks like it's testing that area again.
They're chasing it down again on BABA.
On BOVESPA? Okay, yeah. So I did have orders there to get filled on the profit taking for BOVESPA. So that seems to be working. And that's the only thing working for me right now, as Apple looks to be reclaiming the 150 and the market is breaking out new highs. Yeah, guys, happy to bring some trades to you today on the show live. And it's always a pleasure to be here on the show and share them with you. As always, guys, stay profitable, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ian, for some good company while I'm trading. It's always fun to have someone to trade with, a good trading partner, and also someone you can bounce off ideas with. We're bouncing off ideas.
Frankie, you gotta search Twitter.
Twitter volume spike, Twitter news, maybe Twitter volume spike, maybe news accepted, Elon got forced into a deal. We don't know yet. We'll see, though. But look at that big volume spike on Twitter. Is that 2 million shares on a 5-minute candle? That's a big, big spike on Twitter. It's in our work chat. Delaware judge allows Twitter to expedite the lawsuit that Elon Musk filed against. So, woo-wee, looks like Twitter is going to take advantage of that expedited process over there. I was actually thinking Elon's going to win that battle between an expedited process or non-expedited, but looks like we are going to go through with the faster court case over here. Delaware judge allowed it. So now we're going to see some, not only Johnny Depp and Amber Heard court cases maybe, but some Elon Musk and some Twitter court cases on the table soon for some drama, for some of you drama lovers. Twitter, man, I know I've said Twitter, be careful. This is why I say be careful. If you were shorting Twitter at the high days at some point, a news like this can wipe you out. Volume like that could wipe you out. And if you're long, you're obviously loving that volume candle and you're riding the stock to the north side. Looks like the high day coming in at $40.50 and now pushing back down slightly under $40.50. I would like to see if this volume on the stock can keep on increasing for the rest of the day, at least lunchtime. It will be hard to see the volume increase, but let's see if it happens to do so, allowing the market to keep on pushing north. Not that Twitter has a lot of push on the market. We'd like to see that. Let's go to BABA real quick, as we are almost 30 cents in the money on BABA, taking profits across the board every time we see these profits over here. Scalp, 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 scalp. That's the name of the game. And whatever we lost on the first, which stock did I even lose on? I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, it was BABA that I gave back some money. I had short over here. It went up, so I got out of that trade. But whatever we gave back, we're up that and more. Now I am 2 times my shutdown for my unrealized plus net. That's a swish in my buckets, in my books, and we're riding these markets to the upside and to the downside. Let's go profits. You're still logging in? Yeah. So I'll keep going here a little bit more. I thought you were finished logging in. Tesla looks weak, so let's head over to Tesla right now. I know Tesla 750 was a level yesterday that I shorted, and even Ian shorted, and Ian obviously traded that way better than me, so I was a little upset of my poor execution on that side. Looks like we moved to 750. Wait, that's the 8 o'clock candle. No, that's a 9:20 candle. Okay, but we did not move to 750 today, but pretty close to 750. Pre-market level rejection for Tesla. I'm sure Miss V is having a lot of fun trading this range over here, but right now that's not a trade for me. Not the trade for me.
I just want to say, official congrats. Sounds like you're having a great day. What's going on,
brother?
everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day, and excited to be back in the saddle here. And everything moving today. Definitely exciting day. Definitely exciting seeing this market move and now topping out. It's like it just feels like. It's kind of weird. Like, I'll share some trades that I had today, but, I was actually thinking, okay, Apple play off that 150 level. You had the news from yesterday, kind of felt weak. And, so I did favor the short there, but, this thing just kind of steamrolling ahead. But I think that 150 level just can't seem to get above that. So, definitely interesting level to play off of. Earlier in the morning, it was below VWAP, so, you had the shorts there. That was pretty solid. Lost some money trying to, just be cheeky over here and kind of scale into the short. And then, once it really kind of, at this point, I'm like, okay, we're going to 150. I give up. And then after that break, traded a bunch of size over there, and then afterwards, really slammed it down, and then had couple of shorts there. So maybe we can get that going once again here. But let's keep a look. What's the high on this today? And this is dark pool, so it's not going to be correct. What I'm seeing, 150, 141. I think this did not break the high, so call it 150.20ish. The market's breaking out, right? The market is breaking out. Look at this. And Apple is kind of going sideways, staying just below that 150 area. So, if this sort of consolidates, or even if the market wants to come back down and kind of test 3,900 at any point, I feel like Apple will be the first to go off that 150 level. It's pretty clean in terms of risk to reward on this one. So yeah, you know what? Let's start a little small position here, see where this one goes. And yeah, you know, like when you get a level like this, like it doesn't get any clearer than this. But you know, yeah, definitely interesting because, you know, yesterday had the sell-off and yeah, unfortunately wasn't in, you know, like to smash that. But now back up to 150, maybe we go sideways. So, you know, solid profile here. And what other trades did I have today? I had actually, like I like the Google long, but it was kind of slow. Like it was kind of slow. You know, I missed yesterday. It didn't have like day one. It wasn't involved in like a day one split. But, you know, I was trying a little bit of a long here and then took some profit off and let the rest ride and go figure. This thing kind of flushed me out over there, so I gave up. But I think Neil's the one who mentioned it. This might be going to 113.50, right? And like, you know, like went for that 112 test, broke, held trend, now like at the 113 level. Probably going to test 113 at some point, you know, but keep in mind, like, you know, midday, obviously things moving a little bit slower. And yeah, just give me 1 second here to double check this. TV, YouTube. And yeah, guys, you know, let me know what else you guys have been trading in the chat. Always exciting. And I'm just pulling up the chat here as I speak, so I can't actually see anybody. But you know, Apple kind of still hovering around there. And there was actually what was the ticker of the day? SI. Oh no. Where do I have that written down? Oh, I don't even have it written down. But yeah, you know, another good look.
What is this? What is this?
Oh, it's just my sheet to remind me, like the names to look at.
This guy downgraded himself from a sticky note to a tissue to a cardboard rip.
Hey, I never had a sticky note. I never had a sticky note.
This is a cardboard piece that he ripped off.
You know, I had a.
Okay, yeah, there you go. This guy went from a sticky note to a tissue paper to a piece of cardboard that he ripped off for his watch list. Come on, Luca. We have computers, man.
No, I know, but just to come over to remind myself. You know, I got the little piece of thing here, a little piece of cardboard. But yeah, you know, it doesn't matter how you remind yourself of your watch list. You just have to remind yourself. You know,
that's right.
That's the most important thing. And yeah, people saying Sea-Doo, I think they actually had some type of news. I can't remember off the top of my head, but you know, this one, I want to say this one's gone. Like this had the run, but now it's going to kind of barcode go around. I just feel like any type of volume that comes into this stock, like it's just going to, you know, go sideways. And like, look, you had the push towards 4 and that kind of wick off top around 4 consolidation and then back into that range, right? Anytime you see something like this, it's like, you know, I mean, what did it trade today? 60 million volume, only up 30% at this point. You know, nothing too exciting. I mean, when I'm looking at small caps, I really want to see things move. And oh, STIM is what it was. Yeah, STIM. So like, you know, call it hot chick of the day. It didn't really give, you know, what I wanted to see. I was interested in, you know, if this got towards 5 and had a break, like maybe we got going. But I think the float on this one's like 20 million. So it's like a little bit slow and obviously faded off. Like I didn't pay for shorts, so you know, I just kind of let it go.
You steal this from a homeless guy? It says need money for food behind.
Oh yeah.
What? You steal this from a homeless guy?
Oh
yeah. Now that guy's not gonna get any money for food. What is that guy gonna do? But no, all jokes over there. I just wrote that down real quick just for that joke bit. Coin is money. Apparently, people are saying. Of course it is. It's still trying to take that 65 level out. Sorry. And Coinbase has been beautiful today with the help of cryptocurrencies going back into green territories. I mean, look at Bitcoin. Wow, 4% now. Insane. Bitcoin was like at 1% earlier. Ethereum, which was down 3%, now only down 0.2%. Solana 8%. Cardano 4%. Doge and Shiba almost 3% each. So yeah, cryptocurrency is booming right now. Insane move on cryptocurrencies coming in. So clearly Coinbase might just take advantage of this move over here. Let's go to MARA. Is Mara close to 12? We're pretty close. Only 20 pennies away from the $12 level. Let's wait for that $12 level patiently before we go short over here, and keep in mind the stock is up 21%, man. Insane move. Let's head over to Riot also. Riot now at $7. I think that's the high of day, yeah. $7 is the high a day. There's about, let's say 50,000, no, 20, 30, 40, 50, about 50,000 shares or so on the $7 area. I'm not seeing much size anywhere else. Maybe some barriers do come in off the stock at $7. Let's go look at on the daily. Maybe on the daily we see some barriers around 7, RIOT. I'm a Riot right now. Oh, look at that. 50 period EMA at $6.89. So just possible that we see some rejection coming in around $7 for ML for RIOT, but I don't want to be shorting cryptocurrency stocks right now. That's way too much of a gamble.
Oh yeah, you know, like crypto absolutely moving, and it's kind of crazy. And you know, I can't remember who said the joke here, but they're like, "Oh, crypto's up 10-15%." Like, oh, now I'm only down 90. But you know, making the comeback nice and slow. And you know, like obviously the long-term game like still looks good, holding up. But that key level 18,000. But yeah, you know, these sympathy plays always a good time. Always a good time. I actually haven't looked at it today. I'm watching Twitter right now. This thing is going absolutely insane. And like, I mean, look at this. This kind of feels like a potential long could be good at like 39.70 area, but this could easily like blow through. You know what? Yeah, let's try a little bit. Let's try a little long here for like a potential bounce area. Try a small long here, just based on like when you see these kind of wick off bottoms, kind of flies down and then shoots back up. Like maybe we get that again. Even if we get a move to 40, maybe scalp this out. So like we'll see if we can get out of that for a quick little 20-cent win. I mean, if it goes below, like, is this going to touch VWAP? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe not right this second. If it does, I'll be in trouble here. But, you know, like, feels like people are bidding here, kind of doing a lot of volume, bouncing around. So, you know, maybe get some fills, collect those base hits, and see where we go from there.
Netflix is apparently looking a little heavy. I mean, yeah, maybe market's looking a little heavy around 12,200 and around 3,920. But I'm still waiting for the S&P 500 for a possible pop to 3,950 before I think about shorting anything, because I think that is very much possible on this market to do so based on how we moved yesterday and how we're moving today. Now I'm just thinking about lyrics from rappers. They watch how I move. Anyways, coming back to the market over here, gotta love the green on the market, baby. For a second, it looked like S&P 500 had a head and shoulders, but the right shoulder was higher than the left shoulder. And not that I use head and shoulders or anything, but you know, people could have looked at this as a head and shoulders and got trapped into shorts. Thankfully, I did not use that pattern, and I just waited for the market to move around. Look at the buys coming in. It's just single contract buys that I'm seeing. So if we filter out the single contracts, maybe we see a little bit better of a move, because a single contract is what on MES? It's like a 50,000 position?
Notional, I think it's like 20. I want to say 20K?
20K notional.
Yeah,
so that's
20K
not
notional.
that's not much of an interest for me on the MES. For the ES, it's like what, 200K one contract?
Yeah, it's like 10x.
10x,
so like 200K,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we filter out 200K or more size being traded on the level 2, then you start getting a better picture of where the volume is. So as you see, the sells have a lot more volume than the buys right now. So we are getting a little bit of a barrier / resistance around these highs. Market does seem a little heavy. Netflix could start looking for a rejection around here, but I'm not thinking about shorting Netflix today. It feels like someone knows something. Someone knows something about this earnings.
I was literally thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Like you had like the past 2-3 days where this thing just like ran and there was so much volume being done. It was like a magnet towards these even dollar levels. And 200 has yet to be breached. I think the high was like 199 something yesterday. But you know, like going into earnings, it's kind of funny. Like if you guys pull up the daily on Netflix, and let me like see if I could load this here. You know, like every single I think it was at like 420 or something, and every single earnings, this thing gets absolutely decimated. So yeah, let's pull this up here, and no, this is Apple
like
here.
Decimated.
Absolutely. Okay, so I was looking at this today just to kind of refresh myself of these levels, and I got reminded that like, you know, like Jim Cramer was up here saying like this is a buy, we like the stock, blah, blah, blah. Look at this. Absolute. Okay, like obviously the whole market like tanked, you know, like absolutely destroyed. But you know, and let me just cancel. I think I got wicked out of Twitter here. You know, that's fine. It didn't really bounce the way I thought it would, so it is what it is. You know, look at this. Completely destroyed, a little bit more sideways. Next earnings, completely destroyed again. So it's like, okay, so like, I mean, if, you know, look at this chart, right? It's like, are we gonna get destroyed again? Like, is this going down to 100, 150? Is this gonna, I have no idea. But it just feels like it's so like this move is like extreme, from like 700 down to 600, down to 400, down to 200. Are we going to cut in half again? You know, like they would have to, I mean, I almost want to say that they would have to report like terrible numbers. Like something would have to go extremely wrong. And maybe that's the reason why, like, you know, you're getting this kind of rally going into earnings, because, you know, like everybody's looking at the same chart and it's like, okay, well, where is this going? Is it really going to 100? Now, again, I'm not here to make predictions on that. I don't really care what happens, but it'll be interesting to see, right? Like at that 200 level, are we going to like break through? You know, maybe you get some resistance, like, I don't even know, like, I mean, if I kind of like zoom out on this, and this is just me like kind of speculating, like maybe you like going into 400, like we could easily reverse this move, which would be extreme. Like, it would be extreme, but like these are like the expected moves, right? Like, I'll be surprised if post earnings it's still in the same range. If it is, then it's like, okay, like, I mean, it's probably a no trade event for me tomorrow. But if we get somewhere up here or even somewhere down here, it gets a little more exciting. But yeah, you know, we'll see. We'll keep that one on ice. We'll see what happens after hours. And you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see the kind of same action that we saw in IBM too, where it was just kind of like up and then down. And Scott Crane saying Netflix option chain low 100s. I don't know what you mean by that, but if you're talking about like lots of puts there, like, oh, for sure. Think about all the portfolios that are holding Netflix, and they're just like, okay, we got to hedge this, whatever, try to get out. But yeah, and yeah, let's check out where Twitter is again here.
Yeah, I mean, Netflix, like this was the COVID era pop, right? Everyone's sitting at home buying Netflix, and people were like, I'm getting restricted because my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandpa, my dog are all on my account, so I'm gonna go buy another account. I've seen that happen. I've seen families go buy 2 accounts because there's too many accounts being used, and Netflix restricts you on how many people can use it at once. So Netflix took a big boom in subscriber count. During COVID time, a lot of people were sitting at home. What are you gonna do? Watch YouTube all day? That gets pretty stale pretty quickly, right? So that took place. Then obviously we saw Disney as a competitor. We saw Prime Video as a competitor coming in, disturbing the space a little bit. They lost a little bit of the count. The subscriber count, that is, so that got slapped. And when this happened, Bill Ackman right here said, I'm loading up, Netflix is still great for the future, blah, 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 blah. And then this popped up to 460. I remember watching that, and then it came right back up, and then the next earnings report comes in. Look at that volume candle on that day chart. Holy smokies. Insane volume candle. And then obviously earnings report comes out. They report they're losing more numbers to Disney and Prime Video and so on. They got slapped down. And interesting to note, Luca, actually, is recently I saw an article saying that Netflix might come out with another loss in subscriber count. So I was thinking bearish, but then we see moves like today, which is maybe it could be part of it is buy the rumors, sell the news or whatever. But you know, who knows really? Only time will tell. What time do they even report today? 4:05, 4 o'clock? Let's quickly go check what that is right here.
I almost want to say 4:05. I feel like they're
usually around that.
They're early.
4:05. So 4 o'clock is Netflix. 4 is the interactive brokers also. Omicron? Oh, Omnicom. Okay, I was like, what? There's no way a company's named after Omicron. What? But yeah, so clearly we have a bunch of stocks here reporting. Just gotta wait to see. Here's the estimated guesses for earnings per share, 2.9 and revenue 8.06. But keep in mind, Netflix will move around a little bit based on the subscriber count also. I did close my BABA short just because I didn't like how the market was moving north. And also, I was happy with my trade overall. I'm 2 times my shutdown today. That's a pretty good enough of a goal for me right there. Not that I'm stopping trading for the day, but my opportunities are kind of dwindling over here as we're going to the end of lunchtime. Maybe we see more opportunities with volume coming in from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
Yeah, you know, guys, you got to just make sure you're watching your positions. Right now, if you're in positions and they're working for you, you know, hold on, especially if you guys are long from the morning, like everything absolutely booming. And, you know, speaking of booming, that Neo 20 level, go figure. It's like I had the short the other day, and it was like subpar, like you guys saw it. It didn't really work for me, and I was like, okay, whatever, this is off my radar. And today I had this on the back burner, but I was looking at a few other things, and I was like, hey, maybe the 20 bounced because we broke and rejected and bounced. So maybe, you know, the bounce will be good again today because nobody was really selling through 20. And, you know, if you took 20 short today, absolutely clean. But, you know, coming back towards VWAP, kind of broke above and then bounced. So now it's kind of like channeling and, you know, not really expecting too much from this, but just I found that kind of interesting. It's like, okay, day 1, bounce play was good. Day 2, you could have taken that short. And I was like reversed on that. And a good thing I didn't actually trade this, or that would have been a loss for me. And I saw somebody else saying, can you look at shop long? Take a look at shop long.
Wait. Someone just asked me, is 2x your shutdown your best day? And I just did the calculation. My best day was 80x my shutdown. That was DWAC. Let's go.
80x.
80x.
See, yo, something to be said. It's like you have a shutdown, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you lose. But it's possible. There's so much opportunity and things happen, right? It's like 80x your shutdown, 100x, 50x. Yeah, you know, obviously those days don't come around all the time, but when they're there, you know, like just make sure you're in front of the screen to hit those, you know?
That's a good point. You know, part of your job is just being at the desk, sitting there, waiting patiently for those opportunities to arise. And when they come, you gotta be absolutely crazy about those opportunities and start hammering. Sorry?
I know, but that's why I'm telling you, you have to be at your desk.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, there's nothing to trade.
Oh, yeah. From 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, there's nothing to trade. Okay, like a poster or something. So Neil was saying there's a sign at the CME that for here to how does it go again? What did he say? To if you want to be here for the good trades, you want to be here, something along those words. Baba still wanting to push down. The market's actually showing negative moves over here. So maybe the shorts are actually going to start being good right now on the market. Let's head over to Apple. Apple short is exactly what I'm looking for right now. Yeah, buddy, let's get into that one. We're going to give it about 10 cents of risk on Apple, pushing down with the rest of the market. Let's add to our P&L. Even Luca said that looks good.
That looks good. I just added 2.
Let's go. That's what I like to hear. If Luca, Mr. Apple himself, says that sure looks good, we take those trades.
See, you know what I'm looking at, guys? Like, you had this kind of consolidation, right? And I took the initial short thinking that we would break down from here. And then we didn't. We went a little bit sideways. Then this feels like we blew through the stops, right? And you know, the kind of same ideology as I was saying, when you see a name that's going sideways the way Apple is right now, and I'll remove this dark pool wick in a sec, but when you see names like this where it's like going sideways and the market is just inching up, but Apple cannot inch up, then it kind of has this pop action. Like, you know, it gives the feel of like maybe these are stops. Then when it comes back through, the reason I added here is because it just kind of felt like there was a lot of slamming. There was a lot of red on the tape. And I just said, okay, this is a little bit of a tape read. I'm already in the position. I like the idea. I have the level. Let me add to this because maybe now we get that move down to like 149.50 area, like towards the bottom of this range. Like, again, I'm not really expecting too much considering how strong the overall market is. But if this can stay below 150, then this kind of feels good. And, you know, like maybe we do get that move towards 149.50. 149 would be awesome. Nice VWAP bounce. I'm not really sure if I could be that patient for it, just considering that we're up so much. But, you know, I mean, like, we'll just see where this one goes and keep it on ice. I mean, I'll be surprised if at this point we get back and break like 150.20 over there.
Randomly, size got put on to 149.95, 10,000 shares. But, you know, 10,000 shares for a stock that's trading 40 million on the day is almost insignificant. But we'll see where this one goes. As Luca always says, you see that blue line out there? That's my stop. That's about a 10 cent per share stop right there. So that's how much I'm willing to give on this trade. I'm not willing to give any more than that. We're just waiting to see if the market pushing down over here for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ can help out Luca and myself on the short side. Let's go take a look at some of the stocks that the chat, our beautiful, wonderful, great, the almighty chat is looking at. I know one of you said Shopify at one point, breaking $34 to the upside. I believe I was going to pull this up, but I zoned out on this, honestly, so that's my fault. So we did break 34 over here, but not by much, though. Only about 8 pennies or so. So Shopify now right back under 34, but forming a nice little base around 33.80s to 33.70s to 33.70s. Let's see if this base around 33.70s can help Shopify get right back above 34, but that would most likely require the market to not go downside. And also noticing there's some inverse gateways at 33.85, about 15,000 shares. No, or is it 15? Yeah, 15,700 shares on 33.85 over here, trying to take those fills by paying for it. So they're looking to either go short or get out of their long, but they want to pay for those fills and they want to be first in line. So a little bit of a more sophisticated trader over there, not one of those Robinhood traders, that for sure. So let's see if that trader is going to block the stock from going too far high. Once again, though, 15,700 for a stock that's been trading 18 million, insignificant.
Yeah, you know, it's not huge. You know, you can kind of, what I like to do, and this is something that Greg taught me, is if you guys are saying to yourself, look, I want to trade 100 shares, and this is just a rule of thumb. This isn't like, I mean, it's just whatever, right? You can filter your time of sale to have it to show 100. So you say to yourself, if you're looking at a new stock and you're like, I don't really know like the type of volume that's happening, you know, like what should I put a filter on, if any? You know, if you're going to trade 100 shares, you could filter it by 100 and just see the 100 prints that are going off. So, you know, it's obviously much slower by filtering with 100. Like, there's a lot of like 43 shares, 50 shares that are not getting seen right here on Apple, right? So you see the kind of the pace at which this is moving, right? And if you say like, okay, I want to trade 1,000 shares, well, let's look at all the 1,000 prints. Now, guys, keep in mind that 1,000 share orders could be split up into different size, right? So if you go and cross down, if you cross down and cross down to, let's say, 85, you know, you might take out all this liquidity. That might get split up in a different kind of order. But to sort of give yourself just a rule of thumb, like quickly glancing over, looking at a new stock, saying, you know, like how much volume is actually taking place on this stock based on like lot size. You know, like I like to do that. I pull it up. It's not really something that I make trading decisions on. It's just kind of like a quick rule of thumb, like, okay, like, look, it's a little bit slower, whereas, you know, right off the open, you kind of filter this for 1,000, like you're seeing like lots of block orders going off. So, you know, if you're saying to yourself, I'm going to jump in and out with size, you know, you're not really going to devastate the market, like, you know, like it's going to trade a lot. So kind of a little rule of thumb there. And yeah, the shop trade, you know, like quickly looking at it, you can also say to yourself, like, you know, you got the size on the book, right? And you know, is it taking that size right away? Right? Is it taking the size right away that's right over here, or is this size just hanging out there? Also, what gateway is that size on, right? If you guys are working on like, you know, active orders, like what's moving around, like you ask yourself, okay, like this is on like, you know, ARCA gateway, like these relative large orders, like they don't really move, so it's just gonna sit there, whereas like maybe if it's a different gateway, then it's gonna be more active, it might get pulled, put back. So, you know, these are things that you can ask yourself. And Apple is going to cook, be careful. Always careful, always careful. You know, at this point, like if it does rip up another maybe 10, 20 cents, I'll probably be out of this. But you know, you got to take the trades when they're there, right? You got to risk it for the biscuit. If I'm wrong, is what it is. No big deal.
Brandon in our work chat put in WFG buyout rumors earlier. So WFG is West Fraser Timber Co. Limited. Trying to most likely get bought out, halted on news pending. So here you go, halted around what? That's Shopify. That makes a lot more sense now. So halted around $99 over here, indicated open price. Well, it says 99 because it's a news pending halt, so we're just waiting. Apple did stop me out right now. Looks like the market's pushing up once again. So Apple's stopping me out. We're just going to let the stock move around a little bit. Not going to try and take part in that trade one more time. But I know you guys are patiently waiting for this segment of the day, which is volume leaderboard with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, let's get you caught up on what is moving around this afternoon. This board will show you the entire U.S. landscape as far as stocks are concerned. So today we're talking about 10,835, give you an indication of a very positive day. Obviously, there's 8,008 listings currently in positive territory, 1,089 basically little changed or unchanged, and then about 1,700 and change to the downside today. So it's kind of nice to see so much green. It's been a long time since we've been dealing with a nice positive day. 926 new lows on the day, 63 brand new highs for U.S. listed stocks. This list will be the volume leader so far today. It is Zila back at the top of the list. 643 million shares traded today on Zila. Neil, you were talking about that in the pre-market. TQ's on here, 88 million. That APLD, crazy mover, right out of the gate so far this morning. It's 172. I believe it was 140-ish in the pre-market, so huge move for that one. The SQ's on here, CYTO, NIO. Haven't seen that one on here for a long time. Huge move to the downside for Chinese EV makers today. Almost 50 million shares. Biggest gainer so far, that SIDU on some positive news. 640 million shares, Prad, on Zila today. Back to you.
Zila. All right, let's go check out Zila 6.
Oh yeah, Zila guys. One of my friends sent me a link. He's like, take a look at this link. I found it on Reddit. There's restructure. I quickly glanced over it. Restructuring the float, and you know, if it gets to $1, there's going to be this huge gamma squeeze, and blah blah blah, and all this. And like the first thing I thought of.
Reddit DV.
Well, so yeah. And it was like, it's comprehensive. You know, you guys can have a look at the link if you see it there. But essentially, you know, like whatever, like look at the volume that's being done. So this is one thing that I'm looking at. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be, you know, I understand what could happen, right? What could happen if we get going. So it's obviously like on my watch list. I'm watching it. Like I'm, you know, kind of wondering like, is this really gonna get moving? But 650 million shares traded today. Okay. 650 million shares. So like, it's like, you know, like gamma squeeze, yes, if we get to $1, but we're at 20 cents. And like right off the bat, this thing kind of tanks, does a lot of volume. And now it's just like shares are just being exchanged. Like, you know, it could get going, right? It could get going. I mean, anything's possible in this type of market. but like that would be like such an extreme move. I'm definitely like, this is like, obviously you play the range on this today, you're getting filled, like looks good. But if you guys are wondering like, oh, maybe it's going to blow and it's going to come to fruition, this type of gamma squeeze, like I would really love to see confirmation as opposed to just try to anticipate. Because it's that same ideology. It's like I say to myself, okay, I'm anticipating this Tesla gamma squeeze, and then it doesn't come, and the short was good, but I didn't have size because I thought the long was good. So, you're going to want to wait for confirmation. Wait for confirmation, let it tell you what it wants to do, and then make the decision. I mean, today this thing just kind of going sideways, staying below VWAP. Like, I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to be long this from a day trading perspective unless you're like kind of scalping this range in and out.
I hear Sean over there getting upset about Netflix because the stock just keeps on going, man, not stopping. Looks like that 200 will be tested today without fail. And then I think that's the only place where we can think about maybe shorting Netflix around 200. As you've seen on the daily, that 200 level is a little bit significant. Also noticing on the daily right now, the 50-period Tiffany Blue EMA line that I have on my daily chart right here is around 200 also. So lots of reasons to maybe short 200 on Netflix as it is pushing up to the north side over here. Let me think about throwing an order, a small little order, just so we can take some fills closer to 200 area, and then give it a nice little stop around there. Let's see if Netflix can push up there. The fact that NASDAQ and S&P 500 do not want to keep on taking out the highs and push north might just be good for my Apple short, which I got back in. I got back some at 150.10s, and then I added on the way down, but looks like it's going to stop me out again. So that's two tries that I tried Apple right here at the end of day areas, and looks like it's not going to work for us. So I'm going to do my last and third attempt and give it that proper stop till the high of day, which happens to be near 150.22s. So, we gave it small stops. It does not work. So we're going to take less size and give it the appropriate stop till the high of day, which I believe only way it's getting taken out is by the market clearing the high day and keep on running north. So we're going to give it that risk of 150.22 to break to the north side, and this is going to be the final attempt on Apple shorts. Current average price 150.12, and if we lose on this 3 times and we're out, strike out.
Maybe third time's a charm,
Third time's a charm.
Hopefully third time's a charm. But yeah, it's funny, like people in the chat, oh, you're going to get blown out on the Apple. It's like, remember, day traders, right? It's like, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in. Oh, it works. Okay, solid there, like holding. So I'm actually long Netflix for this potential move into 200. This is a little consolidation that we're getting here. Just kind of feels right. Like we're trending up. We were consolidating like for a little bit, and then we kind of broke up. So maybe we're getting the short-term consolidation, then we get the move to 200. Yesterday, or when was it? Yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. So the high was actually 199, like 50 to 200. Like it did not break 200, right? So if we get to 200 and we break, like who knows? I mean, we're already up 5%, but a little cheeky long. See if we don't get stopped out here. I mean, it looks like it wants to hold 199, but again, like a little bit of a slow mover. Just got to be very cautious.
Our buddy usually talks about GME, but today he's talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. Michel from Quebec talking about Bed Bath & Beyond, saying a possible long idea, $5.35 room to $6 on Bed Bath & Beyond. If the market wants to keep on going north, it is very possible for the stock to maybe take out the high day. But let's go see what it is on the relative volume scale for Bed Bath & Beyond today. If it's not close to 2, then I don't see it actually having that move. So the lack of actually having volume on this position on a relative scale might put me off on that long, even though the stock today is up 7% with almost 5 million shares traded on the day. Maybe I just wait for Bed Bath & Beyond to have a good volume day on it. For example, like GME today, 2 million shares, 157 high a day. AMC somewhere around 30 million shares, and now getting back above to 1720 where I was short in the stock. Why did I even pull up AMC? Now it's going to make me want to go short at the same levels that I was short. But we're just going to leave the stock alone for now. We're going to focus on Apple. Markets showing us red candles on the second 5-minute chart candle. What am I even trying to say? So there's the first 5-minute candle over here closed red, and the second one is also opening red. So maybe the descent actually starts coming in. You know, the pilot's gonna say, everyone strap in your seatbelts. We're about to start landing. The landing gear is coming out. So time to maybe our shorts to pay out. We're currently 10 cents in the money on Apple short. Apple's at 150 at the moment. Let's see 150 get cleaned out, and then this catalyst driving the rest of the market to the downside.
Yeah, for sure. You know, just, so I got stopped out of Netflix. Like, it is what it is. Tight risk on that. Not what I wanted to see. Was hoping that it would hold trend and just push, but I'm also reminding myself, like, you know, like 1 o'clock afternoon, right? Things a little bit slower. Maybe we get that run up later today, like before earnings, and that would actually be an interesting setup if we get some increased volume going into the close, pushing towards 200. I'm not really sure if there's any. Well, I mean, you know, you had the move yesterday. I'm just thinking out loud, saying like maybe there's like some options expiring this week, but again, like you had that move yesterday already into 200, so you know that kind of would have already been like the sort of like a magnet effect there, but. Yeah, I like that Apple short that you got going, but I'm chilling. I don't know if I want to like put this on. Like, I feel like it should have worked when I tried it, and now it's kind of like sideways. So like even if we go like slower move, like maybe if we break down and then pop, then I'll consider it. But it was like that same kind of situation where it's like, you know, like thought the first time looked really good, added, and then like we did not go, right? I thought we were going a little consolidation, then we should have went, but we just like instantly popped up. I guess, you know, this is like kind of blow the stops out, and you know, like getting those bids that are reloading over here. So, you know, I'm gonna take it easy with this one. Oh, and Meta's actually at 175, really? I didn't even know that. What was that level from last time?
I'm just trying to focus on my orders. So what happened on Apple was at 149.90 to the downside, there was about 15,000 shares trying to hold it up, but the orders came in and wiped that level out. So that made me a little happy about that level getting cleaned out. But as Luca mentioned, buyers were reloading and they were refreshing. Maybe it's buyers, maybe it's short sellers taking their profits. Either way, the reloading action is coming in, and they're not letting the stock go too much further right now. So just waiting for the market environments to push this stock to the downside. We do know that there's negative catalysts for Apple, but along with those negative catalysts, I believe someone from Apple itself came out and said, I haven't seen any slowing down happening in projects and other sides. So maybe this news that came out yesterday gets negated with that positive news today a little bit, and then later on we see a little bit of negative coming in. But yeah, the story is I don't believe in Apple going above 150 today after the move we saw yesterday. Hence, a lot of people are trying to short that 150 level. Nice, significant, even dollar price, 150. And look at that 149.90. They keep on refreshing that orders on inverse gateways. So every time I see that, I feel like taking some size out on my trade. Now we're 25 cents in the money on Apple, riding the short to the downside. Market showing us a green candle on the next 5-minute candle here as it opens up. So not really the right direction that I want to see it in, but we're happy with our trades today so far. Hey, Pratt, another super chat coming in from Michelle. What's up, brother? Another long idea for short squeeze play, Tide, BBIG spinoff. Yep. Bounce off to $1. If volume moves in, we'll move sharply, really low flow / cap. So TYDE, yeah, the merger, or not the merger, the spinoff from BBIG, most likely for a long play. 1 million shares traded today. Not sure what you're looking for, but you're just bouncing off the $1 long. Pretty clean, you know. You could, it being a penny stock, you can take tons of size, but it just depends on where you can actually get out on because of the liquidity on the stock.
Yeah, you know, definitely a slow mover, so manage your expectations with that one. And I see people in the chat also saying Husa moving. So, you know, this one always kind of a fan favorite, obviously going to move in kind of correlation with overall oil names. But, you know, relatively light volume today, right? Like only like 1.7 million shares traded. You kind of had this volume spike, like bringing it up. And now the real question is, will there be some continuation, right? And I have no idea where the relative high on this one was, but I kind of feel like this name was way higher from the past. From before. You see a strong up move. If we get above 5 on this, maybe not today, but like if this kind of continues with overall trend, then, you know, maybe you get that kind of next leg up moving towards 7. But, you know, until then, like The last thing I'd want to see, like if this was my position, is, you know, like the long and then it kind of reverses and goes back down into the range of like 4-ish. But, you know, definitely a little bit slow from a day trading perspective. You got some size on the offer, but I think if it clears 5, then, you know, anything's possible, right? And yeah, let's have a look here, just kind of glancing over. I know Sean mentioned he's short Google from 113. This one's slowly moving in his direction here. Yeah, kind of, actually that 113, so it didn't even break 113. That was like the absolute top there. That was a solid top pick there. Oh, 65, okay, yeah. You know, like sometimes I work so hard on getting the exact price that I want, and I miss so many trades, and I wonder if that's the kind of right approach. But, you know, live and learn every day is always a good learning experience. You know, as long as this holds trend for anybody else who's short in this, like looking good, maybe get that kind of 112 bounce area, 112, 111, 90, just kind of feels like that. You know, like when it spends all morning kind of going sideways trying to break out, then it finally has that strong move up. Maybe you get that little bit of support coming in at like, you know, 111.60 to 112-ish area. So, you know, if it holds 112, long, maybe get that secondary bounce later in the day. But at this point, it does feel like we are going to that 112 test on that one. And just last month, Husa hit 860. Last time crude was going up. Yeah, you know, that one, you know, anything's possible. Definitely anything's possible. But it's something, I mean, from a day trading perspective, I want to be in stuff that's moving as opposed to stuff that's kind of very, very slow. So yeah, that was my thoughts there. And revisiting, yeah, you know, Apple's still around that 150. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that it's spending so much time around there. Google going to split. Yeah, so the Google, you know, it already did split, in case you didn't know that. I see, yeah, somebody in the chat is like, Google going to split. Yep, they did the split. It was, you know, after the close on Friday, so yesterday was the first day of trading. And, you know, like for anybody that didn't, you know, I mentioned this last time, but something interesting about Google is, you know, it's going to move, I think, what was it? So the liquidity is 2 times better than Amazon based on the float structure. That doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be like kind of like is what it is, but it's like kind of rule of thumb. Liquidity should be, in theory, 2 times better than Amazon, but the moves on Google will be 2 times sharper than Apple moves. So like obviously like you're going to want to watch how it trades before you kind of get into position to kind of understand like what are the flushes going to be like how much can it potentially flush. So I was definitely watching it this morning, and it was very, very sharp right off the open. But, you know, with that in mind, I was like, okay, Google, like this should be exciting come earnings, because like now it's like tradable. So like what are day traders going to do? Like how's it going to look? I feel like it's going to be awesome. But, you know, like I'm kind of surprised that it's, you know, it feels like a little like I thought it would. But again, you know, middle of summer, like my expectations are probably not correct. But yeah, you know, this one definitely interesting. Keeping my eye there. Like like I want Google to be like my top traded name. I just feel like it could be. Like it's an exciting name. You got Apple, you got Amazon, you got Google. Like now these names are actually tradable. So it'll be interesting to see like going into the end of the year when things really start to go nuts, or if we get like a flash down like sometime during the summer. But you know, at this point, like expected that things are a little bit slower. So you know, like just manage your expectations. I'm trying to tell myself that like every single day.
New position alert. I'm short NVIDIA. Someone said time to short NVIDIA, question mark. NVIDIA broke 169 by only 10 pennies, so I'm okay with taking that short, giving it that risk of 10 cents. I could easily get stopped out right here on NVIDIA like that. There we go. So maybe we should have given a little bit more risk on that trade, but we're okay with what just happened on this one, as the market really not showing weakness. So you want to be careful with these shorts. Either keep small size and give it that wiggle room, or take big size and take small stops on this trade. We're still big green on the day today, but NVIDIA might just be able to keep on moving another dollar from here to 170 before we see some real rejection coming into play. There goes NVIDIA, man, launching to the north side. This is why you want to be very careful shorting stocks like AMD and NVIDIA today. These chip stocks have a positive catalyst behind them, so you don't want to be fighting the overall trend. You don't want to be fighting big money. Big money wants to go long. Why do you think you're smarter or better than the big money who can actually move the market? You're not. Just trade with them. Go in their direction. Play the right way, play the smart way. Don't be dumb money that they're trying to capitalize off of and taking profits off of, right? So shorting NVIDIA, it does seem juicy, does scream at you, does make you want to take it. But if you want to do it, be sure to at least give it up to $170 to the upside, or just wait for $170 to come into play and then trade the trade. That's way better in my opinion. This is why I just kept a nice little small stop on this trade. Apple still working for me, but not really pushing to the downside as I would like it to. So not much to talk about there on Apple just yet. I'm just here for a piece of that, my man. Not sure a piece of what, but hopefully you get whatever it is that you can that you're fishing for. It is. Is it short day? Shout out to all my short kings. I don't think it's a short day at all. We're up 2.5% on the market.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny because my best name today, Apple, doing extra well on it. I was short, but obviously, like, you know, like you want to be with the trend, especially if you're holding a little bit longer. You know, like there's always money to be made on any side, especially if you're scalping. Neo guys pushing up now. Yeah, you know, it's let's take a look here. And I was actually pulling up NVIDIA. The one thing I wanted to say, I don't know if that passed, if that bill passed. I know it was going through the Senate today. But yeah,
Which
definitely
bill?
the
chip bill?
Yeah,
they're
the
voting.
chip
They're
bill.
voting.
Yeah, and you know, I was actually thinking. Remember, I was mentioning this morning. I was like, yeah, guys, just stop order
No,
above the
Netflix.
high at some point. Stop order above the high, and you know, like see, you know, if we get kind of triggered in and this thing just kind of goes. I think it was Nancy Pelosi's husband is long NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Picked up a decent sized position, and now you know, like they're voting on it. You know, like so there's some information there. Definitely interesting. So, you know, if you are long any chip names, I guess hold on to your longs. And I'm quickly looking at Amazon, looking like it maybe wants to go for that 118 push, especially if the market wants to push up here. You know, just obviously going to move a little bit slower. And, yeah, let's have a look at NEO, see where this is. I was thinking, yeah, you know, a little bit slow. I mean, I think 2050, not to say that 2050 is a level, just kind of like 50-cent increment. Maybe this like slowly gets there. But, you know, I think like this could easily just kind of stay inside this range. You know, the market slowly just really doing nothing at this point. And, you know, if it does turn down, then everything's going to turn down with it. I think
yeah,
here,
this is the short on NVIDIA right here, brother. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off real quick because I've been fighting the short for a little bit longer than I wanted to. But now as the market looks like it wants to push down and NVIDIA finally showing me new lows on the move down over here. Look at the sells coming in. Look at those blues. I love seeing a good wall of blue on my time of sales. Average price 168.91. In complete honesty, the size I have right now is a lot less than the size I had earlier. So that's just because it wasn't working out for me. But now that it's actually pushing down over here on NVIDIA, I'm not going to add to a winning trade because I think NVIDIA can easily whip right back, and that way my average, which will get ruined by adding in the money, when NVIDIA whips right back, I'll just want to close that trade for a loser. So that's not how I'm willing to trade this trade. If it moves back to 169.20s or even 169, I'll be thinking about taking more size and give it the appropriate stop at 169.30 break, which is the high day on NVIDIA right now. S&P 500 finally starting its descent to the downside, and NASDAQ looks like it wants to follow suit. So if you are shorts, maybe time to hold on to them, as Apple shorts are now 20 cents in the money. Ring the cash register. We can't because this thing died again. Awesome.
I was going to just pull out the wallet, just start like, that's it. You know, yeah, you know, like, good luck staying patient with that one. I'm just watching. I'm watching this thing channel. I'm like, I don't know, should I get in? No, you know, I'm just watching for now. But, you know, maybe it starts to work if the market moves down, you know, and kind of test this range. I think, like, you know, what was that level that you called this morning? Was it 39.15 that you said on the ES?
Yeah.
39, you know, like we're above obviously 39.
My original level I wanted to short 39.15, but 39.50 is where a couple rejections happened like 4 weeks ago or something, and also the 50 period EMA.
Okay, I see. Yeah, you know, it'll like, you know, what do you think? Over under 4,000?
Under.
Under? Yeah. Do you think we break 4,000?
Maybe with the help of Tesla, Apple, and all those earnings, yes.
Like it kind of feels like look at this daily here. Like guys, I pull up the daily here and like we'll have a look. Like if it kind of feels like if we break 4,000, like we really could go, you know, call it a, you know, potential short squeeze. Like, you know, maybe some names carry, like maybe, you know, like Apple good earnings, but it, you know, even though they already kind of mentioned that news from yesterday, but you know, this kind of feels like if we get up there, like we really could get up to like 42 very quickly.
Apple money 40 cents, baby. Nvidia short 30 cents. Even though I was complaining about not shorting Nvidia, look at Nvidia right now, 168.75, 20,000 shares on 168.75, chasing down the stock. So we got a chaser. We got a chaser. Let's see if it's Usain Bolt or maybe not. But we got someone running with the stock to the downside over here, trying to take that size, and that's my stop now. If 168.75 breaks, I'll take my profits. I have no other reason to get out. The trader over here is basically giving me free info on what to do my trade, what to do with my trade. So let me just send a stop out there. If 168.75 breaks, get me out of this trade. I don't want to be part of it anymore. How much size do I have? 3 million shares. Awesome. Well, look at that. Now he's at 168.71. This person is just chasing down the size over here to go get short on the trade. If that doesn't tell you to add more size to your trade, I don't know what does. Am I going to do it? Probably not.
Probably not. That's okay. Hold on to your shorts. You know, like if it's working for you, it's working for you. And, you know, one of the rules, don't cover too early, right? Like wait for your targets. You know, if you're feeling kind of worried or if something tells you that you should be covering, you know, then take it off. But, you know, try to be patient, especially in this type of market. It just feels like it's touching so many prices that you will get filled. You will get filled.
Brad, take a look at Tide. Yeah, let's take a look at Tide. Looks like it might have moved. Whoa, Michelle over there moving Tide single-handedly. Are these all your volume candles, Michelle? Let's go, baby. Send Tide to the moon for yourself over here. Opposite correlation with the overall market. Market's looking like it wants to come down at the moment. As you can see, both of my shorts are in the money, but Tide wants to just launch north direction. Up now at $1.20 is the high of day. We're only 2 pennies off of that level. Let's see where Tide moves to. If Tide's doing this, is there any chance that BBIG has the same similar reflection of a move? Looks like it does not. BBIG does not care about what Tide is doing. And the fact that Nvidia is now above that size that I was talking about, we're going to close our Nvidia shorts over here. That size on the upside got taken out, so my trade is done. Clean little trade on Nvidia. First we had a couple losses on it, but now we diminished those losses and we are now flat on Nvidia. If Nvidia can give me another short opportunity closer to 169 like it did earlier, I will be getting back into that trade, give it that risk of high a day, and then ride the stock to the downside. Rug pull inbound, says Logan. If that's the case, baby, call me a lot in because I'm flying on these carpets.
Yeah, rug pull inbound, you know, I mean, that's a nice little short there. That was awesome. Playing off that 170 level. Kind of feels like this kind of volume increasing. I'm just watching this very slowly. You know, that's a good rule of thumb, right? It's like if you have a reason to be in the trade and then it kind of moves away, you know, like that size is gone, then like you're out. You just got to get out from that one. I'm just kind of like looking at everything. It's like I was wondering, okay, is Apple finally breaking down here? But like extra slow. So, you know, I'm just kind of hanging out, watching everything. Yeah, size matters. Definitely size matters on the trades that you're taking for sure. And,
yeah, Nvidia actually pushing back to 169 right now. So that you gotta thank me or hit that like button for that trade call out I gave you. That person was chasing the orders to the downside. Your stop is basically when that person fails to chase it down, meaning that the buyers took that level out. So it was such a good call out over there to take that trade exit whenever that level breaks, because now Nvidia right back to 169. If I was still in this trade, it would be back at my average price and I would be beating myself up for not taking that exit on that easy read that the market gave me or the trader gave me. So reads like these, level 2. Are you seeing a MACD? I almost said McDonald's. Are you seeing are you seeing a McDonald's burger here telling me what type of trade to take? No, you're not seeing MACDs or RSIs. You saw me simply read the level 2 and read the tape. It's not that hard, ladies and gentlemen. And nor do you need to pay $200 to read the tape in level 2 using third-party tools. You just have to learn how to do it.
For sure, yeah. I see people saying Tilray moving. Yeah, Tilray, little bit of a volume spike, little move from 356, 10-cent move. You know, but, you know, 10 cents, whatever, not really too much. But if this thing gets towards 4, then it gets interesting. I'm not sure if there's any, like, catalyst on this one, but, you know, up 7% today. But, you know, kind of maybe just like a break the high a day, you know, but you definitely want to see some follow through if you are long on this.
Yeah, Nvidia could just pop to 170 here, so I'm going to be careful. I'm going to stay away from the shorting Nvidia here. You know, very strong stock on the day, and we already know how the politics of chip makers over there of Nvidia trade of Nancy Pelosi's has been played out. So we're just gonna leave that one alone. We don't want to talk about politics too much on this side. Time to go back up. Hopefully not, because I'm short Apple. But yes, Apple is moving back to 150. We're only 22 pennies in the money on Apple right now. But we have cut down our size to 50%. So we took 50% out for profit. We're holding the other 50% for a bigger move if it does happen to come into play later on. So we get to capitalize on it. Something to notice right now on Apple. There's 50,000 shares on 149.99. Not even at 150. 149.99, 40,000 shares waiting for it to get filled. Let's see if that 40,000 shares gets filled and we go higher than 150, or is 149.99 going to stop the stock from even ticking 150 and we start our descent round 2 one more time.
Yeah, like it's like 5th time's a charm, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could have had this 5 times and like play the over-under game, right? It's like sometimes like, when I'm looking at execution style and I say like, all right, I want to play an over-under. Let me give this like a 5-cent risk. I'm willing to try it 5 times. Works out to 25 cents. Because sometimes you don't want to give it to like, 150.25 because, it depends the type of market you're in, depends the level. But, you say like, okay, if this gets up like 11 cents, like I'm probably wrong. I don't want to wait until like 25 stops me out. So, you could kind of play like that, but looks like it's moving back down kind of slow. Like, I mean, there's not really like a lot of volume hitting the tape. Like at this point when I added, like we had like a lot of slamming taking place. So I thought, okay, if we were going to go, and this is like managing your expectations as a trader, right? It's like, like I want to like show me what I want to see or I'm getting out. I don't care if this continues to go lower without me. I'm not going to have FOMO on this just because like if it was going to be good, like in my mind, if it was going to be good, it would have been good from right here and would have slammed down. And let me just like bring up that volume for everybody to see here. The increase of volume here is basically what I saw on the tape. So it's like, okay, like let me add because we get that little increase of volume, but no follow through. And maybe it's a, kind of a product of the fact that like it's 1 o'clock lunchtime. There's that you get that initial 150 follow through, but then there's no real like kind of volume to kind of continue downwards. And at the same time, everything is up on the day, right? So like, I feel like this could slowly trend down. So it's like, like be patient with it. Like if you have your stops in place, whatever. But, for me, I'm just like, it didn't give me what I wanted to see. Like I'm getting out of this. I don't know if it's going to drift higher with the rest of the market, but I'm definitely like waiting for that Netflix 200 level to make a decision. I really wanted to get there, but like, I mean, I don't know if it will. I don't know if it will.
When are they going to give up? If they want to get stubborn about it, even better for the bulls, it offers them a better exit. Let's be honest. Shorts have tried and tried again. To what, like push the stocks down? Anyway, I'm just going to ignore that comment.
Well, I think that's it's a good point. It's like, so like, everybody's watching the same thing, right? So if everybody's watching this 150 level and everyone's like, okay, I want to short it, everyone's kind of doing the same thing. So if everybody's on the same side of the trade, when the trade doesn't work out, it kind of pops back. It's very violent, right? So I think the point, I don't know if like this is what you were kind of saying there, but it's like, I kind of agree with that. It's like you have like this kind of level, everybody's trying the same thing, it's not working, right? So it's like if you're long and everybody's like slamming the short and then the short bails and it just kind of goes up, right? It's like, it's even better for the longs, right? That's why for myself, I was just like, okay, tight stop, like I'll risk it, like see what happens. But, I think like the first time around on the rejection is solid. You had that run up to 150, then you have like the real flush down, like there's a little bit more volume. Now it's kind of like sideways, right? So like, maybe we do get that push into end of day towards like 151, 152. But again, like I understand the market dynamic. Maybe there's better names to be long, as opposed to like, Apple with the news that came out yesterday. But again, it's, just level to play off is what it is.
That's why being long is easy. Just let the shorts pay you. Yeah, fair. That's why I'm the short trader, baby, because I like things to be tough for me, okay? I like to make my life
hard money.
Yeah, no easy money for me. Make it as tough as it can. Are you making money today, Tyrone? Tyrone's always making money, but, talking about money, let's go to Money Talks with Brenda. Isn't that working?
Hey guys, yeah, look at currency markets here as we head through to middle of the afternoon. We're still watching the dollar. I mean, it's been all about the dollar for the past couple of weeks. This is the daily chart. Day number 3, back to the downside. So huge move up. Obviously, we're at 106.5, trying to hold just above that. In fact, down 0.7 on the day for the DXY. That means pretty much everything else sharply higher. We're watching the euro as well, 102.4 ahead of what should be The first interest rate hike from the ECB coming up this week, full percent to the upside for the euro today. Our Canadian dollar, 77.5 once again. British pound, 120, back to the upside as well, 0.4%. Both Bitcoin and Ethereum down here, 8% now and 6%, 23,000 once again. Been a while, 1 month high, guys, for BTC. Back to you.
NVIDIA is so active right now, I can't even use my time of sale scroll wheel. That's how active it is. NVIDIA, I saw like 1,000 share orders coming. Look at that, 5,000 share order on a dark pool. People clearly getting active on NVIDIA right now, getting ready to push it to that 170 area. Looks like maybe the bill passed or maybe some news catalyst coming in, because we're noticing this across the board for all chip stocks. So SOXX on NASDAQ. Let's see if we see a big volume candle on SOXX. I'm not really seeing anything on there, but NVIDIA clearly now above 169.22, which was the high of the day. Now a new high of the day at 169.57. We're going to see 170 come into play without a doubt. Here's the chat though for, this is a different report, but also a bill that we were all looking for to talk about, which is the marijuana sector. DC major signs the bill providing workplace protection for marijuana consumers. Okay, that's pretty cool. So for anyone, well, you shouldn't be smoking and working though, but for, I guess there's some sort of a protection over there, probably for drug uses and so on. Like if you get drug tested for marijuana, maybe you don't go into those losing my job kind of situations in America. So it looks like that bill getting passed through. We saw Tilray getting launched to the north side off of that catalyst. Maybe CGC turned positive. CGC was already positive, but one of these stocks was actually negative on the day. I think CGC was negative actually. So CGC turning positive with that catalyst, and now we're waiting to see what happens with the SOXX or the semiconductor sector as NVIDIA is trying to launch itself towards $170, at which point a lot of people will be looking to short it. Apple still 20 cents in the money and under $150, and NASDAQ and S&P 500 still playing around in the 39.20 areas.
Yeah, for sure. I thought that NVIDIA move would continue, but I have no idea where. Let's see where it is. I tried a couple longs. I told myself, I was like, I'm willing to give myself like 2 kind of reloads on this, like for the maybe like the whiplash towards 170. But knowing my luck, maybe it's coming now. I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. Just let it go. But I thought like, we had that little volume spike. Figured maybe we'd get that continuation. I mean, maybe we get it now, but I think like that, if this holds 169, if this holds above like 168.50, then like, we're probably going to 170. I just didn't want to give it the stop. I'm just kind of in and out, like small risk on that, like not too convicted with it. I'm not really sure like if there's any news kind of associated with it. I was just like, it looks good, but maybe we go now.
Yeah, Apple now getting back above 150 also. So NASDAQ making a new high a day. So if you are shorts, maybe you're worried about them a little bit now as the market wants to launch up to the upside. NASDAQ new high a day. I'm guessing that clap was because you're long something. AMD long, so let's go check out AMD. AMD also new high a day, $85.60 now. Let's go semiconductors. I'm still waiting to see what the vote comes out to. Most likely to the upside as people know something and they're pushing it north.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a magnet to the upside. Overall names are strong. Chip names are strong. Looking like it's going to continue to make highs. And if you pull up the daily on these names, they do look like, kind of like sort of breaking out. Like AMD now above the previous high. NVIDIA, same thing. Everything kind of has that same pattern. Well, I guess NVIDIA would be like above 170 to really get going. But, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. Just pulling up the daily very quickly. And let's see it here. Like everything inching towards like, that high, right? So you had that consolidation that moved down, now back above 170. Looks like could break out and easily go 175, 180 on this kind of positive news. Same kind of setup with AMD as well, pushing towards high. I think the high, if I'm not mistaken, from yesterday is like around this level, like 84. Looks like it could push like 88, maybe get a move to 90. And like, this is the thing, right? It's like you have this like very, very strong sell-off. Now we're coming back to that level. And like, obviously, like bear market conditions, every time we sort of make a high, then the reversal starts, right? We make that high, then the reversal starts. So like maybe like we could easily like run up, test 90, 95, This is kind of just like vague, like using AMD as an example, but it's like I feel like we could we have some room to go up, right? We have some room to go up. This year definitely super weak on the downside. So like imagine we could easily get back to 100 on AMD, right? So especially with this kind of positive news coming through, feels good, feels like we're pushing up. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, chip stocks are a beauty, baby, beauty. I'm just waiting for AMD to get back above 100 because that's where it is on my long term. So we'll just have to wait for probably 15 years for that one to happen.
No.
I was just joking on that one. Give Intel some love, Luca. We'll give Luca a couple seconds break. He just finished talking. So once he does go back to Luca, maybe he can look at Intel over there for you, Haas. Amazon, by rolling records being asked, let's head over to AMZN. Most likely also going north right now like the rest of the market. Apple now out of the money by 1 penny for me. Here's Amazon pushing towards $120, currently at 118.08. New high day at 118.04. I'm still expecting market to show me some rejections around these areas. So if you are thinking about a possible short, maybe 118 giving it the high day plus couple pennies here or there could be something to think about. I'm not ready to take that position just yet. Well, I want to see some real negative pushes coming into the NASDAQ market before I really take that trade. I want to short NVIDIA so bad. But why? Why do you want to short it? Just leave that stock alone. Let's just go to Amazon instead then and take that trade of risking the high day on Amazon and give me the fill. There we go. They gave me the fill. We're going to now risk the high day, which is actually 118.04. So quick little trade, only playing risk to reward. That's my only setup. Nothing more fancier on the setup besides risk to reward play. If that risk to reward play fails, we fail on it and we move on. If it even gives me a 2:1 or a 3:1 trade, we take that profit and we walk away from it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm watching Netflix here. Maybe get that final move towards 200. Looking like it wants to test it. The real question is, will there be size there and how is it going to interact at that level? But, obviously, midday, slow, manage your expectations accordingly on this one. But it just feels like, if we, the closer we get, first time it doesn't break, okay. But if we get there the second time, like yesterday we're at 200, failed, had the overall market sell-off, Apple kind of dragging down the market. Now we're back up. So it wanted to break 200 yesterday, but then Apple was like, no, not today, not today. Not today, maybe tomorrow. So, now looking like it could, right? Going into earnings, you got the kind of the catalyst, shorts are worried, psychological level. I don't necessarily want to be short in front of that level, personally. Not to say that that's not a good look. I just feel like if we get to 200, we could easily break. Obviously, extra strong today. So I'm going to favor the long side if we can get there, and we'll see what happens. Depends the size on the level. Depends how kind of volume is holding up. It's extra slow, looking like we're kind of moving towards that level, and then we sort of stall out, and then nothing really happens. So it'll be interesting to see if we do get the break right now, where this could potentially go.
Yeah, market now making a new high day for the S&P 500. So it looks like that 39.50 level might just be able to come into play now. And Apple, we're about to get most likely stopped out on Apple as we are 16 cents out of the money at the moment. 2 more pennies tick high and we get stopped out. That's the high of day. There is some size on the inverse gateway. Refreshing iceberg. Iceberg gets taken out, so we get stopped out. Apple's still a winning trade for us on the day so far. So no complaints on that one. Pretty clean trade over there. Amazon now also pushing towards the high of day. Wait, what? My stop was at 108 instead of 118. So that was a little mistake by my part. But looks like we might just get kicked out over here on Amazon also for our short side. So it looks like that risk to reward ratio is not going to work out. Thankfully, our size was low, so we still get to keep our profits on the day. We don't have to worry about that. No positions left as the market's launching, baby. Taking off to the north side goes the S&P 500. 39.24 now for S&P. Netflix 200. Yeah, Netflix 200 on the ask right now as we're talking about it. So time to take that short opportunity in front of 200. Give it that small risk to reward play. Is it gonna pop up a little bit more so I can get the nice fill, please?
I guess so. Yeah, looking at Netflix, so I tried the break there, broke, did some volume, and then instantly right back through. Not what I wanted to see, so I'm out. That was tight risk. I'm just it's unfortunate to see all that volume come through. I'm like, okay, maybe we'll go 50 cents, $1, maybe $1.50, but no, it's just kind of right back below. So, you know, I guess anybody kind of short in front of that level, you definitely don't want to, like, on these kind of days when it's very strong, you don't want to be sitting in front of that. There wasn't really that much size. I couldn't really see it, but I think maybe it wasn't too much. It's obviously not like a huge level, and that just got taken like very, very quickly. You know, so like when it's kind of like a setup like that, like if you are going to be short in front of this level, like don't like put a stop like 200.01 because most likely it's getting taken. You're getting wicked out of that. You know, maybe give it $1 and then go for $1, like 1 to 1, if not $2. But at this point, you know, you could just let the level break, watch how it kind of interacts, and say like, okay, like, you know, like it broke, where are we now? Is it still holding up? Is it now going to kind of go back above 200, continue, then break the high? Like, you know, like understand the stock that you're trading, like overall market's pushing. You know, now we're back at 200. You got to imagine too that like a lot of people maybe are taking, you know, profits at this level if they're long. You know, like I think Sean was long. He mentioned the 190 play like from this morning. It's like you're long from over here. Now it goes towards 200. Like, you know, great place to kind of scale out a little bit and, you know, maybe let the rest ride. Maybe you expect another move like 201, 202. But, you know, at this point, like, you know, volume increasing, you know, size exchanged hands there. I tried it in and out. That was the trade. Didn't work. You know, is what it is. You can't beat yourself up for it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with trying these trades, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's your part of your job. You got to take these shots. You got to attempt these trades in order to make some of these capitals that you're looking to make, right? Got back into Apple short over here, taking a small risk to reward ratio again to see if taking a small risk for a greater reward, but looks like we're gonna most likely get stopped out on this one. I'm gonna most likely stop trading Apple here because market wants to keep on going north. Markets does not want to stop right now. We might just be able to see that 39.50 level coming into play today, and if it does, I'm gonna feel like an absolute whiz because I'll call that out in the morning of the day. So Prastradamus strikes again, calling out the events of the day, but you know, doesn't really. Prastradamus, like
I like that. That's awesome.
You know, calling out the events, but not really capitalizing on it as much as I should be. But at least we get to be green on the day. We get to capitalize on these moves. And Netflix right now pushing right back to 200. I have the stop sent out at the high of day. Do I? I do have it sent out at the high of day. Let's see if we get stopped out as the market wants to keep pushing north side. What a crazy move on Netflix today, Luca.
Yeah, you know, absolutely crazy move into that 200 level. And go figure, I'm like, okay, let me get long into the 200 level. This was kind of, you know, bad, you know, got myself out of that. But I could have reloaded down here and then got long, you know, for the 2-point win. Not like up here, but, you know, whatever. Is what it is. You know, just not working for me today. But it's all good. You know, like maybe, I mean, it's holding, right? Like this is strong. Like I think like, you know, like, as long as this is holding trend, like you want to continue to be long, right? Like let your winners win. You know, if you're long and you've been this patient, then you know continue to let your winners win. And somebody was saying also, can you look at Tesla? I'm assuming Tesla's moving with the rest of them. Oh, only up 1.8%. Interesting. I think actually that 750 level from yesterday is something to look at. You know, it broke 750 yesterday and then kind of rejected. And this is what you had, right? You kind of blew through 750 here, touched it in the morning, kind of rejected in the afternoon, and then sort of moved back towards VWAP, and then you had the whole overall market kind of falling off. But this is, you know, like, it is your job as a trader to be on the right side of these moves. So it's like, even if maybe like you're long, but you mess it up, but the long was right anyways, it's like you kind of have that 750 level to play off. You take the short and then go figure, you know, you get that kind of negative move from Apple. So like if you hold some for the dream, like you got paid yesterday, you know, today like a little bit slower, like kind of a ways away from 750. I just don't think we'll get there. This is a dark pool candle, so just disregard this one. But I feel like the high on this was like around 740. Then you had the kind of sell off. I think Tesla earnings are on Wednesday. You know, so I would be surprised if we get above 750 before Wednesday. But at the same time, I think we're going to just like range until then and then kind of see what happens from there.
Just give me a second here.
Yeah, sure, no problem. And, you know, Amazon, you know, went to that 118, right? Like went to that 118. I'm actually beating myself up that I wasn't long this one as well. You know, ran to 118, and now I guess the question is where are these names? Are these names are just going to go? Like these are just going to continue to go. You kind of had this kind of consolidation run up 118. I want to pull up the daily on this one. Like I think 120's got to be like an interesting level to look at. I'm not sure. Okay, wait. Let me just load that back. And Apple, wow, 150.40. Yeah, so, you know, I kind of avoided that one. I mean, you know, I would have just kept trying the short. Just wrong, and then, okay, I'm wrong for sure. Yeah, let's check out the daily here on Amazon. Oh yeah, this is gonna like factor in the fact that it's split. Okay, let's take a look here. Yeah, so 120, okay, yeah, so you got this is kind of my assumption. Everything has the same pattern. It's like you have this kind of sideways consolidation. If we break 119, maybe not today. Like today, obviously, like super extended. I don't really anticipate a move. I'll be surprised if this like closes at like 120. But you know, maybe you get a multi-day run into 120, break of 120, move to like 121, 122. You know, like kind of feels like that could be the case. And if we reject for some reason, kind of fall off, then like this is like top of resistance area. So like could easily fall back within the range. I just feel like we've been suppressed for like quite a while. So you know we're due for one of those kind of like bear market pop type things. So yeah, you know, market's strong. Feels like we're going towards 4,000. I'm not sure anybody wants to step in front of this train right now. So you know we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I had the Netflix short, but now it's running away from me, and I closed it by a fat finger, and now I can't get back into it because of the risk to reward not panning out that way. Looks like it might just flush here from the 200. Not sure if you have that short, my friend.
Nope.
But Netflix now under 200, trying to get rejected. I'm just gonna wait for the futures to push up to 39.50. If that's something that can do for me, I'll take advantage of that. But even Apple now pushing to the north side, crazy move in the market so far. Apple pushing above 150.50, and looks like the market will not stop being green today. That's the type of moves we want in the market, right? Do not stop being green today. This is why we were so careful with the shorts and very easier with the longs. What stocks was I long on? Microsoft. I was long on Microsoft. I guess this is poorly executed now as we're pushing towards $259 on Microsoft. So what a crazy move on Microsoft overall. Gotta love these trades today, man. Love having longs on the board that I get to talk to you guys about, because you guys troll me for my longs over there. So yeah, that's something always to be fun. SIDU being mentioned in the chat right now. Let's go over to SIDU, which is up 39% with 71 million shares traded. $4.10 is the high a day, and it wants to keep on going higher. So we'll see if SIDU can do something good here for itself.
Somebody in the chat was asking what makes you short on an up day, and I think the question might be related to the Netflix short.
Whatever I want to.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever any trader wants to do. But no, so you know, like when you have a nice level like the 200 level, it doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, short 200 and like watch it go down to like 195 per se. It's more so along the lines of like, okay, 200 is a good level. There's a good risk to return there. Like I'm willing to like, you know, maybe give it 20 cents for like an 80-cent move. So it's like a 4-to-1. So like from a scalper's perspective, it kind of makes sense, right? But again, like you are correct to say like you don't want to be like too aggressively short. You don't want to hold on to those shorts for too long, you know, on an update, because it could easily stop you out. Like the kind of Apple situation, you know, like that 150 level, good area to play off it. Try it once, try it 3 times, no good. Okay, like and you know, like even though I say if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. I just feel like I'm like I don't know if Apple, you know, like just with the negative kind of news, kind of feels like Amazon like really strong here, and I wonder if we get a push towards 119 right now.
Market will keep going down, hold the shorts. Yeah, I don't know about that. That just seems like bad financial advice to me, as the market right now is up 2.8%, Luca. NASDAQ up 2.8, S&P 500 up 2.4. So I don't know. I would not suggest people to be doing that right now. Do whatever you want. At the end of the day, trade your book. That's the best part about this job, is you get to trade your own book and not anyone else's book. And if you are trading anyone else's book, that's kind of your fault over there, right? So focus on trading your own book. Look for your setups that make you money. Look for trades that make you money, and focus on those every day. Nothing wrong with copying other people's trades, but if you are doing that, you want to be making sure that you are understanding their methodology, their setup, their idea behind it. If you don't know the main factors behind that setup over there, then you're just copying and just you don't know when they're exiting. You're just stuck in that trade, and all those other things, they don't look good at that point. It doesn't look pretty. That Netflix short now would have been about 60 cents in the money if I didn't keystroke that order. So that kind of missing out on some money on that side for myself.
So it's like, you're like, yeah, don't trade somebody else's book. Do not copy somebody else's trade unless it's Nancy Pelosi. Then at that point, I think it's okay to copy the trade. You know, she seems to never be wrong. But yeah, you know, NVIDIA, is it above 170 now? Oh yeah, we're above 170.
I don't even have it up.
Oh yeah, nice continuation move. Today, you know, I gotta be patient. I don't even know what I'm doing. This is like, I'm like, okay, like maybe we're going, and then, you know, like I'm out of this, and then we go. just summarizes the day for me. But you know, hopefully everybody else holding on to their longs. I see people in the chat like, let's go Nancy. I think I read that. So yeah, congrats for following her trade. And yeah, guys, let us know if you're watching anything else. Nasty Nancy, yeah. Yeah, you know, she's profiting handsomely on all of the trades that she takes over there. I'm actually watching this Amazon right here. It kind of feels like we're going to potentially go to 119, you know, just slowly. Not something that I want to chase the top on, but if we get a dip and we hold trend, like feels like, you know, like slow to start, then the whole market booming and kind of holding trend. So if we get a dip towards like, you know, 118.35 and hold, maybe you get that kind of leg up into 119. But, you know, I'm not really sure. I mean, market super, super strong. But, you know, like maybe we get like some sort of kind of, I mean, for myself, like I want this to kind of cool down a bit, go a little bit sideways, and then go into like end of day, 3 o'clock. Then you get like that next leg up with a little bit more volume. Like I'm very like cautious to like chase this right now. That's for sure.
Very cautious. Nothing wrong with caution, man. Caution is, what is it? Fear tells you exactly where the limit is or whatever, so nothing wrong with that. Not that I'm saying you're a little scaredy cat or anything, you know.
I'm like done chasing the top. I'm like, okay, 3 times too many. I'm done with this.
Nothing wrong with that. USEA not doing anything, so I guess I'm not gonna pull that one up. Thank you for letting me know. Zila incoming, XELA on NASDAQ. Zila, which was 700 million shares now for this penny stock. Luca already gave out a pretty good outlook on this position, so, you know, I'm just going to carry on with that outlook so far. We'll see if the volume can come in for this penny stock. Maybe it gets back above $1, but there's such a long way for that. And the float's probably pretty insane where they're going to need a lot of buying for it to go up there, right?
Yeah, you know, it's, I think I don't know, like, the details. You guys could look it up. It's like they're trying to restructure, so maybe they're, like, lowering. Yeah, but maybe they're like, I think it's like something like they're like restructuring, like they're buying back, so like they're lowering their float, and then, you know, like, I mean, I don't know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. If it gets to like 80 cents, then I'll be like, okay, like let's see what happens here. But, you know, at this point, just kind of sideways. It's not even on my radar.
Yeah, this market has been green for all day, and we love seeing that. But right now, what I am short the futures because I did say 38.50, but this is a quick little short right here at not yesterday's high, but last week's high around 39.20s or so. So taking a small little position to see if we can ride the scalp to the downside on the futures before it forms a base around 39.15 and really goes towards that 39.50 area, which is where I want to be most of my heavy shorts on that area. So you can see the order right there sitting over there waiting for the order to come into play for some profits on my futures trade, and sadly futures won't show up on the blotter for some reason, so I'm just gonna let you guys know every time it does, anytime I do take profits or anything around those boards. And Netflix still under 200 right now, and Apple did push up to 150.50. I thought Apple would not be able to get above 150 today, but now that we are above 150 on Apple, I guess we could take the under over close. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna say over 150.
Over 150 close?
Yeah, just kind of. I mean, we're now like. I mean, if we were gonna stay under, like we would have been under, right? Like we would have broke down when I
come this far to come this far, huh?
Yeah, like it's just like, well, like look at this, right? Like it's up. The rest of the market's up. Everything's booming. So it's like, you know, you can't really like short. Like I tried the short here, it failed, it didn't work. I got out, and like it like trapped the shorts at this point, and then you had the strong move up with the rest of the market. Like at this point, if we, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we close below 150, but it just kind of feels like we could easily just close above 150, kind of in this range. You know, everything else is up, so yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, so only 6 more minutes left over here for us. It's not even 2 p.m. Not sure what you're trying to say that, but yeah, it's not even 2 p.m. Market is gonna wait for 2 p.m. to close. Maybe we get some nice power hour actions coming in. Hopefully not a sour hour action. You know, market's been green. We want it to be even more greener, leaner, stronger to the upside. So let's see that power hour coming in. What direction does the market push in? Sadly, though, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, there's nothing to trade. But no, we will be here. You guys will be with the with the Sean, Neil, and Brendo. So make sure you stay here as you guys will get pushed on to the closing show. And let's do a quick recap of the YouTube spiel. I don't think we've only done it a couple of times today. 2.4K. I'm pretty sure we were at 2K not too long ago. So only 400K likes more, 400 likes more, whereas the view count hasn't dropped by much. So for the fact that the view count not dropping by much, I think we can get some more likes up here on the board. So for those of you who have not already, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. There's a couple ways that you can support us over here at Trader TV Live. One of them happens to be by becoming a member. You get cool little badges and custom emotes to use in the chat, and you can also super chat at us. That's another donation method that you can use, or buy merchandise from our store directly. And if you do buy any merch, make sure you're tagging us on Twitter or Instagram so we could share it with this wonderful community. You will help us grow on YouTube/Trader TV Live.
Yeah, you know, guys, hit that like button. Doing this for free. Seeing the green hearts come through. Much love for everybody. Hopefully everybody's continuing to have a great day, staying patient, and you know, enjoying the show. Coming at you with all these trade ideas, showing you these levels. See, the one thing when I got into trading, the one thing that I kind of found challenging is like stay market going. That's why I always ask you guys. I'm like, where do you guys think the market's going? Are we going to break through 4,000? I'm just seeing the opinions come through. It's really nice to kind of share ideas and, you know, like get different types of inputs on all these types of, you know, trade ideologies and kind of, you know, you got short bias traders, you got long bias traders. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, one of the viewers says, take some trades, guys. It doesn't work that way. There's nothing to trade. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to execute. I'm not executing. Just because you want us to execute on the show here, that's stupid. That doesn't work that way. But if you see any trades, you know we will be part of it. And talking about executions, here's an execution right here that I just got into not too long ago. You saw me trading Netflix not too long ago. You saw me trading Apple not too long ago. There's setups. There's times. You don't just randomly get into trades just to get into trades. That's not how it works.
Yeah, you know, a lot of traders will tell you guys, like, you want to be a sniper, right? You want to be a sniper. Depends the type of style that you're in. Obviously, 1 to 2 o'clock, things are a little bit slower. So it's a great time to ask questions because, you know, like when things are moving very quickly, like you're watching a lot of things, it's very hard to interact. But like 1 to 2, obviously very slow. Like you see me, like I'm kind of casual. I have a couple positions going for the past hour. Didn't really work for me. Like I tried a few things, nothing's working. Like I'm not ready to just like lose money for no reason. You know what I mean? I got jokes. I could tell you guys jokes. Ask me for a joke anytime. But you know, I'm not here ready about to just kind of take random trades and just be like this isn't gambling, right? We're not gambling over here. Like this is kind of trying to make a career of this.
Also,
so
the people who are like, they're like, take a trade. Why aren't you taking a trade? The most of the time, through statistical experience, it's because they want to copy the trade. They want to trade the trade that you are taking because you've been doing good on the day or whatever. So they just want to blindly copy the trade. That's not how it works either. Trade your own book. You shouldn't need me to get into an execution just so you can blindly copy me and follow me on that trade. Right? At least learn the idea behind that trade. If the fact that we are not in a trade right now could be because we're waiting for some setups to set up for us. For example, market's pushing up right now. Netflix pushing back to 200. Wait for the setups to come into play, then put the risk on board. You don't just randomly take shots in random places and then expect other people to do that for you too, right? You got to be patient on that.
Yeah, for sure. And I see Michael saying, before we pass you guys on, Michael saying, what if this move is big money shorting before earnings? Everybody's making their decisions. Everybody's placing their bets. You know, everybody has kind of a thesis of what's going to happen next. I think we could see another leg down. But at the same time, trade what's in front of you, not what you want to trade or what you want to see. That's how you will remain profitable over the long term, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're going to probably go to the closing show here in the next 20 seconds or so. So, Luca, you want to say anything to the viewers? Feel free, my guy.
Well, all I'm going to say is, guys, enjoy the rest of the day and stay tuned for more bangers because it could be extra interesting going into the close. Then we got Netflix after the bell, so I'm super excited to see what we get there.
Tons of fun. Later, guys. Ciao. See you tomorrow.
Peace.
Hey, guys. Yeah, welcome back. Going to be an exciting afternoon ahead of Netflix, as they said, coming up after the close tonight. Markets are, at day highs, very, very positive on the session right across the board. What a day. 2.5% right now for the S&P, the Dow 2.08, 2.89 for the NASDAQ. Nice positive numbers top to bottom right now, 1.6 here for the TSX in Toronto. Yeah.